I'm not here alone. I'm here with one of my colleagues, and together we're going to be having a lot of discussions. By the way, happy New Year to you, and you're warmly welcome once again to Pence TV. And of course, here it's all about Jesus. And trust us to not exaggerate anything, bringing you the stories just as they are. Now, let me say a good evening to Nana.
Good evening,
I think cover to you.
I kind of say happy dissolution of Parliament and so.
Happy New Year.
Happy dissolution of Parliament.
I can tell, but they were enjoying themselves earlier on.
I'm on your somewhat politics. Said the pa. Say when it is now I'm going to say what's the cost was I was Ghana politics and your politics I will be but Ghana your politics said pa. I didn't see Adishmaima any abusia for where dear Miansi has say Yama finishia pay more drono where finishia pa just yet on the chalk with more do pa. Now your science watcher will say Yasinya et is simpie ene apaso dear elkoso o my Ghana nutu ene nenata eso amanyo sem emono eha Jien desire the best some na yede someone so dear ne papa ne no do Frenchem dear when is some be a feely gadochi no ha ena yede ema warm na ene enumre fanasana jo fan anana jo hema nyanyumre mposansa de besa kwachire pa ntana jo hema na nsa no pa hema kobo beye se dumienu se kreden 12 am na chire se yatie sim se santan wosimwe na yebo ediawura amamuo a yeba behwe ni mu se yera John Dramani Mahama eni NDC amanyoku na bebe kukuru oman Ghana frank akosoro no yeba behwe sa eye amamuo no nanso hye nso ma yense dumienu kroya na johima ya ene mrashebedwafo a wokokoto aba edema womo the year 2020 ma womo shomamu ase 7th January 2021 ene womo do womo sumu nyina ebeba na wieye sede oman Ghana mamra no the 1992 cause mamra pona sana mamra no ekasa edefa entie ne ye ma oman Ghana emra ehonsam hyehye no awiemudie pepepepepepepe na ya na ye kasa oman a emra enim no oman na amabo hyehye ye nkoyiye Ghana ye wo mra entie ye hyehye no ene eye Frenchem na enika efe sanso akono yie pa nde na mede ye mfato ho eye Christopher yi ye gidi say ye de twere kronkron ene ye totoye eno ne mra da hon ba ye hweso a ye dada asetena no ye di tu anamon na woko eye oman bia mamuomu nso a Constitution mamra no eno ena chese ye de toto oman nti na Ghana Constitution no said ye kire ye no eye adwuma ba ka Constitution no ani age
so one only bofo ye de
Constitution
ma
so
but just like you're saying, the last time we heard from the Speaker of Parliament, I think the members of Parliament were asking if he was going to dissolve the Parliament. He said no. Till 12 a.m. they cannot tell him so on dissolving into Moontrain. Right now it's on suspension or suspending its Parliament. But very soon that dissolution will be happening, and then of course we'll have a new speaker or he will be maintained. But let me ask you, do you want him to be maintained?
Eto yeka yera Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsword Bagbena.
They are pony the other class prophet.
Oyobia, I think sir we're making history kakra in Ghanaian politics.
Yeah.
In Ghanaian democracy. Can be mamin can be amamwo. And I think so no oman no emra chechere ensemu. Yenim sir Parliament, the legislature. Woman no mo yemra edemayen ya na twi kasa yese mra hyebedwafo woman no mo kwa hyemra ede amayen pane se wato abade ama omra hyebedwani me wo me constituency so ababa ya popular power.
I was about to ask you, how do you actually feel that very soon we are going to have people who have representatives in the Parliament, but your constituency, you are not even sure what's happening to you?
In fact, I'm sure about North constituency, the popular Arabna Orbit, and it Nanekio FP. And see, every say you're Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbing, Wabasum. Now, with a parliament, minority, majority, I think the opposition gets 137.
Yeah, both sides with just one independent.
You, government in power gets 137, one independent. Now we are Speaker of Parliament. I think it's but we are competent. Well, nipa die obia wana dwenkyere, but I think here are Alban Bagwen Waba Ababesu Pepe said it was oyeno. There are speculations. Dodo na nim say what dwen ya NDC amani wom. Ebinom so ya no nheda nye NDC people sasansa wo.
Oh, yes. I think
it's wo said they will see ya niema bi no a ade a wono wamfa bias ama me ya adwuma wahu aha. Ye kan say what dey amamuo to nchen na sa wo dey amanyokuo ehodo bi to nchen na wagina mo kwanten kro ama oman bi a wo som sa aman no oman no mom yedi ahia wo kane a oras man agbagben waba bayi. You know, I think say
yeah. And it's good to know that he's been maintained, because at the end of the day we had the president-elect also asking the NDC members of parliament to make sure that they retain him. That was after yesterday we had that report from president-elect, and for me I wasn't really surprised, because even both sides today, Afenyo Makin confirmed that he's been very balanced, and he's hoping that in the 9th parliament he would still be balanced as he was in the 8th parliament, because mostly dealing with a minority, that's a current minority, for him it was very difficult. He described them as stubborn, difficult, and there were 3 words he used to describe the current minority. But it's good to know that they liked the work of the Speaker of Parliament, who was from, of course, not their camp, the NDC camp, but they, at the end of the day, they all agreed that he was mostly balanced and mostly firm as well. For me, I was surprised to know that he's been a long-serving parliamentarian. I mean, from 1993 when he started politics till date. And I was watching some throwback videos of him when he was young. You should see his videos when he was young and in parliament doing all political businesses until date. No wonder we're always saying that he was experienced and he knew exactly what he was doing. Well, we'll be bringing you a lot of updates tonight, and once Parliament is sitting, like we told you earlier on, it's been the House is on suspension for now, but they will be dissolving by 12 a.m. We'll get there and then bring you live updates right here on Election Watch, and then right through, of course, we'll be bringing you some discussions as at when as well. I don't know if you listen to the minority Atuforsen as well, his speech also. Anything you make of the speech he gave later this evening?
Oh, I think, sir, Ninsam na or the betu jano. Dear Abra, Amamono, any abinance say air cost one. And now one over the opposition side, you observe, no, say air cost one. But I think the politics and Cassadi, there was so pen a French empire, Unyana French. It's as will be a Ebeka, I can't call Eddie a man, a man who are one where they join it. And then the Abeboa a yaman. I think it's an same you are able to join you. Your soul said you are canon. No, Mono, yes, any moon say. Up here, and this Yamamu Eba base, say no. Oba majority leader. Oba majority leader is now, yes, any moon say. Emran and Mamma and Papa who said your Ghana for Air Channel. One said, and I don't know it's what dinner may dream at dear be home. Yes, sharp bar Ghana for 2 years. 7 December 2024. Now said the Coco Bayer now was shep a Hanchemua. Rutua NDC Amano Quayra John Dramani Mahama dear Nimu said the woman see far banner in the room. Now was sound so babeshe said the now opposition and as ever opposition. The MPP so the woman now. Yes, say to whom much is given, much is expected. And to know a yaba Ghana for a na ba Ghana for akwakoto nso so woman ni edda bibi so nti wo mo hwani mu say yera Atuforsen nsam ne do de bia to dwapa na nso so ba wo ba no wo ne wo dom no wo mo hwani mu say bimfrim emra nsa kira ye na nipa pe nti na ba no akọ ne sa nti mo ba adwuma wo ho pa
Because we'll bring you some flashbacks of the 8th Parliament, all that happened in the 8th Parliament.
Including the walkouts.
Oh, not just the walkouts. People sitting on people.
Including the walkouts.
Yes, that's also part. Having soldiers in the Parliament House for the very first time, and we're all wondering what was going to happen. You know, when it comes to the 8th Parliament, this is the first time we're having a hanged Parliament. So a lot of people were anticipating that there's not going to be peace, this is going to test our democracy. But I can attest to the fact that it really did test our democracy. But at the end of the day, proved our maturity as well. We're able to handle each other. I mean, the minority and majority were able to handle one another. Now, when Nato Fortune was speaking earlier on today, he made a statement that because he started fighting about Galamsey, that was why he was attacked for most of the time. And Afenyo had this answer to give him, that it wasn't that they were fighting, but for him as well, he comes to him, he talks to him as a brother. They go back to the Parliament, and then he tells him, no, my committee members said no. So it tells me the kind of friendship they had backstage. A lot of conversations goes on backstage, but when they come to the reality, that is the Parliament House, we mostly see different things. And he said there will be no more EATO. Do you remember the EATO? The EATO and all that he tells us will not be happening. But just some few minutes ago, we had a letter actually from the president-elect, and there's been some appointments that have happened just about an hour ago, and so we'll quickly project that to you. Like we said, we're just going to be updating you as we wait for Parliament to come back and then dissolve the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. It's our prayer that this 4th Republic, of course, will continue like that, and this is the 9th Parliament we are going to be experiencing so far, and so we might project that to you very soon on your screen, but like I mentioned, there's a letter here from the president-elect, and I'm quickly just going to bring that to you. Okay. So there I have it. So that's from the office of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Of course, it's dated today, and he says for immediate release, and that's why we have it. And he says President-elect makes appointments to the office of the President. Now, the President-elect, that's His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has made the following appointments to the office of the President, and he also states that it's going to be effective right from Tuesday, the 7th of January 2025, and that's going to be tomorrow when he is sworn in. Of course, he started work right from December. We realized that President has started appointment, and so I'm not surprised to see this press release. So we have at number 1. So it says the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has made the following appointments to the office of the President. At number 1, we have Julius Deborah, who is going to be the Chief of Staff. That's Julius Deborah will be the Chief of Staff. Then we have Dr. Callistus Mahama, who will be the Executive Secretary to the President. Then Prosper Douglas Bunny will be the Head of Interim Security Task Force. And then also Dr. Sawyer will be Senior Presidential Advisor, Governmental Affairs. Also, we'll have Augustus Tano, who will be the Presidential Advisor responsible for the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. Now, Nana, one of the things that Ghanaians are very excited about is the 24-hour economy, because that's one thing we are hopeful that is going to bring a lot of employment to the youth, because once we are running a 24-hour shift, meaning we are going to need more hands on deck. And so this is one name I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot in the 9th Parliament. We'll be hearing this name a lot. A lot of people are going to hold you accountable, because now Ghanaians want to see the change, and that's why they voted. And so Augustus Tano is the Presidential Advisor responsible for the 24-hour economy.
I think 24-hour economy scheme now, the NDC buy during Emra Ghana for year boy I can say no warm flagship program anymore. I know and I'm smart Ghana for the one I say. Tenye tirumpofo frobia nti na Ghana for to abane do e de koma NDC ade bia na no ene de Ghana for hwe so a wo mo de to abane ne do pa sa e de koma eye NDC amanyuko no ene ti edin a wo boy ye better yeah so ye beka ya mampani Akufo-Addo na pen so a aka hours na kakra bi
yeah
aka hours ne kakra bi na chese eno ye dia ba na wieye no na the free senior high school policy
yeah
and it's now the education ministry muma suasue ye no e ma ye nche ye doctor ye o se edutu abeje ne din pa ne dia ne eja ya wo papa kankan ne ye nsam trofo ya ya no tuase ya bo ne din papa no education ministry beje din mampani yewra nana dan kwakufu ado apenso ye hwe se yewra ye John Dramani Mahama wo ba bepen so apenso ye wo hwe ye 24-hour economy so
yeah
so ye peti na ye de no say Ghana for do na pese ye eba no ye mfa ye ni
yeah
agro no ne fo agrofo nya e krampa anka hya se da.
You know, some experts have said that this is like the last hope Ghanaians want to have because they've lost a lot of hope when it comes to politics. You hear a lot of people who didn't go out to vote say that even when we vote, what comes out of it? Ya vote ya, and that's why most of them did not even turn out to vote. So this is like the last straw for Ghanaians, say some experts. Is it the last straw for you? Because a lot of them say if President-elect John Dramani Mahama doesn't make the changes he's saying he's going to make, then people are just going to lose it.
Atoma memra mu hono. Dia wo ka no enipa bi ye animdefo a wo mroma sua dia fa sem ho. Dia mo ka na sa na no kre. Never say NDC for wo campaign song bi. Mahama any that's so.
Yes, I heard that.
Ghana for. Nti say no akwa ye bibi o ho say dodo na ahwe ni mu say bia na enema bi ewo ho a ye pensa kira ye wo
yeah
ye John Dramani Mahama ba beben sa kira ye beba ne sede ye pa na ye benya sansa kira ne sede ye pe no ana well obi nso be ka kira wo say sa kwan kro no so na mampani na na kwakufu ado apen so the year 2016 so no Ghana for the ahopopoko to ni bum edema MPP amanyoko ma mampani akufu ado timi ba ye and it's a political cycle here. Ghana dia den la ne so ba no bedi 8 years ya wotwe no abedru ho no no why so crafo ba no ho ahi mo fro nipa nipa enti wo se ya wo ti konkonsa ma ko fe bitina ya ko fa foforo de ne ba no no so begoro anye hwese dia agoro no besi apa ta esa agoro no fom wa ho enti bi no mo se bia na ye hwese Mahama betimi yewra Mahama betimi bi stronko bi ebi so say the Ghanaian political system the Ghanaian political structure 8 years in the dry ya nto ma ye bekoto ni gum e dia ma obi enti na ye hwe but they na wo can say ya ye say sensachira bi ama according to experts no Ghana fo bi bre about one ene de no be ya adwana say me no wo me kan sa no be ya adwen de kire say ye hwe voter turnout edom to aba no ene edom a wo man to aba na emuda hopefe eda ho clear se penti se wutimi hu pa se aban pa de nkankan pa ni bebia na ye nuanom MPP for stronghold woman sheda anto aban de ne koma ne basa se ya de na nka enika ene enije ene ahokeka bi wo mama nyuko na anka de nti ade a wo pe de na wo pe nti de nti nkoma nkwa nkoto ne kusa ya na ne ma bi na anko yi ene nti no wo ma ben so se NDC no so se woman so be fast akwan kro no aso ai man bia na MPP stronghold MPP for ho fun woman stronghold political party members and other die hard members no also fast akwan kro no so mu betimi akọ enti no ba no asua de course no na ho so abayen sa kira yi na emwa Ghana nyina.
All right, so let me go on with the list. So that was just the presidential advisor responsible for the 24-hour economy. Like we said, his name is one thing we're going to mention a lot. If there's something we want to do as Ghanaians, is to not wait till 4 years before we start to hold people accountable by going to vote them out and not at all. That's one thing I would like to discourage.
I told him, Bibi, and I will be saying, Nana, Mammy, be me area more son, me could dig. No, who said, Mamma, no, no, MPP nipa. This is the end in your brain of Pano. No, I shall know you for 4 bit. But no, I talk about those of up his demis and no what.
Yes, so
no, her mamma said, your person, you're Mahama, dear. Mahama and this in 4 papa. Yet 1 was so 7 for pa. On the 8 in 1 such time, I saw 24 hours. What's it 24 hours? And to Ghana, of course, yes, swear in on the 7 5.
by 8.
24 hours economy. I was a Ghana United but I am kakra. Let's be realistic.
No, you see,
policy,
but to some extent, I like the pressure with which Ghanaians are coming at the president-elect and, of course, his government, because they don't have time. We show my 4 years, so it's good. The pressure is good, but maybe we can keep it balanced a bit. But then again, they need the pressure so that they can work. So 24 hours, no. I say 24 hours into 24 hours, All right. So we also have Marita Ej Brew, who will be the legal counsel to the president of Ghana, and then Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu, who will also be the spokesperson to the president. And like I mentioned, these are the appointments that will be taken off right from Tuesday, the 7th of January 2024. Yes, there are 7. Yes.
John Dramani Mahama Mamua, China, was soft from no swipe, didn't credit more my Ghana. Woman in penny for any more boama, not buying it to me and Cheshire or what the Magana. Any Japan, where's the giant say, and this Yaman, Kona Board of West. Because you're 7th
December, today's 6th.
On the 6th of January. In
fact, right from last month, so December, we had the oral committee who started working, and then there's another committee. There's been appointments here and then, so I think they are ready to work, and of course, we are wishing them all the best. But there's one thing Ato Forson actually said when he was reading his speech today. He said the Ghanaian community have taught them how to not govern a nation. Because they've proven that if you do not govern them right, the way they want it, they will vote you out. And that's some lessons they've picked. And I'm hoping that they're not just talking. They're not just saying, oh, if you think you're coming to make money, then forget about it. If you're coming to join the Mahama government, then make sure that you're coming to work. And then also those saying we've learned from the NDC, we've learned from their mistakes, and we're coming to do better. I'm hoping that these are not just words you are saying. These are really lessons that you have picked from the 8th Parliament, and you're going to do better. Because if you do not do better, trust the people of Ghana to vote you out. And I don't even think people are going to be waiting for 8 years anymore.
Oh, Debbie, 4 years. On Ben is semi constituency. And you made me half 4 years. 4 years.
This year, last year, history kaka.
The agrono, fed their nature say, I'm more at
yeah.
But said Ghana. Yen democracy can be TM at all. I am the fair pana. I am me a who me a proud and cause I set me a gun and me. Now, I am a Nick Council say, Uber be my Africa. Yet, and Shasso, Edema, and Waka. Even on the global front, Ghana, ye didn't impart our democracy. You know
what nickname our president got on the ECOWAS front is Mr. Democrat, because of how beautiful our democracy is.
Ghana, oh, so they are no problem. 4 years. But
it shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be so. I mean, you see, when President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he said, don't be spectators, be citizens. I mean, be part of the governance and all of that. When things are not wrong, don't wait till 4 years. Now, that's my worry. When you wait till 4 years, and I didn't say, but right there and then, let's be critics. Let's be.
Oh, Ghana forecast. Morning shows in a beautiful line to my say out. Ghana for record,
and any more this time around. And we hold people accountable.
I don't know. So be an ultimate parliament and Flagstaff House, you would to know how dare you go there. I saw that 4 crowd my own raho. And just want to rock a newspaper, radio, collar, no friend, kakra. TV so no kakra we share baby nkrofo be argument before politics or policies be honi ade a yen ya kire ya adwen wo fie ni radio so ni TV so enanti na yen sam trofo no as the media entities no the press no ya wo ho say aban no betie yen esanse yen say ya kasa e kwa kire afrafo friend wo mo kan bi ye tete nsem wo krom na ye de ba kase ye bomu na ye kama aban ni aman ni mpanimfo ni amamu empanimfo tie no wo mo gina so e dia yen sa kire ye na Tamamu for Ghana for Peno, Ediama Womo. esan say no nko ani akwan aban betimi afa so a wo beti Ghana ni no ne su e de ne how bia wo kom eto me nso minim pass Ghana ha yete no woma ebedi mampani dibre woma ebedi aban ni amamuo mu dibre ahodo no womu tie nsem twerɛfoɔ papa so de womu ntie nsem twerɛfoɔ man nsem twerɛ ni bi nkonkɔtena baabi no won ka nsem bi no de wonya mistake bi ho reply beba sese ya kyerɛ sɛ aban ni amamuo mpanimfoɔ no womu tie nti me de meka na masan aka sisu bio ne sɛ aban foforo a ɛbɛn mane nkonkoba san nsem twerɛ ni bi akɔtena baabi na sebio ye dwuma ye ya na ɛkasa dwuma woyɛ mistake wano bepa bia na wo de wodo bi ni akoma bi akodi asem bi echi no wo de passion bi wo mutima bi akoka bi ama na bro so na wo be ho national security fo obefa wo eno na ma hu se aban mu mpanimfo etie yen so wo de also aban mu mpanimfo ntie Ghana nsem twerɛfo ne Ghana fo e kasa radio scholars ya mo bi nka asem bi radio bi so na hwe e be trend national security e kyerɛ se wo mo tie yen tie de ye sra pa se Ghana ni ne frɛ no wɔka bia de wo mo ka ne nyina aban entie saban betimi aye na ne nsa besoso na ne ho besoso a na wonye emfama Ghana for example say enye radio so enye TV so enye media say social media a ne nyina kansem twerɛdwuma ho na Ghana ni be kasa ma aban ate a Ghana ni no ono nko aba parliament ho a enye yie nti no wayi ne mra hye bedwani nti aban tie Ghana fo na de Ghana fo be ka no so no wonye say Ghana no yese wa antie yen a o de anya hwe 4 years yan kan hwe o de ko so wo sa boni no ko wani 4 years dura ye nyina nso ye wa ha.
All right, Nana, so let's look at some of the constituencies that still do not have a representative, and it just reminded me of Jomoro, Honorable Dorcas, what she went through the last 4 years. She also had some court cases and all that, and also the Boga MP Judicial also went through something similar, where one of the cries of people were they didn't have a representative.
Dorcas Sophie. What baby or one Jomoro constituency no Western region to horse adi kwa Bora Cote d'Ivoire. Woman Union French for Cote d'Ivoire for woman a bush. Baba told just say on crater say where Ivory Coast to me and also homes and some way, but on the elite ye, what's me to try the firm. James Judicial, so
he was Canada,
or also one crater, or that's so a Canadian citizen. On the inquiry, say, Koya, and to me, I'm mano. Now, so I think this time round, constituencies be no more, warm abano, yentime more so say, Wabenting. Asumesi anase oni ena edi nkonim se mra hye bedwani de ma bia constituency we anase mpasua we no eno no hye da nye immigration document
no
enye nkrata sem na emumu no de wonya results ene de wan tiase ase we nenya eno na akoye bibia ewo ho no I'm sorry so
say han wonni
me constituency no yasam o mo papa and
but it looks as if all of us our constituencies had issue because I was at Tema Central. You were Blackman then as for Kabna Sisi they are settled
Kabna was na we madu agiri but Kabna de na is settled na do me kwa benyafo so de no so no no so wo mu gusu sa enti me say pa me ho ayemo me constituency ne ye wo fan cons.
Oh, the High Court will just definitely give us yes. Oh, any problem.
Any and if I mention Blackman of constituency for mo hwe nti wo me wo doko official town kwahyeman to honom odoko mpotamo da akoma nom da akoma lafia nom de koda akoma oh ye chiachia mo enche bia be kama wate nya botem but your constituency why do
when I watch the news and then I see how it got both sides, I'm like, well,
both sides,
let God decide.
What share Vim and a doma, a D, a year, a Rabna Orbin, our Wojina Diama, NDC, Amanyokun, a dom, a womb, a Blackman of constituency. What sounds so share a dom, a D, a yaya mamma, and a queer also free year of the NPP, and take your honey pay dear mamma, queer so sweatia. And also a drum a womb pa and it's a Blackman of one casanon, then some no dawson. yen kaya ya je kaswa for ta kaswa na ya no mo nsem do so
kaswa ni ashaman from mantiom kanamo I don't even understand you people
nsem but him say ablekman of ankasa no NDC share da emfaye e wo mpotem honom emfie bebre ni no NDC entumi emfaye but yenim de yen hwe de temu adwa kese no emra mu no ebetumi ache Ghana de se mra ya adwuma wa ha senti emra no ebekasa ma de sefata no no so watumi edi mu nkoni.
All right, so at this point, what we are going to do is to invite you who is watching from home. You can always send us a WhatsApp message on our WhatsApp number, or you send us a Facebook comment. And of course, if there are questions, there are submissions, you are free to do that as we discuss the dissolution of the 8th Parliament in the 4th Republic, and we're getting ready for the 9th Parliament, and that will be happening, and we'll definitely be bringing you live coverage of that from the Parliament House. So yeah, you're free to send a message on WhatsApp or on Facebook, and we'll read them right here for you. Kwabna will be joining us very soon.
Enchebia said Kwabna mante hwan ye fe na me se me nua be ma bronya kakra
break kakra
akokon kwan kakra ohu so se bibia kakra na asori vibes so kakra was Kwabna ko church pa ni church pose pa Kwabna popular one
remember Kwabna pressure. You know Kwabna doesn't really like that. I don't know money pressure.
Kwabna how you I don't benya so how to be who
I don't know how I'm make come once me come once because me no mu de yam ho tie no anu
but bronye unma dia na no wanwa bronye said de na kromo asia ye kama chese wo so obi ani age krofo dia ma hu sa Kwabna mantesa ba akopo video de Tony status
nana ye
Kwabna
yanka 8th Parliament was if you're 9th Parliament you will be some more but you see I'm going to take you back again to Parliament once again and we'll go to Afenyo Makin. His address started like a love letter note appreciating
Afenyo Makin and Kasano that man
one interesting man So it started like a love letter, how both the minority side, they were able to have some friends in there, and how he's had a lot of people actually advise him behind closed doors. And that was impressive to know that, you know, when people help you pass through a phase, it's good to appreciate them. And that was one good thing I saw about him that I think we should all learn. Obi now you go through a process or you go through a phase in your life, it's good that you are able to appreciate them, and I saw that with him where he was appreciating people, and before I knew it he was ending with the bashing as always telling the minority why they didn't support the Agenda 111, because for him the Agenda 111 was something to help our nation, was something to help the Ghanaian people, especially the private sector as well. But unfortunately, it was seen as a political thing, and so they didn't support. And that he was saying that when they get to the other side, I'm hoping that they will not retaliate because it's good that we have things that will help the nation Ghana as a whole. And so when they get to the minority side, I hope that they'll do better. If someone treats you in a way you don't like, when you get the opportunity, the Bible says what? You treat them better. We are hoping that they will treat the NDC better when they are on the minority side, not stress them like he says they do. Like he said, stubborn, strong, difficult minority to work with.
In fact, the minority of the 8th Parliament, now, we will stage a workhouse, not just any. Oh, I'm sorry, not just any. Woman or more crown. Nya dia kwa omotina se na wo matie na me tete eno ye wo ma se no mo ba be government in power, which is the NDC. So he say kwa dey kwa parliament here na send NPP for MPs crown support here. We don't even need them because we have the numbers. And omo kra mo ka some be stage work out kra na some be bibi wo mo nka yeye na ne no be kan ye nko ye kan yeye na ye jetum ne ye foa so ne ye pem so the stamp sisu a ye wo numbers nti no yeye. So I think that the 9th Parliament ne so a eba no a big case study in Ghanaian politics, and I say ye share parliamentary proceedings eba be so a ye be hunu be pa. But I think so say 9th Parliament in so a eba no Ghana for hwe ehunu bibi. Second ne de na emu ache 137 and into no say the majority caucus for ka say ye majority caucus for ye say ya wo nyina koye and into omo to me blame wo hu yetimi nya obi de hye no say ye to obi de so boabo no senti a say bill bi wo ha yentimi pass ye emra ne hye bi wo ha yentimi mamu a yetimi nya obi de sa so bo ne say e minority caucus for na kan no nti na yentimi amaso ana majority caucus for na kan no nti na yentimi amaso na so say no ye hwe animu. It is a saying, come here, sir. As soon as you fancy, no, aqua NDC amanyokuno. Woman ever majority caucus in Parliament, and aqua da woman so. Say the big banner sent me and go through in Parliament. Ghana 40 almost go straight to the majority caucus, which is the government in power. A year the NDC amanyokuno. It's an asudi kesiye. That woman so Ghana for sharing what I say. And you're probably to be free home. But they're by papa no one here. It's a Ghana no ye penny ye pa. Baba penny kufu na ban so. Niema be bre no ma baba ya. Ghana for be kai wo mo pa. Policies ahodo be brebe o hono mo a. Ghana for be brebe ebe kai na ye hwe ni mu so say. Ye ra John Dramani Mahama ebe policies e wo ho ye ne papa nyina no. Wo meto aso. Na Ghana ntumi enko nani sabi akwa kodri me kana mayi din the free senior high school policy ya na cha say e ho fans baba of school say net onam first no ene kane no na enipa etimi we secondary school na ebia na wo hwe margin no a enko en batene be hia nipa bebrebe mayo ane mrantie bebrebe no anyanya kwa no watumi awie second cycle institution to aso ko etosu mienu a and also
one of the campaign messages that President-elect was actually hammering on was the fact that he wasn't going to abolish the free SHS, but will make it better. So we are looking forward to that because we've had a lot of complaints about the free SHS.
I will make it better, no? And no, so soon na ebinu wisa say a kwai benso.
Because he even extends it to some free tuition here and there for tertiary. So we are all waiting for that.
And we say tertiary no was a January new school year. But when the tertiary institutions that's why admission letters never December no. Ya mau up to 2nd, 1st January, 3rd January set your school fees. One would you fees no crowns as well in the new government no. It's a shout out to Ghana. The tertiary institutions in Pennyform. We are strategic.
So, do you think? I think they're just working according to their own calendar.
But when him say a government, a president-elect was shabobi.
But Baka, you see, it's supposed to be doing this within 90 days. Yeah, between 120 days. So every hour, by 90 days, by 3 months, he will do that. Or say he will take up to the 120 days. So it all depends. Even if we wish, say, on train, meaning people have to wait. They are not going to go to school as they would have wished to. So it's all good for us. We just want those policies. Like he said, he's going to make them better because in the Akufo-Addo-led government, we've had a lot of complaints about students not having the best of food to eat when it comes to quality of food that they were being fed with. There's been a lot of complaints. And also when it comes to where students were sleeping, we had reports where students weren't sleeping at good dormitories and all of that. So if he says it's going to make it better, I mean, these are some of the things I'm looking forward to. That there'll be good dormitories, there'll be good food, quality, nutritional food for the students to eat. We don't want to be hearing any news of bad rice or expired rice being cooked for the students to eat. So if he says it's going to make it better, we want to hear that. And for those of who might be going to tertiary next year, maybe who knows, you might go with some tuition-free mood, and I'm sure your parents will be excited about that, just like the SHS students also benefited for that. Anyway, we've been joined by Kwabena Mante this evening. I think earlier on, some of you saw him, and he's back here in the studio. So let's say hello to him as we continue with the conversation.
In fact, me know Kwabena Mante studio has seen. Said you will sit so on a boa senanti in a makuma bet nice. And I miss Menu MP for ya form for menu come. It's a menu an MP afata na kama. Na MP afata menu pa. Nanka me think am ya ntuma ko honorable wa hire ho say wo de nka on fa major personal assistant na nka ne fast na nka honorable.
Na obeki takaka. Na we dey akita honorable for.
Oh ya na odi ato ya fa na asem ne to nche. Na person.
Wo kan ya no na hono na madwin ko e. Na me kan.
Me koye honorable personal assistant nyagro.
Nyagro.
Kwabena
Honorable Kwabena Mante. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Now, who's saying? Happy New Year to you.
Yeah.
I'm now seeing you in 2025. The whole of 2025. I think
Really?
Yeah, the whole of 2025. I'm not seeing.
I said 2025. Start here. I think you election watch first part.
Yeah.
When I'm hot to say, bro, you're moody here.
Oh, yes, pardon. Yeah, we'll cry some.
Media, so when you send me there, me cool, be okay, be
we have a long night. It's a very common, definitely. But it's been good. I've been trying to follow your conversation. I mean, off air. Let me tell you when Mr. Mark can be very fine. I am happy where we are. This is democracy talking, and I'm very sure that Ochnano will see a smooth transition as well from one party to the other. I mean, we visited the inaugural grounds a couple of minutes ago, or let me say, and it's beautiful what we saw. Hopefully, we'll show you pictures as we move along. But it's beautiful what we saw. You see that the whole nation, even though we know it's one particular party that won, but it's a whole nation that is preparing for what would happen tomorrow at the Independence Square. Prior to that also, we already know what will be happening in Parliament. So we're actually looking forward to a good day. In fact, starting now till tomorrow, we are hoping we'll have a good day. It's been revealing for me.
Yeah.
You know, since we went to the polls, and I've tried to do a few stories behind the scenes, trying to understand and see the work of the Electoral Commission. This is an institution that received a lot of backlash. I mean, as we moved into the election. But I'm still coughing a bit. But yeah, boy, fine. Won't worry. So we tried our best to understand the role everyone played in this 2024 elections, and one of them I tried to follow is the Electoral Commission. Yeah, you know, anytime we talk about the Electoral Commission, you know, we tend to think about Jane Mensah and her two deputies.
Yeah.
But we forget that they are at the national level.
Yes.
But the whole Electoral Commission system is a big one,
exactly.
A huge one. And about where I can, like, Nana say, I also need MP. As a MP, said, no, they are not easier. Yeah, forgive me. Maybe what they as at now, no, it's not done pre.
Yes.
Now, you would notice that confusion, coalition, it comes down to Nipa Baako, the presiding officers.
The returning officers or the presiding officers?
Even the presiding, even before they were returning.
Okay.
Now, this is a place we have not paid attention to them, and I'm working on a documentary that will come out soon.
Yeah.
Which is why I want to talk about the presiding officers. Now, if you look at Abattoir Yetuye Nansea and all that has transpired, you would realize that Abattoir Nankasane results happen at the polling stations, just like we've heard the EC and some election management experts say that it's all about winning at the polling station.
Yes.
We've had most of these presiding officers who they did the vote counting, they also did. They did a vote counting. They also did the announcement of the results. Now, all these things are things we did not really pay attention to. The Brenano we didn't pay attention to. But look at, for example, Dominic Kwabenya constituency.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had time to follow the last announcement before declaration that was made. Now, the whole Dominic Kwabenya constituency came down to just one polling station. And that is where there was the confusion. And when the EC decided to probe, investigate and all that, it came out that it was just one act by the presiding officer. That is what brought this whole thing. Why? Because she thought she was in danger. She fled. As at the time she was fleeing, they had not entered the results on the pink sheet. Where she ended up, the only sheet she had was a training pink sheet, and she entered into that. And so we could not settle on Dominic Kwabenya. Now, the EC did very good and very well by deciding to contact the parties using their tally cards and all that. Otherwise, can you imagine, as at now, we will not have decided on Dominic Kwabenya. And the same thing is at other places, because other places, what is happening is that the presiding officers, some of them, just like Ablekuma North, I've heard, the NDC is saying something, the MPP said, but all what they are saying is that the MPP says some of the pink sheets, their results have been entered for the NDC, and the NDC vice versa. So I asked myself, was it intentional? Say, amount will be a shader, yes, sir. And now it was the mistake of the presiding officer who was entering those figures. And this documentary I have done made me realize that some is from the genuine mistakes of the presiding officer who, under pressure, in the heat of the moment, just made a mistake. And this is what it's costing. So I started asking myself, hey, these people, we need to really appreciate their work and applaud them. I got to even understand, say, these presiding officers are almost at the polling station are paying just about 800 cedis for that work they did. And a lot of them have not even received the money yet.
Some come after 3 months.
So can you imagine somebody in that shoes who is going to be enticed by a certain party who says, Mami ma 2 billion.
Hey.
Or say 2 billion, 10,000, and they can influence the vote. Thank God I don't have proof that but thank God that a lot of them have stood their grounds. There are some of them I spoke to. There's one particular presiding officer we spoke to whose car has been damaged and is at the police station now. He doesn't know what to do with it. He has lost, and his car, 800 Ghana, he cannot even repair his windscreen.
So imagine someone gives him another car.
Exactly. In the election year, yes, we are talking about dissolution of parliament and all that now, but it has made me appreciate the work of the presiding officers and their assistants at that lowest level. In fact, a honest is here, and there was a electoral reforms are how results in the bar it can be entered with no mistakes. I think that's the first thing we can do to avoid some of these confusions. And then 2, how are you to me illiteracy in a way will not affect us. There are things I've really learned, and moving forward as we look at these MPs who have been elected, all of them is from the presiding officers. But I'm not even sure, as of now, we remember some of these presiding officers. Let me take you back to Ablekuma North. Even today...
No, before you go on, I think you're mentioning some of the reforms that should happen. I think one of the popular words that we've heard is the rest. So maybe we should look at how results can also be declared without people being under pressure and all of that. They can feel free and tell us exactly what the results are without any pressure, without any... Like you said, some of them were scared and all of that. Because for me, the way the election started on the 7th of December was very calm, and then the way it ended, it was a contrast for me. I really did not see that coming. So I think that also has to be checked.
All right. So again, I'm sure we'll have a lot of time to look at.
You are taking me back somewhere.
Yes, we'll have a lot of time to look at some of these reforms that need to come and all that. But for me, like I'm saying, one of the lessons I've picked from what is happening, we are applauding the MPs, we are saying what they have done is good and all that. But just like I was saying that, let me go back again to Akosia's Ablekumano. Today, even before they suspended the 7 polling stations again, the Ablekuma North returning officer decided to go the extra mile to be able to correct those mistakes. Now, this is what he decided to do. He called all the presiding officers. He called all the presiding officers out of, we're told they had about 41 to deal with. And he didn't know how to deal, I think 62 or so to deal with. He didn't know how to deal with them. What he decided to do was to call the presiding officers. So again, it goes to highlight how important these presiding officers are in our electoral system. And I've spent time talking about them because I want us to start appreciating their work. If you look at the election itself, a Jumano were presiding officers, and more assistants, but teaching presiding officer. Because ono na oye ono nye declaration, but ono oye announcement at the polling station. But announcement no cause problem no. But the entering of the figures on that pink sheet. Yedi ni nyina eba collation center ni abe kan bom no. E ho na cause confusion. Nti collation center ni po no anka ne papemu a there shouldn't be any confusion because modi figure ba we so di figure ni akan bom. But the figure never, the buy and yes, a pink sheet na yes no. Asime CDN and CDN difference. And this is what causes the problem. So elected these MPs, we thank God. One a lot of confusion happening at that place. Kudos. Those that are in court. We are waiting to see. And today, like this, a lot of things have happened at the courts, Koforidua, Accra, and all that. We'll wait and see how it goes. What is important for me, number one, the lessons we should draw from the elections. And a woman said we went on a break, so there were a lot of things we didn't pick up. But I think that we can still learn from it. One thing I did not appreciate is the position taken by some political parties. Asking their supporters to move to coalition centers. You know, it was one of the problems that even started on the day that counting happened. If you remember, Sandra Nkuma is one of our reporters who was at, I don't know whether Kukumlimni, when she was screaming small on the TV because of the same thing. Now, yes, people are allowed to go to the coalition center to observe, but this time, it was different. And I think that is something we also need to learn. Moving forward, what can we do? If people want to come and observe, is it that our security must, design, if you go to the inaugural ceremony today, how they have put the place in shape so that will be maybe we should start thinking about that. Maybe the EC must start thinking about how to even protect electoral officers because I got to even realize that these presiding officers, one obeko polling station akoshwe baby a obetna as in you go and survey. No akoshwe amenya apata bi wa enyu bi wa. It's like once I aji we atum so na be presiding officer and that work has been left in your hands. The presiding officers have to wake up as early as 3-4 a.m. so mo kwakoje election materials e di aba baby e be to aban. As ye jadiena ma presiding officers no. So these are lessons I've picked from this year's election. I think that moving forward, we have to talk about some of these reforms. The national, they don't do much. DS is to sit down, we send the results to them. But the grassroots, there are a lot of issues there that we have to deal with. Really.
But I think the Electoral Commission with the chairperson, Yemami Jadmensa, Ejumano Waye. Na ono ko antimi nye nyina ya na mpempi no Kankan ye papa mampani akufo ado apenso ya na nsem ko Ghana fo ba ko mbeka na semu ekoso e we die mu ya na yenke bi ma Ghana fo de na binom ka de twitwa ne ho ne se mampani na ni ntimi nuru ba bia enye bibia no behunu aye ye kwamna sa ka ye ba beto aba no abato akomesa obaye obeka nsem obekire se de omaye nhyehyeye asi afa akwan hodo abefa so ballot papers ne ballot boxes ne yeka ka ho nyina betimi adru constituencies ahodo na adru polling stations no ama wo matimi ato aba no enti abato komesa de wo no na adwen mu no enema nketenkete bi e course betwetwa abato na na mu no wansu se ba na sai sanse de na wo senka wo de toto akwan mu no wo ye bia waye nanso kwamna de ba ko Ghana ha yete no ye problem pa ye se nipa own responsibility Odia to say, many a dear Juma na be an Asia Shanasa, it may shame aye. About to comments I national. Uba constituency be a your penny power no answer a gina about to comments a name. I was our constituency no. Uba region for the same crime and some way away say ya. Your penny pa. Jinamuma Electoral Commission or the Greater Accra region.
Right. Even up to the district level.
Even up to the district level. South one is son and a year woman you must say. One ever shall say a polling center A, polling center B, polling center 1 clause A, clause B, no home cahono. A near my person, a near my costpabna, a near may be a course soa. A baby child, but one and name one. Ah, man, ye may be a shadow cosset a penono. A binum a juma, woman share annually. And so warm war honor warm edge of whisker every amay and and it's in a Ghana says Subana way and nipebinum one at the end was so shan what yemen no sooner jemu near Papa and Bibias and Aqua be your honor and none necessary and then our constituency beside the no can warm up banyan to mean kind way Aqua ye be your honor but generally the men so and I mean said I fear twem wa ba ye to ye no de bia mampani aba no ne kase mu pa no eye brewo ensuonyu ice water gu ho ankasa ye hwe se de era ba omia wono atena se hwe se de na kromu aye no wo pa so hwie nti odi America ba be bo so se wagye atum se wadi nkuguo wo ma yera mampani Mahama asese wo ba bebe wo ma ne tiri nkwa e ma bibia dwo bre wo kra wo mampani edi bre ne side ho no afi na kwa ka parliamentary no enti afi ade ba kwa be ha abato no ma yeti dede hwi ka ne mente me ho ase wo krom ne kase pa parliamentary so senya parliamentary elections no anka afi abato ne pa de anka eda bo ko na meti.
There's another school of thoughts that his probable early conceding gave room for some of these unnecessary things happening at the parliamentary level.
Heard that.
This is the argument they are making. They are saying that the NDC took advantage of that and started pushing that. Then they have won at most places because the presidential candidate has come to admit. So you two, why don't you leave it?
There's another school of thought that also thinks that okay, if we've lost the presidential, any wild war, but like
you get it. But for me, I mean, his gesture, great. It was it's been applauded, and everywhere it's still coming through. It's been applauded. Why, and of course there was tension. So.
Afia nkasano se wo hwe se de mampani abato no ekọ kese pa de ma NDC amanyoko na chese Ghana ha ni nipa dodo na enyina so anaso mani da so bi no akọ akoduru eye NDC amanyoko ntino e ma dodo na atoma wom but ebinom so se the school of thought ya mumu the school of you people and the school of thought no so kro no aso bi kire say ebinum so tena se hwepefe hu se de e wo krom se NDC fo afa ne dodo no ene se ha kra NDC nya ya ne yenye ne ho fe ne de se de wo krom si afa ne de ne ba bia ya
exactly
ene nti no e bia na yampa e bi nso ana enyampa se ba bi wo ha NDC anhye da enya so no ene den na chese binum de ejina mu ya yi e binum kra ka se MP bia yi you know what free the constituency what we ni ati ase and so papa free the constituency no akwa koduru ha No, the pressure, sit presiding one.
You see,
never pay any mommy, so almost
but it's interesting, And then there was I've been following the whole coalition, recoalition, and all of that. We'll come to the fact that some of the things were not supposed to happen because it's not part of the elections are won at the polling station. But this time around, we've seen a lot of things happening. But what amazed me is the fact that we will have NDC NDC supporters coming in with a different pink sheets, and then we have NPP also coming with something different. And I'm wondering, so where are these ones from? And who is saying the truth? Who has the right pink sheet? And we couldn't tell. Now, there are people who think, okay, if we can't tell where these pink sheets are from, then why don't we re-vote? Let's just go back and vote. Forgetting that, of course, it's going to be money again, the taxpayers' money and all of that. But Kwabena, since you are doing a documentary on this, maybe let's clear that from the minds of viewers. Why we should rather take it to court and solve it there rather than coming down and then voting all over again, having by-elections all over again?
Well, for me, I think that before you want to explore the option of a rerun, you have to explore all other options. I think that is fair. The reason is time was not on anybody's side. Because you are hoping that at least by tonight you would have had your MP.
It's almost a month.
Exactly. You would have had your MP sworn in so that you two will be well represented.
Yeah.
So it's obviously an option that we were considering. But beyond that, you need to go into the issues. Some of the issues, like I said, some, as I have seen, were mistakes, genuine mistakes from the presiding officers. Sometimes writing the figures and the words alone created confusion. Words, or the way I showed the figures, genuine, mistakes there. Others too, you had unfortunately, because of the supporters who, went to most of these coalition centers, destroying property, and so the EC itself lost its original pink sheets, because that's actually what the EC is supposed to use to do all the tabulations. The parties are just supposed to confirm, say, but really it's that of the EC. But the EC this year was challenged because a number of these polling stations, the EC did not have the pink sheets. So the EC was forced to rely on the two parties because under normal circumstances, near EC no one. That is what Nana should have. That is what Eto would have.
Unfortunately.
In some places like Ablekuma North, for instance, the NPP in that same circumstances where the EC had most of their pink sheet destroyed, also had a lot of theirs also destroyed. So they had to rely on either scanned copies or the ones they had. They had soft copies. And
some people said, of course, they won't accept the scanned copies. Because
then now people try to become legalistic. And I can say, scan copy, whether it is soft copy or hard copy, it's still the pink sheet now. That's another argument.
AI generation.
Exactly. So those were some of the concerns. Hey, I won't saw the soft copy, but man say the computer it with the assistance figures.
Which is a valid point.
At a point, we heard the NDC also said, they had all their pink sheet. At a point, they said, these ones that we don't have, but yours too will not accept because it's stamped copy. So, so sometimes I really sympathize with Jen Mensah, the EC chairperson. I could tell how frustrated they were with Domi Kwabena. And Brana, one more explanation. Say, at until the idea of, okay, let's call the presiding officer. Or no by because they didn't even understand how she had that training pink sheet until Onuchire said, "Tokwa no be Johnny for the life." In Tokodu be no see Charlie results say the paper be or shape paper no or integuso. And well, the EC did not admit that, but the EC went further to say even beyond the pink sheets, parties they do their own tally on ordinary sheets. So Oshemu Panka. Election is so clean and fair because one party way to abano already 2 million mark you. Also to all marking at least you know how many are obiato. Now for ye kind of honor you could be a kind say 1, 2, 3. They are supposed to even paste one of the the pink sheet at the police center. In two person who cry, all you have to do is to go to all the police centers, take pictures of all the pink sheets we have in Ghana, and you also get the results.
And it's simply to say, Ebimu or had been born into no name said there's no one baby and no wash daddy gidi naba. Then in the midst of
you have to prove it because we cannot prove it and be but really that's it because we electoral system now. In fact, it was a bro. But that is why if you check the post I put on Facebook, I was like, there's so much suspicion in the system. You're suspecting a Mahama. Obi who so be the people be ama we and every crowd the sick be or the man is a massa me kota insu breme but or be suspected. You get it?
Ye come my yanka dwemu a obi enu ye nyi wo bia ani wo ho no. But atona pabna with Ghana claiming to be the beacon of democracy in Africa, and of course, bragging rights are yekita. Ya boy your home democracy no. Yetumi amana yede etimi akwani. Baby o my Ghana aba bedru e wa batu mu no. Since 1992 e de besime over 30 years, nearing almost 35 years. We ade bia I think say ensesenka yehu. E was senka sesebre you know anka yenyi atraso apa ho. Say yakwa akoto aba na constituency krokro wa baako yentime nkan aba ni pem sese. Ya sorry a yesi yesua America nom America for to aba nsa ne Ghana ye ba beto. Ye do ma ba to nhihye bebrebe na ye mfato ho ye susu dua ne nhweso de ma ye ho so America for akwakoto na ye se de ne Ghana ye hwe wo mo de na wo mo to awie na resource ne ye clear na da ho pefe no ye baako. Enti no well ye boy a homodin oman no asundue no ye da so kitam na nso akakakra enya kakra kwa na ka bebrempo a wo se esua ka ho na yetime kwani mu kra chen babia ya baba bedure san se bremu pa so oman Ghana te he na ye beto abawie na ye ntime mfa no krede ni pefe ye entime nka bato ni sunsanso pa enkyere temamfo a wo mo sa bato mpasua no so mo bia komanto ne yam emo bia anyi abato no ntumu a na enhyeda enkoyie sa kwabna nim se aba no se mu da ho mi ankasa metime hu no se etonam enya 35 kwabna manten so anya kwabna no ase bas na gasa honorable wa na me hwa pa se mi nua kwabna so de kwabna de mfa se so hye ho sa na se etonam hu se wono wanya sei kwabna so hu so wono so anya sei ya de enti ne yente ye ho ase de party ne yente ye ho ase ebi ene yeraba umia ene yera Mahama yera ba umia nkasa hye figure na ebeto abonten no wo hye percentage a da ho no mu a adenti na onyentu oti asem senka kokoye se omumienu di clash percentage ne ye won hunu baby a woda ye nkenkan bi nwe enya bi ankobaji atu nanso wono ankasa hwe se de da ho na wo se da bi Ghana fu akasa dodo na ase min sorry so min yamu mfama yera Mahama mu ono nsomra wati ase eno na match se bibia dwo ya bepem ne nkrofo de mampani abai de eye brew se de mu da ho pefe manti ase ye adwuma no enti ye de ye sre pa bepem we ne pa free 1992 pa de bepem we ne de ankasan sensem ye koso Ghana ya broso enti ye koya ni mu no enche 4 years e bepa kwabna enche nye na nansian election 2020 ye kwabna we to so kai na se ya ye ho den de wo asanso ayede ababio abesanso ababio enti ye kwa ni mu ni nyina na ye sua eniema bi na afen so the Electoral Commission say technology will have more advanced infidie bi ni ade will have more advanced that eno ba boa ma bato ne kan no atimi abano de ye beto ne kan na ye problem no ne kan na timi agina yi a abato komesa ema Ghana enti ase aban fofora wo ba ehu sika se mo ma enti ase na ye ntimi nkoso a ma abato no nya so jojo license ye beto awie na ye de bia kogu school dan nu ye se school dan ne kura se nkrofo akotwa jatumo na kwa ni nyina atwam sani ma bi se pa de atwam e de ama Ghana wabato ho pa
I'm sure we'll come back and the whole of the night is there. We'll be looking at some of these things. But just to let our viewers appreciate, say, I didn't say the live coverage and every everyone are doing guests nibi so they have a better understanding of some of these issues in Parliament and also in our general politics, and so we'll be hosting them very soon. Here we'll have them interact a bit and then come back ourselves to do our own thing, take you to Parliament and all that. But earlier today, I was at the Independence Square or the Black Star Square.
Yes.
Yeah, and just for our viewers to appreciate the kind of arrangements that have been put in place for tomorrow's event. We did an interview with one of the organizers and a bit of what we saw there. So we want to let viewers appreciate what is happening at the Independence Square, the Black Star Square. This was recorded at about 6:20, thereabout, so a couple, maybe like an hour or two ago. Let's go and watch that video. When we come back, hopefully we'll wrap up and then engage our guest for a while as we prepare for the dissolution of the 8th Parliament and also the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. And I really at a point, because the Church of Pentecost, they are fasting and prayers, and I was now prepare. Na etone akusia no mutimu a oshana fa no musantimu. But let's go watch this video. We'll be back. So check by my time, it's about 23 minutes past 6 p.m. I am at the Independence Square, or where we call the Black Star Square. Now, preparation is seriously ongoing here. Almost everything is set, and I tell you, you look around and there's some level of excellence in what is happening here. The decor, the arrangement, the security here and there. My cameraman will just pan around for you to see the arrangement, and this is what is happening here. Almost everything is set. I can hear checking of sound check 1, 2, 3. The media has been given its place to set up and chairs arranged, air conditioners put here to make everything good and great. And I tell you, this is another special occasion and another special and beautiful occasion to happen tomorrow. But let me help you understand a bit that if you come to the Independence Square, walking through it, we saw a lot of people selling paraphernalia, of course, of the NDC and also the national flag around the stadium area. And you could see a lot of people doing that. But you come to the grounds itself and the place has really been put in order. I have witnessed a number of these inaugurations, but I can tell you that this one, the arrangement, the deco, the setup is of a class. Tomorrow, by morning, we are expecting that His Excellency President-elect John Dramani Mahama and his Vice President will be sworn into office. We're expecting that tomorrow we'll have about 21 heads of states, we are told, coming to this particular ground. They'll be seated here. And so there's quite a number of security arrangements made here. We have been told by the national security, for instance, that there will be no drones allowed to fly because of security arrangements. We are told about 4 or so vice presidents will also be here. We'll have some number of other officials from government, from outside even Africa, attending. And this is how special the occasion is. Remember that whatever setup you see here is like an extension of Parliament. Because really what will happen here tomorrow was supposed to have happened in Parliament. But per the circumstances and the space, that is why it has been moved to the Independence Square. So tonight at midnight, we will see MPs elect from these 276 constituencies. Obviously, we know that some of them, like Ablekuma North, will not be sworn in because their issue has not been settled yet. A couple of others, we've seen the EC declaring, but for Ablekuma North, we can say for sure that the MPs there or the MP will not be sworn in tonight. But tonight, we will see all these MPs being sworn in Parliament. We'll have the election of its speaker, and the president and vice are supposed to be sworn in Parliament. But like I said, per the circumstances, the occasion, and all that, so they moved to this place. And again, I tell you, you go, you see the stage, you see the media, the camera set up, you see the barricades put around, and it tells you, it looks like everything is ready and set. So we are here just to bring you a couple of the pictures for you to know that at least tomorrow morning we will be here live to continue with the pictures. But you come around, and if you're a businessman who wants to make some money, you can come here and do some sales, and you'll be very happy to sell a few things like the paraphernalia and the rest. Again, the media houses, everybody is well represented, and of course, Pen Media Center, Pen TV, we have also positioned ourselves to be able to bring you live coverage tomorrow. I'll be here with my colleagues as well tomorrow just to continue the conversation. But for now, keep enjoying what we are bringing to you in the studios. We'll still go live to the Parliament House and also bring you a number of footages from there, especially how the whole swearing ceremony of the MPs elect will be, and of course, the election of the speaker. So check by my time.
For prayers, we don't know what would have happened. The secret about prayer is that you break yokes without knowing that you are breaking yokes. You lift burdens without knowing that you are lifting burdens. God is using prayer that we are praying to do so much for the kingdom and for the Church of Pentecost.
The Church of Pentecost General Headquarters presents 14 days of global fasting and prayer. It's happening from the 6th to the 19th of January 2025 at all local assemblies worldwide. The theme, empowered by the Spirit for the unleashing agenda. Remember, it is 14 days of global fasting and prayers. Be ready and be part.
But for prayers, we don't know.
What is happening at the Independence Square or the Black Star Square, and I was sharing with you, ladies, that there appeared to be a lot of work going on. If you watched the pictures, you would appreciate what happened in 2021. There's a lot of improvement. If I were told that about 21 heads of states are attending this particular event, about 4 vice presidents, a number of other government officials. Security arrangement very tight. We've already heard the national security saying that there will be permission is not granted for any flying of drones, so you cannot fly drones tomorrow, and it's for security reasons. If you go there itself, for instance, the inner perimeter like this, unlike 2021, where a lot of media men were in the inner perimeter. This time it's been really restricted. All of us have been given a different place to do our live programs, and just the cameraman has given access to the inner perimeter, so that we'll have less time. So that's just it. We did it somewhere around 6 p.m. so it's difficult to see the pictures very well, but if you get an aerial view of the Independence Square now, you will appreciate that a lot of work has been put into tomorrow's program. We need to understand that usually this would have happened in Parliament, but because of the peculiar nature of it, so it's just going to be a sitting of Parliament, only that has been extended to the Independence Square, so that we can all, like some of us, can get to go and sit there and watch some. That's why it's been sent there. But it's beautiful to go and see the kind of arrangement being put in place. And I think that the joint organizing team has done very well. But that's where we are in terms of it. I saw something there, as usual. It's typical of every major event. People coming to cash in by selling party paraphernalia, Ghana flags. The whole place has been beautified. If you look at the stadium area, for instance, I saw a chololi. Do you know what is chololi?
Yes.
What's that?
Chololi, achieve.
What's achieve?
Mama always say,
Nana, do you know what is chololi?
Car that has been made with wood.
Yes. Those days, you know, the
tie in case exhibition sienna.
No, the real car, so a car.
Arrow glass as
Arrow glass.
Bonsheka. Obaku si ho, my painting the kama.
Enua car
chololi.
Kwabnanti arrow glass mo de hati chololi.
Oka chololi oka.
Chololi be kan cry. Me see ediaka.
That was maka ewe ama ono.
Chololi. There's one there and it's nice. And no Ukraine almost see ho. Kaya ho nyina kama, which is typical of every national event.
Of course.
But this year it appears that you see ade free ni see 2021. So the bear pictures in terms of camera pictures the bear faint, you know. Baby a young for boa bebre, no, ya separate say the screens see why one more stands. But ya stands no ukot na ho a unhu ne cost because the amount to but this time or my giant screens one more better stance
In fact, earlier today the organizers mentioned that you do not need to necessarily be there to even enjoy the program. Right? Definitely
different.
But when you come,
but when
you come, they've made sure that if you are there, let me talk about the decor. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about Ghana. So I like the choice of colors. The red, the yellow, the green. Oh, what will be our person on the it's good that the colors of the nation are speaking loudly, and they're even indicating where the members of parliament will be sitting and where, of course, the president will be sitting and all of that. So it's so beautiful. Tomorrow, of course, we'll be bringing you live coverage. We've promised you, and we're definitely going to deliver on that. So these are pictures. So this is the night view we are giving you, and then tomorrow we'll be giving you the morning view. Like Kwabena said, we'll have, of course, typical of Ghanaians, once there are people gathering, people are going to be buying. So we have that too on the stand. And it's good to know that security is also tight. And a lot of nations are watching us tomorrow. So please, if you are going there tomorrow, make sure you are going and then you're going to behave yourself. Of course, camera befa.
Dress Ghana colors.
Nana, Michelle said the red, gold, green. Mama say, I was a red, gold, green, not on the water stadium. Michelle said that Ghana colors need dear him. Ne dear den cheche. Ne fine we are kono. Bakabana, Sawupel. Sagana form pe watchna a hedge on the end of
selling stuff like that over there.
A hedge on a beba pa. Bamesha, I am expecting an overflow tomorrow. Me who say nipa ebebo apeso ewo Independence Square ho pankan pa ni enuanu binumu a Womo adwan NDC amanyokun. I am
definitely that's why I'm happy say
rallies ahodo na NDC for ye edoma na di akire omuwini ye edoma ebo se Ghana ha may expect to say there will be an overflow. Per said
I am happy. I'm happy say overflow no e bakra baby a guess no betna inner perimeter near honor they won't be able to between baby a any stance ne which on o ma ye barricade
Independence kwa kunwa no ankasa
o ma san ye barricade bi dia ma won right side kra
me manko hobi una wunya akwanya etime ko hobi pe accreditation a wo de ma ye na bisa free media for no te ye so
ye cry de ye require mat so
kra ba ye ba beto aba ne de o ma ye nyina access but we know the kwani achemi amabini yemabi wunya akwanya time koye barricade kona woka no sa dia police for the sisi kwam totototo stop bibia na barricade no
no wo but we am chire de ya sheda ye nte se ye kwan na mo sheda ye dade net no mo de ache kwan no mu mi nti untimi wuri kra ya ye ne tintin na ache ground so na nkasa asase no any stance nim into Obana obeko popular stand obefa ni say no akwa mahakra na wa
it's say Kwabena krom ha na yet yen say
de na amanfo push we ntimi
me say wo hwe said ye radjon drama ni Mahama ne fans wo krom na obi abudo amano a manabro so watch na ohuru na so ntu America nkoye na tu
anyway
Ghana for support there ya na ye massive it is security wise na niam agu akwan mu saade a ye da se pa but ochina so security agencies enu said o madwumate o monyere o ho pa ma security nso ntimi enkwani say nipa de e baba person pa.
All right, so we have one guest joining us in the studio, and we are going to ask him to comment on it, but let me quickly introduce him. Meanwhile, two of our guests will also join us on Zoom. We'll have Benjamin Ayer of Parliamentary Network Africa joining us, and our own Jerry as well. At appropriate time, I will introduce them as well. They will be joining us via Zoom, and we'll be really discussing the 8th Parliament and the dissolution that will be happening soon. Probably even look at the 9th Parliament, the prospects and all that. But joining us in the studio now is okay, so he is the NPP parliamentary candidate for Fijai Kwabre South constituency in January. Exactly. Aspiring MPP parliamentary candidate for a Fijai. Fijai Kwabre South constituency. I'm not going to be saying
No, you claimed it when you were saying it to Lolly.
Also,
you keep doing that.
Anyway.
No. Let me settle it.
Anyway, so he is George Sapon. Now, he's a member of the church as well. Part of the politicians,
the political chamber. God being so good, so I belong to two of the most powerful PIWCs in the country. My first home is PIWC Swami, and then my second home is the City on the Hill, PIWC Atomic.
Odoko is coming for you.
The blessings of God in the Minya from left, right, center.
Odoko PI for sure.
Mrs. Apple, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
Quickly, we've been talking about the inaugural ceremony that is happening. We're looking at some of the. We'll be talking about a lot of things, though. But just your quick reaction to the preparation. I don't know if you've had the benefit.
No, I
think he passed there.
I passed there in the morning and in the afternoon. And,
great.
I think by 10, the police had already started blocking some major routes leading to the center, the Black Star Square. And I would say a big congratulations to the team managing security, especially Lieutenant Bevulolate retired, Tobiko Ache, and all the other members of the interim team managing national security of the country. I think they've done quite a good job. And when you have a lot of people coming in, all these dignitaries from across the continent, presidents, vice presidents, and even in our own fold, ministers, members of parliament, members of the diplomatic community, chiefs, what have you, and men of God as well. It puts the country in a position where you have to showcase to the world what you can do in terms of crisis and in terms of peace. And you realize that when events like this are happening, it's also an avenue for certain extremist groups to also seek to attack certain countries seen as belonging to the countries that are doing well or are trailblazing when it comes to democracy. And so where we find ourselves, for instance, to our left, to our east, to our north, there are pockets of extremism and terrorism around us. So when things like this are happening, importantly, you would have to put in stringent measures to ensure that the security of the nation is intact. Should anything happen tomorrow at the Black Star Square, it is the country that goes down. So I think that the team has done so well, and the measures that they are putting in place in this modern era, just a single drone can do so much damage.
Right.
I agree with them totally with the restrictions on air traffic and movement. I agree with it totally. And even as we sit here today, there are lots of things that our national security setup had to institute to keep the country safe. Talk of Operation Kodangu, Conquest Phase, among other things, on our northern frontiers, on our eastern frontiers, to ensure that people who are of extremist background do not just infiltrate our system to cause chaos in the country. It's one thing as being peaceful as a people. Ghanaians are naturally peace-loving. And it's another thing having people intrude to destabilize the peace that you have. So I think that our national security setup has done so well. That the interim national security setup taking over to have shown that they can equally do the work. And for that, I'm proud of it as a Ghanaian. As for Lieutenant Colonel Bevulolate, his records in the army, he's handled this position before, so I don't think that what he's been able to do so far that everybody's talking about is surprising. For me, I think that he could even do more. So, and if you look at the decor, everything, I think it's commendable. And the fact that the national colours are being projected, it tells you that this is the time for us to tell ourselves that we are Ghanaians first. We should pray for our country to do well. And for us as Christians, it is the more reason why we exist, to ensure that the country prospers, it affects its citizens, and then the gospel can also travel. Because, remember COVID, when there was a lockdown, who was going to move around to go and preach? The gospel cannot travel if the country is not doing well. No. The gospel cannot travel if there is chaos. So we also need the country to be stabilized so the word of God can move. And so I think that tomorrow has to be beautiful. We don't have any reason to see otherwise. And this parliament that we are going into, the 9th parliament, is very, very different from what we saw in the 8th parliament.
Of course.
The 8th parliament was pretty much started on an acrimonious note because of how close the numbers were. And you know, parliamentary democracy comes with a numbers game. We are practicing a constitutional supremacy. If you go to countries where they practice the parliamentary supremacy, their parliamentary elections are even more closely contested than what we have here, because whoever leads with the numbers would be the one who leads the country, where a prime minister is appointed and all of that. But in our instance, there's even the likelihood of one party winning parliamentary and another party winning presidential. It could have happened in 2020.
Yeah,
it can happen in 2028. Even though it's a situation that many do not foresee, it is a possibility under how our system is fashioned out. So, assuming Dr. Bawumia had won the election, then you would have had the NPP winning the presidential, and then you see significantly winning the poll. So, it's a whole different system. And I like the fact that even though there have been pockets of violence here and there, we have, as we have done over the years, restricted ourselves to using the rule of law to resolve all our concerns. And one of the beautiful things is that day in, day out, when something happens in the political space, it becomes an avenue for the whole country to learn something new in law.
Yeah.
You know, recently, when you tune into stations or, TV stations or radio, all you hear is mandamus.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about mandamus, and people are giving meanings to it that may not even be so in law. You know, if you look at Article 130 of our Constitution, when it comes to the determination or interpretation of things that are disputed, the final arbiter is the Supreme Court. The Constitution in Article 130 gives the Supreme Court that power, and it's called the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction. One of the other attributes that the Supreme Court has in line with that is that it exercises what we call the prerogative rights. So you have the certiorari, mandamus, co-warranto, habeas corpus. So if you go back to one of the most looked at cases of law for students studying law and even constitutional law generally, or students studying political science, is the Riakoto case. In that case, one of the things that the court emphasized was the habeas corpus principles. It literally says that if, let's say, in a disputed matter, a person who is supposedly held behind bars, the court can request for the person to be brought before it, so they can see that, okay, this is the person. Charge A, B, and C has been leveled against the person. And when you look at certiorari to a higher court, the Supreme Court, can review the decisions of lower courts that may not be in tandem with the proper procedure, or what we call as per incurium. That is a decision made in error. So, for example, if a decision is reached at a point where a certain critical fact was unavailable, when that fact is available and it changes the entire makeup of the case, a higher court can review the decision which was reached by a lower court when that was not available. So that is what certiorari has. Then the famous mandamus that we've been talking about, it basically is the right to insist on the specific performance of something. So how did the NDC go to the Supreme Court? Now, there was a case before the High Court. The MPs who had issues with the collation, recollation, and you recall that in some of the constituencies, there had been declaration which were not done with the total number of polling stations. So, for example, in yes, and then one other constituency as well, you realize that out of about 148 polling stations, the declaration had been done with 110. So then what the MPP person went to court to do was to call on the court to ask the EC
to complete it,
its own process. And one of the things you need to avert your mind to is that in law, every constitutional body is mandated by law to correct its own errors when it realizes so. So the EC did not even need the court to tell it to do what it has to do. You understand? The EC on its own should have done what it ought to do, should have completed that collation. But if, let's say, you are an interest party and you are sitting down waiting for the EC and the EC is not doing it, all you have to do is to go to court and impress upon the court to ask that constitutional body to exercise its constitutional mandate. And so that's why they went to court. Now, the interesting bit is that when they went to court, the persons also who are likely to be affected by the outcome of the decision of the court had wanted to join the case to also make a point. The court declined. And this is my thinking. The court may be thinking that, well, you have not directly brought anything to court, and whatever you have to say may not necessarily change what is before us. So, for example, me asking the EC to complete its process, whatever you have to say may not change that. But in law, sometimes the court may not necessarily have to do that because of what you call the principles of natural justice. There are two main principles of natural justice. That is the audio alteram partem principle, which means that in a disputed matter, you have to offer all the parties the chances to be heard.
Of course.
And in the locus classicus case of Auni versus Wayek, this was a case where one SHS student wrote the senior high school exam, and then Wayek alleged that there was some exam malpractice, did not give any fair hearing to the said student, and went ahead to cancel the results. Now, the student went to the High Court, Article 33, to exercise its own fundamental human rights to seek redress. What the High Court held was that Wayek's action was unconstitutional because they should have given the chance to the student to at least be heard, so that if you are being accused of something, you need to make your case. And it was the same thing that the Supreme Court held in the application the NDC sent to the Supreme Court. That, okay, go back to the High Court, but the Supreme Court is mandating the High Court to necessarily hear what the NDC has to say, and after that make its decision. And I think that the Supreme Court was spot on. The other side of the natural justice principle is that you, as an adjudicating body, you cannot be a judge in your own court. So, for example, let's say myself and Kwabena is my brother. We own shares in a certain company.
Yeah.
And Kwabena is a judge. And then a matter is brought before Kwabena. And then Kwabena is, although he's a judge, he's likely to be a material beneficiary dependent on the outcome of that matter. Kwabena is not qualified to adjudicate that matter because he would then be a judge in his own court. However, there's a caveat to that. Sometimes the constitution or a statute may mandate you to perform a certain responsibility. Now, when that happens, even in suspected conflict, unless of course that conflict may be too damaging to the outcome of the case brought before the court, whoever is involved will still have to look at those issues and perform it. So there's a classical case of Akufo-Addo versus Kwasi Aidan. In that case, it's the constitutional duty of the Chief Justice to empanel judges on our courts. And then the case was brought against the Chief Justice. And then the Chief Justice is the same person who would determine which judge sits on which case.
On the case, yeah.
And so Kwasi Aidan went to court to say that, no, this thing cannot happen. But then the court said that it is only one person who has been mandated by our constitution to decide who sits on panel. So this is a constitutional responsibility. So even though the person is a party to the case, we cannot alienate the constitutional rights to perform those duties. And
we're going to be doing a lot of discussion on this particular area because at least apart from the presidential, we have seen a lot of the parliamentary with this. And if not for anything at all, I have followed those of us who don't have the legal education will say the magic that has happened in the past 2 weeks. Because today we hear the High Court has done this. By the time we say it has gone to the Supreme Court says this. Then there will be press interviews. Then one party will say, "Oh, it still means the same thing. Don't worry. The next day you see what will happen." Then we are the DNA that kind of thing. So really, as we move along, we are going to be picking 1, 2, 3 of some of these key things that happened last hour to the dissolution of the last parliament, and one of them is the magic that has been happening. Fortunately, you've provided a bit of background, so I hope that our viewers will appreciate some of this magic. Legal education, some of this.
Well,
I say magic because a layman, that's what we say. Most of course, this is but you see, for those who understand the Constitution better, and for those with maybe the ordinary legal minds understand the law, but the ordinary person does not. The ordinary person will say. So the real issue is that those who appreciate the law are less, unfortunately. So it is our responsibility to try and. So I'm happy you have brought this up to educate us a bit.
But the good thing is that you don't necessarily need to be a lawyer to appreciate the law.
Oh yes,
I understand.
I understand. For that one, I understand.
Appreciation of the law is deep. But he's not a lawyer.
How many of the ordinary
Ghanaian, appreciate the law? You're not a lawyer.
How many of the ordinary Ghanaian can be in that position? I'm saying this because for the ordinary man, they say, and because of, again, the argument of the NDC party. Later, we'll look at those issues. The argument some of them were also making is that whether it is the EC's duty to complete and what, a returning officer or a certain declaration has been made. So, per the same law and constitution, and per the rules of the game, if a certain declaration has also been made, then you cannot come and compel that they should complete any work, but you have to go with the election petition and go and do all that. So for us, the ordinary Ghanaian, when we hear this argument, then we are confused. I think
the issue is the fact that there was a convolution of issues. So in terms of because we are coming
exactly.
So on the matter of the collation and recollation and what have you, I recall the EC issued a statement, and it said that some of its returning officers had communicated to the Electoral Commission, some in writing, that they had to protect their lives, and so at a point they had to do according to acts they were literally asked to do. Some of them literally said that they did some declarations under duress. Now,
but the NDC or lawyers have also argued that it's subjective, because when you say duress, what do you mean?
So you see,
so
duress
for
is
me,
not for you and I to determine duress. That's why the courts are there.
Exactly.
You understand?
But I'm saying that
the arguments are valid.
Exactly.
The arguments are valid. If you make a case of if I was an NDC lawyer and the MPP was making a case of duress, I won't sit and say, okay, you're making a case of duress, so I accept it. No. Now, all the political parties, they have an interest that they are pursuing. The MPP has a strategy to pursue its interest. The NDC has a strategy to pursue its interest. It is for which reason that our judicial system makes the court the final arbiter. So you make your case, he makes his case, the court sits back, assesses the facts, and based on what the court has come to, so there's even what you call judicial notice, when the fact is notoriously known. So ordinarily, the court only deals with what is brought before it. So if you don't take a matter before it, let's say if you go to court if someone has committed crimes against you, and the crimes were stealing, burglary, assault, battery, and you go to court with just the stealing, the court will not be inclined to do any other thing that you have not brought before the court. But when the fact is notoriously known in the jurisdiction of the court can take judicial notice. So all these things that are happening and the videos you are seeing on TV and all of that, if whoever went to court did not take, let's say, a video of somebody being assaulted or somebody being forced to make a declaration, and then the judge on the case has seen it because it is everywhere, it's on social media, it's on TV and all of that, the court can take judicial notice and include that in its assessment. Now, if I were on the other side, maybe the side where such an admission of those facts affect, I would obviously ask the court to decline admitting it. It is a responsibility of the court to decide whether or not it will admit it and which weight it will place on it. So for those issues, they are very interesting. But I think that for us, the media people, you have a bigger responsibility, because for the NDC they will make their case, the MPP they will make their case.
Exactly.
Now those cases that they will make are underpinned by their political interests that they seek to safeguard.
Exactly.
So you bear the responsibility of listening to the two sides,
and then
get to know what is what the law is saying, then make your because you have the benefit of editorial discretion, and so you can say, okay, we have listened to A, B, C, and D, and we think that on these matters, this is where it lies. Because when the NDC took the case to Supreme Court that they needed to make to be heard, anybody who has a fair idea of the principles of natural justice knew that the Supreme Court was going to do only one thing: ask the High Court to hear the NDC.
Of course, even some of the key NPP leaders, some of them were even disappointed that at that level the MPP lawyers didn't push for them to be heard.
It is not the duty of the MPP lawyer to push for his opponents.
But again, you should you an MPP lawyer should be interested in the other party to be heard.
I
understand where you are coming from. I don't want us to.
You want this phone? I want this phone.
This subject
you want this
discussion.
phone? You want this phone?
But,
I want this phone.
But let's.
How do I help you get to the phone when I also need the phone?
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. That's like you are saying. So that's our job.
Yes,
our job is for us. We can read between the lines of the MPP and NDC. Anywhere I sit, when the NDC man is talking, I know that he will, in as much as he will still say the truth, he will say it to suit his party. And the NPP man will also do the same. Yeah. So it is up to me.
There's a garnishing that will make the difference.
Exactly. So it's up to me to read between. But moving back, because all these things, again, have played a role in where we are now.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, for some constituencies like that of my sister, she still doesn't have an MP. But we are hoping that say I come for 7 polling stations. We'll find a solution. Don't worry. We'll find it. Only that Anaju on so we are in
they're going to miss this historic moment.
I'm sure. I am.
I think both Rabna Orbin and then Nanekyo also free year. Omaya Juma in the constituency. Is there a Senkabaku to me at a sound on a dimko in Nana Koma at Tonyem? Or share Rabna Orbin for a while? What contest ya now to me enya? It is so to me and can any budget. What share Mammy also free year? And tear queer you'll be now or your MP, our Blukuma North. For a period, and sana Honorable Kwamna Battles, ne buy no announce your politician, but it's a Battles buy, and NPP delegates too much Battles, na man, a queer also free year cotton fee. Delegates Croya on another 10, San Kobe Moko to a man, take a queer Sanya bar, or Baba Pediama, a year the NPP, a man, you're going to know, and take a fan for cotton and check a cry. What break a cry. For me, you know, I hope we be your hope. And I block my North constituency. Whether a Rabna or been every new, whether Nanekwe also free every new, Omina have been through it. They deserve a win.
For me, at this point, we need more women in Parliament. So I'm glad they are both back on call.
I think this year I've seen some women, and I drop them. I don't know the statistics.
I'm not waiting for your bar, but I told you I was your vice president.
Vice president.
That's my
but I think that importantly, we have to come to a situation where the general notion should be that where there are disputes, we should go through the proper processes to resolve them. You understand? So
yes, that one there. It's important.
These my sister's constituency and all of them. I believe that in no time. I think that the idea was to have all issues resolved before the close of 6th of January, so that the persons could be sworn in. But even beyond that, I mean, I think that in the next couple of days, couple of weeks, we could have those things resolved, and then they could be sworn in at the next time that Parliament is sitting.
Right.
I mean, this will not be the first time it is happening, though. So.
All right. Come now. So we are bringing you live pictures from the Parliament House. Of course, the MP elects are gathering very soon. They're going to be swearing in. We'll have the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, and so the MP elects are gathering, and so these are live pictures from the Parliament House. I know somebody cannot see your MP though, but if you can see your MP well, the MP elects are already gathering. They are sitting, just waiting patiently for the 8th Parliament to be dissolved, and then we'll have the swearing in, and then the 9th Parliament will be taken over as we get ready for tomorrow's swearing in of the president-elect.
Okay, talking about Parliament, so joining us on Zoom is the Senior Programs Manager for Parliamentary Network Africa, Benjamin Aye. Ben, good evening, if you can hear me.
Yes, good evening. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Right, yes, I can hear you too. And thank you for joining us. So let's quickly talk about Parliament. I know you have been working with Parliament and for parliaments in different countries, including Ghana. First of all, I don't know if you had time to listen to the last sitting, meaning the sitting that was just suspended a couple of hours ago. We heard from the majority leader, we heard from the minority leader. The speaker himself, in his address, he went through quite a long list of achievements, what we should expect in the 9th Parliament as well, among many others. Quickly, coming from you, what can you say from Parliamentary Network Africa when it comes to the 8th Parliament?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I would say, yes, I listened to the remarks and the last sitting from both speakers and, of course, the Speaker of Parliament. This Parliament started on a note that we are all aware. So the first, even on the day of election of the Speaker, we had this commotion in Parliament, this event in Parliament, unfortunately, which has, right from the beginning, painted the outlook of Parliament, which was quite unfortunate. Again, when you are talking about the 8th Parliament, you want to also look at the structure, which, of course, you've spoken about, your panelists. I think I've also spoken about the fact that we had a very unique parliament in the 8th Parliament, the hung Parliament, where we had both sides of the divide, both sides of MPP and NDC having same numbers with one independent candidate, of course, later on siding to work with the government and all of that, which gives us a very unique outlook of the 8th Parliament. In fact, when this structure, or when Ghanaians voted this way for their members of Parliament, what we in civil society thought or expected was a Parliament that would be one that would hold government to account, Parliament that would not do the usual business of running through contracts, running through laws, running through agreements and all of that. But of course, the decision as to how they performed their work is for all Ghanaians to decide and all of that. I have to also mention on the structure, the fact that this 8th Parliament gave us the most women in Parliament. We had 20 on each bench, 20 women from NPP, 20 from the NDC. I think this going into the 9th Parliament, which I know will come to, has decreased a bit from the 40 numbers that we had. So that is just for the gender perspective also. I think for a parliament, when you want to assess the performance of a parliament, usually you would want to look at, some would say the number of bills they've passed, but of course the question as to whether all bills passed in parliament are really the bills that we need. And of course, when it comes to passing the laws, which is one of their major functions as an institution, lawmaking, we all would attest to some of the laws that even citizens did not really support these laws or these bills as they were. But of course, Parliament went ahead to pass these bills, and so all of these things you need to put into perspective and see whether your representative did a good job on your behalf in Parliament or not. Again, you need to also look at Parliament in the sense of their work at both committee and also in plenary. And that is where I would also want to bring in the parliamentary service. And let me first say that, you know, the Speaker, being a long-serving member of Parliament, brought on board a lot of experience, even from civil society. And let me mention that the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, has done quite well engaging civil society. I mean, he has had a tenure that has opened doors for Parliament. I can mention a few of the initiatives that he implemented together with civil society when it comes to open Parliament. Right, this Parliament, for instance, has instituted the Citizens Bureau, which serves as that bridge or linkage between Parliament, parliamentarians, and the citizens. And so there is that dedicated unit in Parliament. Again, this Parliament, under the leadership of Speaker Bagbin, has also initiated the Open Parliament Day together with civil society, which allows citizens or the public to come into Parliament during a period to learn about what Parliament does, how Parliament, does whatever it does, and all of that in so many ways, and the history behind Parliament and all of that. So yes, these are some of the things that Parliament has done. But most importantly, like I said, is the oversight role that Parliament plays, which I would say most of these is done at the committee level. And so it's at the committee, which of course is considered as the engine room of Parliament, is where committees or committee members get to interrogate government policies and programs. They get to ask the questions on how much this is costing, why is this costing this, why are you doing this and not doing the other thing. And so this is where we experience the oversight of MPs over Parliament, and we can name a couple of the committees that we can say that have done quite well, considering for instance, the Public Accounts Committee, one of the institutions that, or one of the committees that, when it comes to oversight of our government institutions and all of that, does a very fantastic job. Let me say that what this Parliament, the character of this Parliament really have given us, let me say, mixed feelings. Let me put it that way, because as a Parliament that had membership at par, or membership from both sides equal and all of that, you would usually expect that the principle or the tenets of collaboration, the tenets of consensus building and all of that in the lawmaking process, in their oversight responsibilities and all of that is evident, right? But I'm not sure we saw that play out too much really in this Parliament. Of course, a lot of the time we see majority stand up in arms, canvassing for their side of the motion. The minority would also sometimes even walk out of Parliament, of the chamber and all of that. And so for me, I think this Parliament did some good. But of course, we expected more from this Parliament when it came to its oversight mandate, when it came to its lawmaking. I mean, for the lawmaking, it's usual that when it gets to the time to make laws, you will not see a lot of members in Parliament. You just see a few who are really interested in going through the lawmaking process when it comes to bill considerations and all of that. But in all, I think it's what it is for the citizens to have decided that this is really what they want their next parliament to look like. And so in the election, that is how they voted. Of course, no one assumes that when you are in parliament, your citizens or your constituents will not be watching and will not be seeing what you are doing. It is in addition to all the things you do at the constituency level that they based on to judge you, include, of course, including other considerations also. And so, for me, I would say we could have done, this parliament could have done a lot, but in all, we can say that they've done as much as they can, and we are hoping that moving into the 9th parliament, as we have the NDC majority, it will look better. I don't want to say that civil society look disappointed. In the members of this parliament, in mid of this parliament, civil society look disappointed because some of the approaches that the members were supposed to adopt or use in passing laws, in representing their constituents and all of that, we didn't really see that, but we can only applaud them for what they've done so far.
Right. Maybe let me just quickly ask this, and we can let you go. Let's look at the how different this new parliament will be in terms of the numbers. Now, we saw how hung this parliament is against what will be happening, and one will ask, are there any advantages the new parliament, that is the 9th parliament, would have as compared to this 8th one? And when we look at the advantages and the disadvantages in terms of the numbers, I'm talking about the majority numbers, almost that super majority we call it, and the minority numbers.
Yes, so this also presents, the 9th parliament also presents to us a unique parliament, I would say. The NDC would have, or just almost with a super majority. What it means is that in most cases, the NDC or the majority caucus would have, like they would say, would have their way, right? They would most likely have their way, whether it's lawmaking, whether it's passing resolutions, whether it's contracts, whether it's agreements, anything. They would have their way because they have the numbers. And so what the danger, however, is when the majority also do not exercise this power they have gotten in the best interest of the people, right? And so we can only hope that in exercising this power, this majority that they have, they will consider the public interest first. There's been always the argument of whether representatives or parliamentarians represent the interest of their parties, their constituents, or themselves. We can only hope that they do not disappoint us with the sheer numbers that they have, so that the interest of the public would be the center of the discussions, of every discussion they have, whether in plenary or committee sittings and all of that. And we are hoping that now that we which is most likely, I would say, that the Speaker of Parliament, Speaker Bagben, is most likely going to take the seat again in the 9th Parliament. We are hoping that with his experience, he will continue to steer the affairs of Parliament in a direction that opens up Parliament and in a direction that helps or endures to the benefit of democratic governance in Ghana.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Aya. I don't know if there are any possible situations you are looking at in this 9th Parliament that we can all be praying to God. In fact, the Church of Pentecost has started a 14 days fasting. We are praying for the nation. We are praying for ourselves and everybody. Well, give us a prayer topic for Ghana. Let us be praying for this Parliament.
Well, for me,
I like the way you are smiling. You're on Pen TV.
Yeah, so I can also pray. I can only also pray that the majority, Parliament is about consensus building.
Yeah,
it's about really collaborating, whether in government or in opposition. And for me, that really is the spirit that should be evident in the House, whether on the majority side or on the minority side. When the House lacks these principles, that is where you'd always see them as standing against each other, fighting against each other, and all the things that we see them do in Parliament and all of that, the unfortunate things. But we hope that we do not get them. So we can only pray that, the majority, the NDC, has seen what citizens can do to you if you think that you have power, and so you can exercise it any way you want, right? Without considering the interest of the citizens. And so I'm sure they have learned some lessons from what has happened in this election, and I'm sure they would also inform their policies and their behavior in Parliament.
All right, I'm going to let you go, but I'll still give you one more before you go. Now, listening to the majority leader lately, he's been making a certain statement, and I want us to examine, especially since you have been following Parliament. Now, he has kept hammering this point to the minority that very soon some of them will become redundant. In fact, he says that they will soon become the majority. The president will pick ministers from them, and a lot of them will become redundant. He said it today. The last time I watched Parliament proceedings, he kept hammering on that. Now, when you are in government, your party wins and you are in government, how do you, the MPs, become redundant? I'm asking this because, for me, being redundant does not help us. It doesn't help the nation. It doesn't help Parliament. So if you have the numbers and you are in government and you become redundant, how does the work of Parliament or being a minister or whatever makes you that redundant? Because we need to find it. If it's really so, we have to find a way of dealing with it, don't you think?
Yeah, so I think it's quite unfortunate for the use of redundancy in relation to parliaments and all of that. And for me, the work of an MP is cut out clearly. It's representation, it's lawmaking, it's oversight. And so it's not a matter of whether you get to be a minister or not, right? It's a matter of representing your people, your constituents in Parliament. And so you have to consider the work in plenary, at the committee level, and do as your people have mandated you or have voted for you to do. And so for me, it creates the impression as though everyone comes to Parliament expecting to be given a position, a ministerial position, and if you don't get it, then what becomes of your presence in there, or what becomes of your work in Parliament, which really I would say is quite unfortunate.
Is it not again because of how we have, again, like you are saying, made people and all of us understand that the work of the MP? For instance, a lot of the constituents are expecting these MPs who will be sworn in, for instance, to be attending outdoors, to when they come to them that we need school fees for our kids and all that, to be providing, to be, for instance, making sure that the roads are done, the public toilets are available. If there is light off in my area, for instance, it should be solved. If there is water problems, it should be solved. Is it not because that is how we have finally made the constituent understand that that is really the work of the MP, instead of making laws?
Yes, right. You are right to say that. That the general understanding of the mandate of the MP really is I would say is evolutionizing, because most citizens are becoming or understanding the role to be, well, supporting us with our welfare needs and all of that, which is quite unfortunate. We don't want to go into the broader conversation of what really is the mandate of the MP. But like I said, constitutionally, the MP's role is to make laws, to represent, and to ensure oversight. But of course, there is that, broader developmental role that some people would want to say, well, the MP can also engage in development projects in their constituencies and all of that. And that is why sometimes MPs, when they come to Parliament, are also looking for offices that would bring some benefits to them, because in the end, they have to take care of some of these needs of their constituents. And this is a broader conversation, really, because it starts right from campaigning, right? It starts right from campaigning. What are the promises that parliamentary candidates make to their constituents? And what are the laws, the political financing laws governing our campaigns? And so once they make these promises, once they make it look as if, I'll come and then I'll help you build this, I'll help you construct that, and they come into Parliament, then they are enjoined to provide those needs or ensure that those promises are met. And so one would be in Parliament and still be looking out for opportunities like ministerial opportunities, appointments, board appointments, and then when you need them to be in Parliament to discharge their mandates, then there will be nowhere to be found, right? Which contributes to the absenteeism in Parliament and all of that. So these are interrelated issues, and they are really broad issues that, as a country, of course, we need to continuously look at how we can drum home the actual mandate of the MP for citizens to understand. Of course, in the circumstance of increasing poverty and all of that, usually people would also always, even if they know, they would always want to also, enjoy the benefits that comes with people being elected into political offices and all of that. But I mean, that really is the case. That is not the mandate of MPs. Their mandate is to ensure that they represent the voice of their people in Parliament.
Benjamin Ayer, we are most grateful to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, my brother.
All right. So that was the senior programs manager at Parliamentary Network Africa. They have been working with Parliament a lot, so we can appreciate their stance on a lot of those issues. Anyway, let me come to you, George, again to the same question. First of all, maybe let me start from the last point, because you are an aspiring MP. What are the promises that you'll be making? I've always, again, I asked him that question because if you normally talk to the ordinary Ghanaian, our understanding of when you have become an MP, what you do is different from we see you to be making laws. I don't know if it's a mistake we are making, or as he says, the mandate of the MPs, it's changing gradually, or maybe we are having others added to what the Constitution says. So now we expect to see the MP attending weddings, funerals, paying bills, providing the roads, building the markets and the hospitals and all that. What do you say about that? Our understanding of the actual mandate of the Member of Parliament.
I think this issue is not just related to even MPs. So let's even bring it home. In the Church of Pentecost, when you are made an elder of the church, if somebody has a problem, who does the person
like
go to?
Nana, who will soon be
Dickness. I mean, some women's leader whatsoever. If anybody has any issue, they take
bring
it to you. And the thing is that because of the way our economy is set up, we have a very high dependency ratio. And so the moment you offer yourself up for leadership, in the minds of the people, you are the solution to every single problem that they may have. If somebody has headache, the MP is the solution. If somebody has challenges paying fees, the MP is a solution. We don't necessarily take our minds to, if we go to, let's say, the Westminster kind of politics, they take people strictly by their constitutional mandate. So, for example, if you go to Article 94 all the way through to Article 106, you realize that it will tell you about who qualifies to be a member of parliament, the kind of things that the constitution expects of such a person, their integrity levels whatsoever, the ties they should have to the place where they want to represent. Then it will go through the lawmaking process, how parliament works and what have you. But we are in a situation where we have people who are in parliament, and sometimes you listen to them speak on even regular laws or laws that have already been made that anybody can just go through and appreciate the basics. And you ask yourself, really, what is this person doing in parliament? Because not long ago,
4 years, we would be too bad.
Not long ago, I mean, I will take the person's name back, but one person who has been elected and is going to represent a group of people in parliament. This person comes on social media to make the argument that now the NDC has a whooping majority, a significant majority, so they are going to change the constitution to give President-elect John Mahama another term to run as president.
I mean, he doesn't understand the constitution.
This person obviously does not understand the constitution, because if he did, he would know that it is a very rigorous process. First and foremost, you would have to, for any entrenched provision of the constitution, you need 2/3 majority of parliament to say yes to it. Now, when they have said yes to it, that is the first threshold that you cross. After crossing that threshold, you now come back to the people. If you check Article 49, Clause 4, you realize that the Constitution is very, very express. It says that for all persons who are qualified to vote, at least 35% of them should vote in that referendum. So now our voting population is about 80 million. Now 35% of 80 million, that should be between 6 to 7.2 million in there somewhere, should vote in that election.
Even if we vote and the turnout is low,
when we have voted, if we don't cross that, if the turnout, then obviously we won't meet it. So the 35% of that voting population should vote in that election. When the 35% have voted, now another minimum 70% of the people that voted should vote yes before you can have that thing change. Mind you, even with the regional reorganization, the creation of the new regions, the 6 new regions that the MPP and the NDC collaborated to campaign to the people, some of the places, the highest that could be obtained was 61%. That is the MPP and the NDC campaigning together. Assuming you are even going to, and obviously if you say you want to extend the tenure of a certain president, the opposition obviously will not buy in. And so if the opposition even secures 35% or 36% of the people who are going to vote and get them to vote no, obviously that wouldn't fly. So I think it's one of the challenges that we have. Some of the persons going to parliament or some of the people in parliament don't appear to be interested in the rigorous parliamentary business. Because sometimes when parliamentary debate is happening, you look at the debate. Of course, a majority of the work of parliament happens at the committee level. But at the committee level, things are documented. Maybe what we can advocate for is to get to some of the things that the West do that is, for me, I think is admirable. In the West, even though there's a whip system, sometimes on critical decisions, people state the reason for which they are taking a certain vote. So, for example, if Kwabena is representing Ablikuma North, and then on, let's say, LGBTQ issues or on e-levy or on any other issue, Kwabena is voting in favor of that issue, Kwabena has to state that I am voting for this issue because of A, B, and C. And then your constituents can assess that decision. If they think that you represented them well in that decision, then they will give you another term. If they think that what you did was a failure, then they will vote you out. And beyond that, the role of the MP, even though it's not development driven, your ability to also lobby projects is critical. So, for example, our own, my good friend, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, you look at the Teshi Link Road, it was a road that has been dusty for close to 3 decades. He managed to get to lobby for it to be done. You understand? But in the same period that he managed to do one of the critical infrastructure in the constituency, he lost the election because, well, we are told in a grapevine that during COVID, some of the celebrations and all of that were banned because of the restrictions, and he was blamed for it because at the time he was considered to be part of the decision makers. And so politics is very, very local. The things that would make people take certain decision in a constituency A when people in constituency B hear it, they wonder, how did this happen? So that's the kind of thing. So sometimes those seeking the mandate are forced to do what the people expect them to do, not necessarily what they are supposed to do. So if you know that you go and build some, let's say, some water system, and the people will vote for you, but you know that it is not your mandate, but you need the people to vote for you, what do you do? So you are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. Either way, death is assured. So you choose the kind of death you want. So I think we need a general reorientation as a people, and then we necessarily have to come to the conclusion that some changes need to be made. We have to be amenable to some of the things that do not really augur well and help our democratic process. Because I think that parliamentary work should be for persons who are serious and interested in the business of lawmaking. If you go through Article 106, it's a very, very rigorous process. And bills are presented, it goes to the committee level, changes are made, it goes to Council of State, it comes back for first reading, second reading, President makes his inputs, Parliament makes inputs, civil society may be invited, other interested groups may be invited to also make their inputs. Finally, when all these things are done, the President assents to the bill. See, the RTI, for instance, at Act 989, has gone through series of processes before it was finally signed. You know, so it's pretty much an interesting area, and I think that we need to put our house in order, so to speak. You know, so that and if we are not careful with the monetization we've seen in politics over the period, we might even get to a point where people who get to be in parliament would be persons who have the financial wherewithal, not necessarily persons who are serious about the parliamentary work. So that's another challenge, and political party financing is also an entirely different topic that we may look at someday.
Nana and Eto, let me see what you think about it. But maybe you would also want to add, because I'll come back to you on that. This you will soon be redundant thing, because I have been looking at it with another eye. So, what Afenyo in the majority was trying to say is that the minority has been accusing, and I also saw a few, maybe redundant, not the right word to use, but what they were trying to say is that when your party is in government and some of you are appointed to become ministers, we no more see you often in parliament. The party in parliament suffers.
Let me give you
and that's what he's been hammering, that you NDC now you are in majority. But I keep asking myself,
he said that.
So, is that not harmful for our system of
So let me give you a classical example. You know, in the 8 parliaments where we had the hang parliament, 137 here, 137 here, an independent one, there was a time that the NPP went to there was this gentleman, Justice Abdullahi. He went to the Supreme Court. You know, there is this case, Justice Abdullahi versus AG, to ask the court if somebody sitting as speaker, who is not the speaker so appointed, but maybe the first deputy speaker or second deputy speaker, well, once you're in the seat, you are speaker. So when you are sitting as speaker, do you qualify to vote if you have a vote?
I remember that case.
The Supreme Court was called upon to once again exercise its original jurisdiction, Article 130. Now, this is what the Supreme Court said. Now, if you look at the provisions of Article 104 and Article 107 about on representation and voting for and on behalf of the people that you represent, the Supreme Court said that you cannot deny the people their representation. And in Parliament, your representation is through the vote. Whatever is being decided, if the Honorable Joe Wise is voting, he is voting for the people of Bekwai. And so the assumption is that the Bekwai people have met. They have told him that on this matter, we want you to go this direction, and he's going to do that for them. You understand? So the court said that you cannot deny somebody or the people their right to be heard. And so the Supreme Court necessarily struck out the standing orders of Parliament that were inconsistent with Articles 104 and 107 of the Constitution. Now, that comes back directly to what Honorable Afenyo is saying. Now, if the MPP had the majority had in 2016, the 169 members of Parliament, I don't think that whole Justice Abdullahi case would have even arisen, because then if there's let's say the first deputy speaker is sitting there will be no need for even him to even attempt to vote, because on any matter they would have had more than enough numbers to go through with it. You understand? And so what I think he was trying to, the honorable majority leader was trying to say, is that, well, constitutionally, the president-elect would have to get more than 50% of his ministers from parliament. Yeah. Now, when you're a minister of state, it is not just that, let's say you are minister for works and housing, or you are foreign affairs minister. You are representing the country at the international level. You are a cabinet minister. Those responsibilities do not permit you to be always present in parliament. Yeah. That would necessarily mean that the ruling party would be short of numbers. So you recall that there was even this situation where we saw on TV Honorable Kojokum, who was at the time believed to be not well, brought in an ambulance.
I remember that case too.
Brought in an ambulance to the presence of parliament because they needed the numbers. Yeah. And so I think that's the kind of argument he was trying to make, that, well, when it is a numbers game, you are in government, your president will make appointments. Some of you, majority of you here, will be out there. Will not be CEO of it, but well, we are in opposition. We don't have the critical government business to run. We will be here in the house. When the numbers game happen, we will play to our advantage. I think that's what he wanted to communicate. Maybe the choice of words, we may not agree with it, but sometimes really I believe that's what he was trying to communicate.
But I'm looking at the substance, whether this is not harmful for our parliamentary work. But let me pick the thoughts of my two colleagues first. I'm asking this because if minister be affect parliament then why don't we pick our
people have made that argument,
our ministers outside parliament, and let the parliamentarians focus on the work. Anyway, that's for another. But let me see, Nana, the two issues we picked. The first one, obviously, the hung parliament nature of the 8th parliament against the 9th one, and then maybe what we are just talking about in terms of the MPs, their roles. Meanwhile, in between, we'll be flipping and bringing you pictures from Parliament House. At a point, Macron was very soon. Into that, because we're ready to praise the Lord. Nana,
question you'll be Sammy. Yeah, that's it. Question you'll be Sammy. Not what I say, sir, will be a year old. And come and won't say, a master, some of my Cassana. Now, one more person, which I say. Sir will be a year Mrashebedwani. Yatu Abama or about to pursue with constituency beso. Now we are member of parliament. Na yesha we Juma wo ye. Na bia na mampani a wono so tesono. Wono so ayi say bra be minister. Fa say yera Mahama watchna ye swear in a MP say about 12 pa years so in yours old. Honorable so and so.
Constitution,
yes. I was so free parliament. Yes. Mesha honorable so and so. Said they were hockey catiano. Said they were near dentiano. Said they would see pedjuma fano. Now our sons will soon dear. Be our PhD, be our masters be in this particular field. Mesha be a bit me jumanunti bra. Minister of Communication rehearsal, Minister of Education rehearsal. Now send the pakrona so a member of parliament. Na minister Jumano emu odru na being a member of parliament nso Jumano nso mu odru na want me nya akwanya enye ni nyina mienu ne pepepe bia ye beko parliament ye kwa akosi gina ye bi enkomo bi na ekoso bia wasanka wode ni input bia na baabi enwoma sua asem bi ekoso nka education minister wo ho anko beka bi so education minister MP Yenim say we are MP at the Maso and so constituency. We are education minister and Kasa some better floor of parliament no. Oh honomo and Kaubenya bia then aka then so be the education ministry no and so do ko baby a wo kwa koye adwuma bi bia BBS assembly ba a health issue. We are minister of health so we are MP and I'm sorry into bia na health sector or problem bi wo baby a ye woko parliament wonu ni ho enankasa asem na ba ye watimi abua no e ba ne sa parliament ni hian the ministerial position nso so ehian na kwa akoye bibio ho kwabena mamenka wo I think somewhere getting to late June 2024 last year senior statesman a senior legal practitioner yewra Sam Okujeto stakeholders conference was a meeting bi aso no den sem bi tudwa enkomo a ye di ya efa ho bi na Ghana House so ye ni say yewra Sam Okujeto den sem bi tudwa na efa emra ho a na e kire se de wo kan onimpa na asem o kan ye ne say being a member of parliament, being involved in parliamentary and legal processes, no, the legislature processes, no, a serious business. Adam sayo sintino, a ya na mpempi, no, se parliament a jumano and so far, and any ministerial role and so no, so far. Sa wo sho obu wo ho no ma wontimi nkan yema mienu mom. Anye ne pepepe ema e honte. Se de tie bia no. Akwanya na se kwan kakra eda eye eho enti ya na mpempi na yade bia ha dwen ye pa na ye nyina nso so ye nim se mrahye bedwa ko kese no a wom etimuo no a enne ye kwa akoma mrahye bedwafo ahodo akwa akosua no eye adwuma bia eye perepere ye adwuma eye checks and balances enti ne your majority ne sans for minority enti no obi baya adwen no obi enya adwen enam sayos ntine se honorable ntimi anko parliament akwa ankosi gina ya ma ne constituency a ye ko kan sembi na so no so anu ntimi anuru bedwam amfa ama tememfo a wasa ampotem ana sempesua no so a ya na emu akwa ye kakra pa enti na asama mi bisa ne se pane so we minister no san so we MP wonan ba akusi ha ne ba akoso san so si ha sei wo kwa ne se ana so ba na ye kampo krampo se ye mfa ye ni mienu sei enhwe toam. What I say, young fear any me say and shut to him. And so Ghana yet no. The constitution constitution say so Obeti Ababe a minister of state just a senipan of Mrashibajum. And it's no Mrashibajum what's in any ashaya in ye. And as a ministerial rule and on walk washer, no washer and why in ye. And it's a idea be a commoner, a hard game papa, said your home some canon. SMP na we aye kan nyina no ewo emamranim constitution nim senti amede yera Sam Okujeto asem a ode to dwa say being a member of parliament and being a minister of state no it me kokoya ade bi e ha adwen ye ni say de na eye manika was an speech ode ko to dwa June 2024 ni mu ni say or say until article 78 clause 1 Article 78 clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, see yan sachra noa, na yan straighten up any the parliamentary processes and the ministerial duties or roles of the state of Ghana no ebebre. It's I say, and on a say Nippon free parliament and san why there, but me and say, be an aqua to hold crown. You have more ministerial role beer. You will be able to deliver. Oh. And so be a when you're a member of parliament, yent me the information and say, Mambrano. Well,
you bet me the amount. Only say exactly. Majority must come from parliament, but you can still be. You cannot still not.
In Omaya, majority of Nipa ministers also parliament. Not just parliamentarians, no so fakasi no. Any age of the ministerial duties. No. Why not na parliament? Also, parliamentary.
But there's a history to it. I think so.
We understand. Okay, you bet your history, but the point is, for me, my concern is, I don't see why your ministerial responsibilities must affect your MP roles. For me, if you accept to go and do the minister work, you must also be available always to do your parliamentary work, because that's really why we voted for you, and not because of the after the minister president in the who so bit me have one not say brother, but call they said Konako lobby my Konako Kasama near my
Mr. Ofori,
yeah,
right?
Mr.
Sapon, sorry. Topic here you raising. Na me dwan de bi ho. Could it be one of the leading factors among the MPP as an incumbent government in power no? One parliamentarians don't wanna elude in their constituencies. Be a sign say or your minister ntino. Ni referee no minister Juma na ye ne double so. Constituency no nya kwan ko Hong Kong ko pe wo mo enhwe. Esan say MPP no de course nyina kire say the constituents are not happy with the parliamentary choices.
I think so. Going to be an or inside information.
I think so. Reasons that will lead to the election day. No, possibilities. But in the same vein, so there are a lot of ministers almost maintaining your seat. So that argument has to be made with specific consideration on a particular constituency. In TM say, say be a far constituency be na ya fa susu dua bi asi ho na ya hwese aha den ne to sima nti ma e bia nipa kese wi oto form anawe because ye mfa ne say ye susu dua kro na na esi ho na nkofo minu a munyina ya asoafo baako edi nkunim na baako di nkugu a ye ntimi nka se susu dua ni nti no ene edi odi nkugu no eye se ne se nti a na susu dua kro na de ntimi mbumbo de o bonku sabi say abakro na ebe techi ne no na ebe boba but e ba manyosem dia baby anko ene ne de me kai maybe ye koye hwehwemu kakra wo constituencies bi ye ko constituency baako ye hwe kronum ene emabunu ni ade na e wo ho a ye tirimu die ne ye gidi se ye susuku dan e mo ni bi ansa no dwuma sem bi ni ade na de broni be kasa amenities e twetwe nkane an enyina ma ho den ni nsuo ni ade ba kromu ho fo se omo pe abefo agoprama football park any astroturf kra time won se den ka put ye twa so green grass ni so kra ye twa so kwasi ade duru a emrante ni be di agro na amanfo aba betena ho omo di agro ni ebo osi ye pon ayakwa akoda kromu fo se no mu hia
eno na be entertain wo
omo se no mu hia ba wo ti hoi no wahwe hu se o kari nkofo mo ho a emabu no dooso mu hia suku mu hia sa no yima mpate nyo mu na nyo no mo pe ntu betimi atena nkran ha na wo se o ko ha no ko ha mo bi nkoye MP ohun ana o ya aspirant e won nkran ha sei empoano constituency bi na on ka se o mo mu nyepoje mo na emum obeti akora bi school fees obewini ana obelusu enti saasem na o ka no efa bi no kre but efa bi o ho no ma entisa ade so okọ form na akọhwe ade kopotia ti boni be ka say all politics is local papa bi mi mboni di wankọ parliament bi ono ana so wankọ bi nti wan contest primaries no okọ ni electoral area baako no busa kromofo ni ade say den no mu hia obetimi ayamom no so mo pe public toilet ena obo modia no olobi na mo sie ena public toilet so no ko si a utia ho sika na we na man wo se omudi hu djuma na omuyi ne nyoma ne ade se na be ya omitimi akoso a use ade a omasa free papa kro na se office camera no se na we de se na mo ya da na me funu bonko a me twe nyoma ade a muhia ma ya mamo mo je hu sika ho braso wo se mo di sasika kro na iti sometimes the politicians are low hanging fruits say you vote here ntino sometimes they are abused bibia it mean the end because e brand so a here vote ntino but back to discussion on the ministers and parliament work no you know we a student of political science now pay politics kana you come across two people Evi Dicey who spoke a lot about rule of law and Baron de Montesquieu who spoke a lot about the separation of powers. Say, a year to me now, a debu o mano, yenchichemu krabata, atemuafo, and yomodie, Mrashebiafo, and yomodie. Na, omanpenine na soafo so, and yomodie, no bianye juma. So, that is like the pristine practice of the separation of powers, where the executive, the judiciary, the legislative are independent of each other. But obeshe, ye kind of system now, where we have come from our cool days, you cannot necessarily practice the pristine way of separation of powers where the legislative is independent of. And so, also your constitution now, year 1992 now, there are several portions of the constitution now. Say new to honor shima, ye the shemu the ball or mine hobine. So, for example, if military regime neighbor. So one of the things you see in the constitution is the indemnity clause. Obi ye omanpanyin na ofri ho na okwa amunumu ho na enomabu ho na ma amra wuntimi nye ye omra bi a ebo ne ho ban saa no mani nya di hyem se na be ya oman no ebetimi abo oman the sanctity of the state ho ban wo hwe article 88 na ko hwe the role of the attorney general so person de omanpanyi kokota and also person the state institution bi akokota you issue the action against the attorney general na ka ne se na yeti wona minister obekọ akoye na adwuma na ye de tabono to no so okọ enye yi oba enye yi there are things in so ye de buy to protect even parliamentarians say obi in the business of doing parliamentary business so onam kwan so ko ana so oba ana oye ne parliament adwuma no untimi fa bibi nkọchechire na ebesi ne kwan ema ne ntimi nye na adwuma e de sa no mane nyina buy se ne be ye beboa ama o man ni mpuntu no etimi akoso nti I agree with you was saying bia so maybe in our next constitutional review no we should push for more ministers to be appointed from outside parliament. Maybe we can do that. Sene be obi onipa no minister eno kwa na ejuma o ye oni parliamentary business bia now. But in another vein too, we have seen examples of people who are combining those roles perfectly.
And not to forget that the incoming president is saying he wants to work with the linear scale.
He's saying 60 a government of 60 ministers and deputy ministers, you know. So we've seen that before. In the last government, I can mention, let's even take the people who have handled the education sector. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, as education minister and as member of parliament for Malaysia South. Young Kasaya church member, Dr. Judicial, as education minister and as member of parliament for Bosomche Constituency. Yeah. I think those roles, they've performed so well. Someone like even the young ones who have been promoted in this government. We hear the likes of Honorable Eko Vincent, who is deputy minister for local government. We hear the likes of Collins Adumako Mensah, who is deputy minister for energy, how they are combining their work in the executive and their work in parliament. This is very impressive. So I think that that lapse is not always the case. Certain persons are able to combine it so well and they do so well. Only that ordinarily it appears challenging. Ordinarily, because in the work of parliament is huge. The work of a minister is huge. So maybe you bet me the home komo na ye ko ye nimi ya hwe kwan bia you bet me adane no mani bi na esisi so na aboa ye nyina sabio ye ko ye nimi ya mgidi sense sayen ne nsakra de eboa o man bia nti se ye hwe na bibi emwa ye ko hwe ye mra ko nim constitution no na bia ha ne hai emwa ye yensesa no yenye sei mgidi say. And I think that the comments by the senior lawyer Okujeto, I think it's well placed.
George, just hold on. I mean, these are live pictures you're seeing now. Yeah. Obi na friend came to me. Maybe I'm to me. Share who ni here.
From George.
Onwa.
Yeah.
Hey, and then Wafra came to.
I thought very
yeah, you yate. Enti almost started ba. Enti no enjoy as we discuss.
We have some George dressing ya won. Where or anybody near papa tia.
But Henry and pay for us in the case just ubi papa wina ye shebo akese na ye behwe ye be yesi anumari nyina ye that there we see or anybody and then the papa tia. And you know one of the things that usually happens is that senka election we can call runoff. And I say, the outstanding constituencies being runner. One of the key campaign messages of the NDC candidates would have been say, "Ye na ye president elect into Tumaya, ye bet me impuntu." You understand? So I mean, the kind of and I think it's one of the arguments that people have made that you know we don't. The kind of politics we practice in this country is a zero-sum game. It's not a positive-sum game. So the winner takes all.
Yeah.
You get to enjoy totally. While buying news is why you get to feel the heat of the scorching sun at Agbogloshi. So I think that we may have to find a fine balance between the two. It was based on that. There was this proposal of the election of MMDCs. Yeah. It is if the MMDCs are elected. whether or not party A is in power, party B, there are certain areas you know that. Yeah. So, for example, if MP is in power, now MMDCs are elected, okay, voter region, you are not going to find MPP, MMDCs there. Yeah, but the government will still have to work with them. Of course. And resources will be channeled there. Yeah, so that way, there would be that kind of a positive sound game there. People have made those arguments. So I think that those are matters that we can consider.
I said dressing this year to fashion. I said this dressing different from the normal parliament. But and then
swearing in. The eighth parliament. Time na issues ne ba ne ade a obi kotina obi na so ne ade. E ma me no am kotina ma kenta na show mo. So for man na pai. So
because enemy share picture na say Charlie dress.
So say you be put in a certain contest parliament was our day. Say MPs for our day. So everybody is in their best.
You know your fanta.
Habna Mr. Sapo etonam. I'm just wondering, say, you MPP for your MPs do na coffee into one baby.
Now, Master say,
time now 10:47 p.m. by now, according to your watch.
Parliament, Parliament,
do you know the mistake? Do you know the mistake you are making? You know the mistake. And Francois away and say 8 parliaments no. Enumerano na agenda bebre sisi jaso. Ofa baako 137. Ofa baako eso 137. Na independent baako bi amfifi. Afei ofa baako e de ne nominee for speaker eba. Upon to the 8th parliament. Na ye enko hu se minority group ni etime elect speaker da. Na ebi nsi enti na ye wonoma bebre e be koso sa na dwono entokwa kese pa na eda ho.
Mini game no.
Obia to watch. Yenya mo aben no.
But now that you mention, let's talk about the independent candidate. I think this time around there are 4. Yeah. And most of them haven't really told us where they will be.
Oh, some of them I know.
Some of them we know.
No, I think they are still lobbying.
They are still lobbying, but I know where.
No, so you see, it's not like
where they are.
At this point,
our
own A+. A+ say as a day.
Oh no, what conditions?
Or say as a MPP for A+ but join me A+ bra A+ bra. But on the was sha or hineba and any papa tia sintino.
No, who say
income majority caucus and car. Okay,
so that
also
so we share your marsh be just an asheno na obia no betin atena mfimfin. And so we share out now on the right or on the left. Either so only majority betna and now only minority betna. So we can 2009 some young chroma one continent mfimfin. You necessarily have to caucus with either the majority or the minority. Now say by convention say independent candidate be decided say only caucus ba ko betna caucus nimpo any who can so make us say enje one na ebeji one na bibi by convention. Once they choose the caucus they will sit with the caucus. At this point I think what will be happening is that if I say be a me and I'm a independent status and a majority for him minority for him I would make my demands. So for example say me kromu efijako abre south for free estimate mo ko bo ho kwa kotwema koduru ankase makwan e wo ho nyina me se ditum so be ya mame photocrat so ogitum dia me no betena what you say one jan tum dia ne ebia asemesin so se me ba bo ho miensa me so ebia bo ho no me de ko nkurase mienu miensa bia be bo me a me se ne masom. I think that is what the independent candidates, if they are minded by development, should be doing. And see, if the NDC needs them, then of course they should be able to make their demands and say, "Oh, President-elect, also we hear me and media, so because I independent, no or no or content crow, one for party be a shame and a coy, name call for Atanichi." At this point, independent candidate should be thinking about how to help the Crawford Monachi. Into a shana or Tanabunkum never buana, uncle Tanabunkum, or shana or Tananifa never buana, no Tananifa. But I mean, and community about it be brave, but they are numere efunu ani baby. I'm a Yahudi.
Aye, but at all, I'm Mr. Sapon. Not me dream a dear be home. The NPP as a party now, per the number party no, and they call parliament. And who here saw one bell lobby say 4 independent candidates need be joining the war. It's answer 4 no probably join no more. Now some call parliament. Now dear Fanny sir, oh dear 100 of NDC ministers, NDC parliamentarians number against the number you would have should the 4 join you. It is not going to be enough to maybe if there is a motion on the floor of parliament say yeah can't go na you can't go nya dear be a number no be kan ho. Is there a need to lobby for the independent candidates to join you?
I think there's a simple answer. As antifo baby omubu say, some for crap pedodo, not as a four.
Can the MPP provide anything in terms of because as I say,
a numbers game. So a numbers game. Now, Article 102 of the Constitution now. Quorum of Parliament. It tells you that 1/3 of Parliament forms quorum. Now, MPP other independent candidates in our become one. The thing about democracy is that the general notion is that the majority would have their way, the minority will have their seat. Majority no all numbers in the opel but minority no the kasa boade omobia and kanche obeka and that is the general notion around the parliamentary practice and the parliamentary democracy. So okoshe your parliament from 1996 now the MPP side DH Mensa and no leader. A lot of the time even though the NDC had the numbers, they made cogent arguments. They argued as such that it paved way for the election of J. Ekufuor in 2001. Similarly, okay, from 2016, the NDC has been in the minority, but they have been a check on the government such that on a lot of issues, they have pitched the government against the average Ghanaian, and also they have pitched the people against the government on a number of issues. Okay, some of them topical, even some of them leading to demonstrations near there. It started from minority in parliament. No one will be a cotam crata biaba near 2 years to me. Say no question, no cray. You started conversation. No, you can't want them. Ghana for what's saying. And so the parliamentary business, and they are MPP minority. They have just one business to keep the Mahama government on its toes. So, for example, during the campaign, the NDC said a number of things that they were going to do in their first 120 days. It is reasonable to expect the minority to be on the neck of the NDC to fulfill these promises. So, for example, almost all cancel e-levy, betting tax, nyoma bibre, mukasombe. Now, say minority for show nyoma ya. Catch Ghana for say, say, and yenu ma moto abamo musi omobeye. Monka ehoni enkancho mo say nyoma we, omobeye ana omonye. And so it's dynamics in your. You can have the numbers, but the minority who does not have the numbers can tilt the public discourse against you. There's what we call the court of public opinion. Ubetinya ya DB, emra kwan so bibia ensi ukwan. But timemufo adwene mu die. Ebi asene a wosi peno no. Na anko ne sa ama. No ma fa ho adwene. And so over the years we have come to accept that there is a certain group of Ghanaians that are from the silent majority. Mekai, in the lead up to the 2016 elections, people felt that some of the utterances of key leaders of the NDC were not proper. Near there, people complained and all. It showed in the election. Nana Akufo-Addo won the election by more than 1 million votes. It showed in the election. Similarly, in the last couple of weeks, months, in the period leading to the election, there had been concerns raised by Ghanaians, people, and all of that against certain persons in the MPP, certain high-ranking members, and all of that. It also showed in the election with a loss that the NDC and the MPP had not seen before. You know, the parliamentary business is about numbers. No two ways about that. But as to you speaking the things that the Ghanaians will be in sync with, and are you working for your constituents or the people you represent, has got little to do with the numbers you command. The Jumane also whether you have the numbers or not, you can do it. So, for example, Obekaya, there was one hotel that was put up for sale. You understand? How was it rejected? It took some parliamentarians who rallied the country, and then organized labor also says that until government calls this deal and says that, okay, this is not going to happen again, we are not going to work. That is how strong a minority that does not even have the numbers can come up. We saw strongly in the lead up to the election the issues of Galamsey, the fight against Galamsey, amongst other things. Should the Yemfana say yes, swear in President Mahama we Nyame Bochna na in the coming week, if the minority says that the key thing we are going to fight is the issue of Galamsey, do you think Ghanaians will support them or not? And I because my support you. Because the impact of Galamsey is devastated. The impact on water supply, we have seen circulars around us says in the western region, in central region, even in some other regions, water production had dropped by more than 30% because of the fact that some of these water bodies had been polluted, cost of purification had risen, amongst other things. And see, on issues of national interest like that, if minorities say they are taking it apart, what do you think Ghanaians will do? Ghanaians would follow them and they would want to bring these matters to the final conclusion because they affect their very existence as a people, you know. And see, I mean, e-levy has been topical. I think it's one of the reasons why the MPP suffered the defeat that it suffered. E-levy, debt exchange program, all these things. The NDC says that it's going to cancel them. If the minority now says that, oh, are they waiting to what do you think the Ghanaian people will do?
Yes, because they're going to support.
Yeah, you understand. So the numbers may not be favorable, but the social issues and the things that resonate with the majority of Ghanaians, when the minority decides to go that tangent of popularizing those issues or picking those issues and attempting to get the government to solve it, and they can always do the unthinkable.
I think I like how you put it, that you can have your way, but the minority will have their say.
Definitely.
So I think we are definitely experience a balanced government just like we had in the 8th Parliament, because I don't think Afenyo Makin is going to be quiet.
No.
Afenyo Makin, we all know that won't be quiet. And so he has already started holding them. Of course, the e-levy was one of the things that Mahama actually mentioned that he was going to scrap off. So we are waiting for that. The e-levy, the tax bets, and then also some tax here and there. So I know that they're going to be loud on that. And so, yeah, like he said, the majority might have their way, but the minority will definitely have a say. And as Ghanaians, we all want to make sure that we have a better Ghana. So I think it's not just the minority, but all of us are going to be speaking to issues that we really want to see change to. And I'm happy you mentioned Galamsey. The president told us that he was going to put his presidency on the line to fight Galamsey. Unfortunately, he did his best. And today, of course, we'll see that end. By tomorrow, we'll have a new government swearing in. And we are hoping that he will take it from where President Nana Akufo-Addo ended and then do a better job and then help us, because our water bodies are very important to us. Our land, our forest reserves are very important. Unfortunately, we call them forest reserves, but they are not being reserved. People are in there, worrying it with Galamsey. Now, one of the things I want to ask you is, when you were speaking, I kept hearing you talk about the Constitution and some aspects of it that you wish that could be changed, and then maybe one or two things done to help the politics of our nation. So are you of the view that the 1992 Constitution has done its bit and there needs to be a change? And is that one thing you'll be expecting the 9th Parliament to do?
Okay, I think that under Professor Mills, we did a constitutional review. Only that we did not conclude the process. Yeah. So the basic notion when it comes to law is that the law is a living organism. And we all know what living organisms are.
Of course.
They are capable of growth.
Yeah.
They are capable, they are amenable to change and all of that. So as we continue to grow, there must be changes that would reflect the things that we come across on a daily basis. There is no law that can anticipate all possible situations. There is no law that can do that. So, for example, if you go and look at Act 29, the Criminal Offences Act, and then Act 30, the Criminal Offences Procedure Act of both of 1960, you realize that some of the things that are in there at the time it fit a certain definition, but in our modern era, those definitions may be somehow inadequate. So, for example, if you talk about unnatural carnal knowledge in the Criminal Offences Act in Act 29, in 2025, what is unnatural carnal knowledge? You get it. It would have to take probably the Supreme Court to define what unnatural carnal knowledge is, or it would have to take Parliament to revisit that law and say that this is A or this is B.
Yeah.
Now, per our existing laws, a man cannot be raped. Per existing laws, because the definition of rape is the penetration of the female vagina without consent.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is the definition of rape.
That is what the
definition of rape is the penetration of the female vagina without consent. Then if you look at this case of Glega and Atiso versus the Republic, there the Supreme Court also defined another aspect of rape, where Justice Duche, speaking on behalf of the Supreme Court, said that rape is any form of penetration of the female vagina beyond what is considered ordinarily as brushwork. So all of that, all those definitions that we have seen in our laws regarding rape affect only women. But is it the case? Is it the case that a man cannot be sexually abused?
Men are sexually abused.
So that's why I'm saying that there are. So that answers the question that you asked. So it's not even just about what I think, but naturally, as we continue to journey as a country, I believe that there comes a time where some of the laws need to reflect the things that we have now. So, for example, there's this social media. If you look at the Cybersecurity Act, it tackles a lot of the modern situations that we have. Social media issues, abuse, proliferation of fake news, amongst other things. But before that law, was there anything like that? So we must necessarily enact laws to reflect the current trends of things that need legal redress or legal answers to. Then beyond that, I think that the Constitution, which is our motherboard, if you look at Article 11, it spells out the order or the precedence of laws of Ghana. Number one is the Constitution, followed by acts of parliament and statutes. Then you go through, then you will see customary law, then common law and all of that, and even subsidiary legislation. Article 11.7 talks about subsidiary legislation like these SHS rules and, basically any body that is established by an act of parliament, the rules that they themselves can do. All those rules form part of the laws of Ghana, you understand? But when you look at the precedents, you realize that the Constitution is the primus inter pares. I'm running in that's true.
Yeah.
And see, when you look at Articles 1 to Article 5, you come to realize that any form of law that is inconsistent to the Constitution is to its level of inconsistency now and void. That is the supremacy of the Constitution.
Okay.
And so at any point in time, it is relevant to ensure that the Constitution is in a shape that reflects the aspirations of the people, the exigencies of the time, and the protection of rights and what have you. When it comes to the protection of fundamental human rights, I think that even the Constitution in this current form does a fantastic job.
Okay. Mr. Sapon, ye din komo fan satra ye betimi aba ye mamra pon ene enhyehyɛ ye wo se mamra ne fam ansa na san satra na ba me ye Ghana ni meto aba me pensatra ye me pese bibi timi sesa but metena ase na me hwɛ esu ene eban a yen Ghana fo ye wo a ye de sa su ni ban ni hia ya manwofo a ensachira ya ye pe no sa su ban ko ya ye betimi anya krom hase ankasa makase de wo krom hase ya na dos ne nkankan pa na so wasode ya no na wachi me radio chuka NBC baako ya na twe ne ka na just a pen TV so ko asem bi morning show die edadin edabreo uyi hase efiri hono ma ba bia betie bia dede propaganda anyway be can say ni afra press conference ni we so de aba ya kan state of the nation address ni we so afra press conference no so de aba Akwa to say ya na ye kono nti sa na ye kono. But I think say emredru say yenyansa kire bia nka ye. Wonu de ntema mekasa. News wa bontin ababeto joyate. Asokwa MP ye mame Patricia Apia Jane. Say mpo a yenyanso anwie ye no o accuse former National Security Minister. Yera Totobi Kwache say ono ene type post election violence about to chin sensem kakra ba ya isusu za ya yi no. Say asokwa MP accuse Totobi Kwache say ono na hye na wama ono ye wura ye gbedlo lati ena o ma hye kire na amasa mente ho ase na ba say na no so akwa bi kakra Totobi Kwache kire ne nsemu wono so kire ne nsemu na akwa bi ho no. It's a propaganda. Se Ghana tnas at the propaganda and sensemia to also party year 2025 at the quarter next 4 years. TV ni radio so hini ebekwa Ghana need a penny. You political affiliation.
Na say na dia sorry you na me hallelujah. E man nyina yi. Abigail.
It's no shirayen. Ye propaganda to nchen. Any sad day to nchen. Ghana yenye dey empower.
I think say
to also say it's too much.
Asemi awubusa no. Ni mu aye ewa asemfo abakum amanyosem ni nyina no fasa asemfo na wo chirechi mu a amanyosem acheche nya ne se oman yo ehun nsem ye oman no how to develop the nation enti ye man no ankasa nya ye guiding principle say ye nya oman no twema mema o
ye ye oman no ampa ye ni abre ye oman enya kwa nye dedo
enti na meka say wo se ho na ye man ya adwen ko ma mema fato ho ba ko emre bi atwam abranti bi otwitwa mfonyi ye fe no ya opare or you're very popular in the work even on the international level. A photographer is one of the best photographers across Africa. Or yeah, this short video be now they best selling the country like what you I think say it was basically say Nyoma also hufa Ghana into chicha certain key places Cape Coast ne in Crane Larabanga Mosque wo stream okay can nyina boom enu sima ba ko na owie no yes a video na ye de ba be Ghana ho de rule na ye de atwe tourists abo man mu no man nya hu sika no ebedane wonchi o charge $100,000 na me wia meka mema another country so example okay $100,000 ye be ye hu de Ghana sika $100,000 na makotam so obi fanko oni mu ebetimi ato foto kakra ko twae oni enkwan ebetimi aye so kola fees ebetimi etia den ekika no mabibre now Rwanda omokotam sika over 3 million pounds ena football team bako England different Arsenal omo de visit Rwanda just the word visit Rwanda omo de ball mo shoulder hasi inti player ne bobo no dan ne ho a wa wo hwe bia no ho visit Rwanda or they say no ho visit Rwanda oko Eastern Africa baby omo tourism potential pa safari ne ho ahwan ne ade Kenya be na ye kase Rwanda eto omo tourism because in about the last best of 4 to 6 years enkofo bebre akoso omo kwa kohwe Rwanda keke na what is Rwanda ye omo si yenkosre dey pa na wo ho just that intriguing enough for visit Rwanda imagine say Ghana hasi any a time $10 million e come at Chelsea Football Club you ever say President Mahama be no say ochina or person obuama ye tourist because Ghana has a lot of tourism potential she go keep 3 points so baby it was the center of the world if we are seeing in our center or Ghana how what stops us from say you be ho hie na man for mra e ma metwa megina ho na wontwa fonyi keke hwe ye of return ipa dodo be wura krom hase beyond the return if it's a simple one of the number 1 December destinations we are seeing in Ghana drew December near dia manfo baha how the hospitality industry benefits so long term focus any economic benefits nyina amanyofo bi ndwene ho by the end say ade a working ene ya yembontungu se na be ya be ka say oh where the sika anawa ye bibi but Rwanda sa 3 million pounds no mo de control visit Rwanda at the ball Arsenal for Hasino omenya na so munyae omatika na twem kra because before that na Eastern Africa tourism no omo ye number I'm say 7 or say 6 or so omo wa chire baby Kenya was so kra now from last year the data showed that Rwanda had overtaken Kenya in tourism numbers but safari ni nyoma ni sa potential na Kenya won Rwanda oni mukota just because we popularize ne kuma na wono who say Bible mu ye wasem be ka se ye mfa kanea enhye kodo ase e kanea si kanea dua so na ahyere nti adekro na wo no se ye papa te se de na wan bo ho dawura obi be ye de hu Ghana hwe oko Central Regional castles be bregu mpona no ye kapum oko Ashanti Regional ubeko bonwiri ubeko ha even me ankasa me constituency kra
yeah for me krum kan obako abafro kwa obi
kwa obi po Easter bia ye kokko Easter do ahwe nipa Water Regional for Christian just a normal be like there are a lot of things okonota from Bupe ekwakodu Tamale normal be wildlife the tourism potential is huge. Imagine said the Rwanda Rwanda tourism potential do a quarter of Ghana's tourism potential.
Absolutely.
You understand? So I think say what's
African history. So we the whole civilization process framework are only involving the North Africans near the
Egypt to be specific.
Yeah, African history.
Modern African history. Ghana is a trailblazer for modern African history. About even the continental politics. We have one of the iconic figures, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. When people mention, oh yeah, Ghanaian, okay, you know, Kwame Nkrumah's country. No, even when it comes to sports exports, you have seen the likes of Abedi Ayew, Pele, like baby in boxing. You have seen Azuma, Aikote, DK Poison, about even education, Professor Alotenom. So every aspect, you won't call for about even your traditional sets in the crown. We have seen the recognition that even the United Nations gave to the Asante Hene. We have seen how the role of various chiefs. I don't see why sometimes because of the vicious politics we do in this country, we are unable to harness this potential. As on mine. But I thought that Yaman sem no be honoma yana and shut down papa. You know, maybe was in me babbe and chrome say, Adiewe, a bit more mine, Yenyaman more mine.
I think what can you know? Yeah, sure, for the TV, who's a parliament, who's a cousin, papa. It's what we knew. What
we are going to do right now is to, of course, as we are bringing you live feed from the parliament, as they are getting ready to dissolve the 8th parliament and, of course, start with the 9th parliament, we are going to bring you what is going to be happening tonight. We'll have Joshua joining us very, very shortly, and then also we bring you what to be you should be expecting on your screen before we move into parliament and then take the live feed and bring to you. So Joshua is already here, and we'll definitely be bringing you that pretty
Joshua the analysis, statistics,
you know the 8th parliament has been a very interesting one.
Very
that have happened. I recall some of them sometimes and I'm like, wow, this is our parliament. I know he's coming to give us some flashbacks and also some throwbacks of some of the things that happened, but most importantly is what to be expected tonight, that we're about to get some statistics from Joshua Hazel. And so Joshua, good evening to you once again and welcome.
Good evening, Electoral.
Joshua, you have been missed.
After the election watch, we went for
you are looking glorious.
That's so interesting. Joshua sees only women, but
that's normal. Interesting.
That's okay.
Interesting, but okay. It appears the women were the ones who welcomed me. Yes,
but men are their own enemies.
Joshua, save your breath. Okay. I think that's for Mr. Sapon's gender. There's only women.
Oh, Joshua,
interesting. Okay, Mr. Sapon, good evening. I hope you have enjoyed yourself so far.
Good evening, Joshua. I mean, sitting in the middle of two beautiful women, I can count it as part of the blessings of God.
Yes, you should enjoy yourself. Well, like you said, Parliament is going to be dissolved and a new Parliament is going to be inaugurated tonight. And after 5 minutes past 12, we will see the inauguration. I mean, the feeds from Parliament are showing that Parliament is ready. Now, what are we supposed to expect tonight in Parliament? And that is what I want to take our viewers through tonight. And so, just like you have it on Election Watch, what are we supposed to see in Parliament tonight? Now, these are the processes that we'll go through tonight to see that the 9th Parliament is inaugurated. Now, the first step is the verification of election results. And what will happen under this? We will realize that the Clerk of Parliament will ensure that all MPs elect have been duly elected and their election results have been gazetted by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. That is something that is going to happen tonight at Tonam. Now, so that process, we will see that the Clerk of Parliament will be having a list in front of him, and so that will be a list from the Electoral Commission, gazetted election results from the various constituencies, and he will mention the name Etonam. Eto, what's your name?
Agbemo.
Okay, I didn't want to make a mistake. Etonam Agbemo.
You need a claim.
Yeah, I need a claim for me. Etonam Agbemo for Kole Klote constituency. Then we mark she's present, duly gazetted. Nana Akusiacha, then duly gazetted. Honorable. Then maybe Samson, right? And then so we move on, the mentioning of the names one after the other to verify that they are the rightly elected MPs for their constituencies. Now, after that, what we will have...
So, Joe, let me just... let's hang on over there. With the verification of election results, we all know that there are some constituencies who are still hanging in there. They are not too sure what's happening. And from a reliable source, we are told that Parliament has been served with some stay of execution seeking to stop the swearing in of the MPs elect for Techiman South, Okaikwe Central, and also Tema Central. What happens to them?
So, Eto, I'll take you there. Just relax.
Let me relax.
Yes, and I'll take you through. Let's give our viewers what will happen tonight. Then I'll take you to what will happen to such MPs. Yes.
Great.
So now, the next thing after the verification is the constitutional and procedural readiness. The ceremony is held in accordance with Article 95 of the 1990 Constitution and Standing Orders of Parliament. And so we move on, and it says that the initial meeting, that's the first meeting of the 9th Parliament, which will be inaugurated this midnight, I should say. And it says Parliament convenes at a time and a place determined by the President as stipulated in the Constitution. Now we know that the Clerk of Parliament has already announced that Parliament will meet in Parliament 5 minutes past 12 today. And so for that fact we have it. And the next is that the Clerk will be presiding. Now we know that the 8th Parliament has died off. Now the 9th Parliament must have a Speaker and members of Parliament. But until the election of the Speaker, somebody must take hold of affairs. And that will be the Clerk of Parliament who will preside over proceedings and will be providing us the directions on what to do pursuant to the Constitution and the Standing Orders of Parliament. And so that is what is going to happen. And so the Clerk of Parliament presides over the sitting until the Speaker of Parliament is elected and sworn in. Yes, that's what's going to happen. Let's
we'll have a smooth one because almost both sides are okay with maintaining speed.
Well, there might be some misunderstandings this evening, and we'll get there when we look at the MPs, the constituencies with that MPs, and the injunction and all those things. We'll get there. Now, the next step will be the election of the Speaker of Parliament. That MPs elect will nominate and vote for the Speaker of Parliament. The elected Speaker takes the oath of office administered by the Chief Justice. And so, after these MPs have sat down, after the Clerk of Parliament has called Parliament to order and mentioned the names of the elected MPs for each constituency as presented to him by the Electoral Commission, what will happen is that the Clerk of Parliament will give the MPs the chance to nominate a Speaker. And this time we know that Right Honourable Speaker Alban Samana Bagbin, who was the Speaker for the 8th Parliament, has been nominated by consultations from the President-elect John Dramani Mahama and all other leadership of Parliament for the NDC side. They have nominated him, and so that is what will happen. The Speaker will be elected by the members of Parliament elect. And then the next thing we would have is that the Clerk, now the swearing in of MPs after the MPs. So, one thing I left out is that after they have elected the MPs, the Speaker of Parliament, what will happen is that the Chief Justice will then be ushered in, and then he would come in, or she, like we know Gertrude Tokono, her ladyship, would come in and administer the oath of office to the Speaker. Okay. After that, the Speaker will now swear in members of Parliament. Yes, and so it goes that way. Okay. The MPs will nominate the Speaker and elect him by voting, and then the Chief Justice will come in and swear in. Let's note that for the Speaker of Parliament, the NDC side can nominate, and the NPP side can also nominate. Yeah. It is Parliament that is working, not the NDC or NPP. When we go to the Chamber of Parliament, it's the majority side, the minority side, even though they have been elected by political parties. And so both parties can elect speakers. But we have the inclination that there might not be an appointment or a nomination from the NPP side. Right. Listening to what Honorable Alexander Fenyomaken, who is majority leader, now becoming minority leader, said during his final presentation in the 8th Parliament, he said, we prayed for your election as Speaker in the 9th Parliament. And so there's that possibility that the NPP side will not nominate a Speaker. Yes. However, they will nominate a second, they might nominate a second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, who we are thinking might be Andrew Sesiama. Now, the swearing in of the MPs will take place, and the oath. So now let's see. The clerk of Parliament administers the oath of allegiance and the oath of a member of Parliament to MPs elect. Now each MP elect raises their right hand and repeats the oath after the clerk. Now, so just as we have it, I. Etonam Agbemo.
No, you get used to it.
Yes, I'll get used to it. I, Etonam Agbemo, having been duly elected as the member of Parliament of blah 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 blah, do swear and blah blah. Then you go on. Now the oath binds MPs to uphold the Constitution, the laws of Ghana, and faithfully discharge their parliamentary duties. That is the function of this oath that they would take as members of Parliament. Now let's move on. Now, signing of the oath book. After they have sworn, they have raised their right hand, sworn, they are supposed to sign the oath book. And so the MPs sign the oath book to formalize their commitment. I mean, you said it by word of mouth, and we have to have evidence that, yes, indeed, you have pledged to serve the people of Ghana, the constituents who have elected you without fear or favor. And so that is it. Now, so after that, and now there's a process that I think must be captured. Okay. There will be the election of the first and second deputy speakers of Parliament. I mentioned it earlier, but I want to stress on it a bit. I mean, the Constitution requires that Parliament will have at least 3 speakers. The Speaker of Parliament, who will be deputized by 2 people, the first deputy speaker and the second deputy speaker. Now, we have information that the NDC has nominated someone for the position of the first deputy speaker already. And what is left with is the second deputy speaker of Parliament. Now, the constitutional requirement is that both deputies must not come from the same political parties, the same political party. And so what is going to happen tonight is that there's a possibility that any of the independent candidates might be given the chance to be a deputy, what we call member of Parliament, just like we saw in the 2020 or 2021, what we call swearing in. And so that is what is going to happen tonight in Parliament. Now, Eto, let me take you to some of the things that happened in Parliament. Yes, an interesting Parliament it was. Yes, and a very interesting Parliament it was. The ups and downs, the in and out. Now, so significant events in Ghana's 8th Parliament. Now let's move on. Ghana's 8th Parliament, inaugurated on January 7, 2021, was notable for its unique composition and significant legislative activities. Now, when we talk about the 8th Parliament, how unique it was, the Parliament was inaugurated on January 7, 2021, like we said, featuring an unprecedented hung composition. Now, we know that usually, after elections in Ghana, we have either the NPP having the majority or the NDC side having the majority. But something interesting happened in 2020. And the people of Ghana decided to give both the NPP and the NDC equal number, 136, and 1 independent candidate. And so 137, I should say, and 1 independent candidate. Now, what they were trying to tell the people of Ghana, politicians is that this time we mean business. We want you to pursue our agenda and not party agenda. Yeah. But some say it didn't happen. Some people didn't listen, and so what we have in 2024 now. And so that is what happened. That is what we call the hanged parliament, a parliament without an absolute majority. And that is what happened in 2020, heading into 2024. And so that is it for one of the significant events that happened in the 8th Parliament. Now, moving on, the election of the Speaker was marked by a dramatic scene, or dramatic scenes, including physical confrontations and military intervention. Eventually, Alban Sumana Kingsford-Baglen, a veteran NDC politician, was elected as Speaker, becoming the first. Let me see if my pen is working. Okay, let me go back. Let me go back. Okay. Now, Alban Baglen became the first Speaker of Parliament from the opposition side. Now, we recall the event that happened on that night. Some MPs sitting on others, fisticuffs, some chewing ballot papers, yes, and throwing electoral materials up and down. All those things happened so there was that chaotic scene only because both sides had the same number of representatives, and then it had come to the representation, the election of the Speaker, and then we cannot have an absolute way of electing the Speaker, and so that is what happened. Now, let's move on to the next one. Now, the election of the Speaker, like we said, the election of the Speaker was marked by, okay, let's move on. The passage of electronic transaction levy, or the electronic transfer levy, that's the e-levy. That's what some of the things that happened in the 8th Parliament was the passage of certain bills. The e-levy, it came with a dramatic scene. Now, in 2012, Parliament passed the controversial e-levy imposing a 1.5% tax on the electronic financial transactions. Now the minority opposed the bill, staging a walkout during its approval, which led to significant public debate and dissent. Now, Eto, you could recall. Now, this is one other thing that caused physical exchanges in Parliament. The throwing of seats here and there. People ended up with wounds, cuts beneath their eyes and all those things. Just because the minority side said, we do not want an e-levy. The people of Ghana said they do not want. The NPP side, or the majority side, then, because they had Honorable Andrew Sesama joined them, said, this is what we want to pass to save the economy of our country, so we don't go to the IMF. And so there was no this. And now, what brought about that misunderstanding was when Honorable Joseph Osei wanted to both preside and vote. And then the NDC said, no, if you're a speaker, for today, you're a speaker. You are not a member. If you're a member, you're a member. So those physicals happened in the 8th Parliament.
Mr. Sapon helped clear that up for us.
Yes. I mean, it was taken up in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court gave its determination of that issue. Even though you are sitting as a speaker, so far as you represent a group of people, the people need to be represented by way of voting.
Yes. But there's still a pending issue on the e-levy case at the Supreme Court, we know, and we are hoping that the finality will be better. And even if the finality is brought, the harm has already been done, or the horses have voted, like they always say. And so that is one significant event that happened in the 8th Parliament, causing chaos. And then the approval of ministerial nominees, one thing that was so surprising. Now, the approval process for certain ministerial nominees exposed the internal divisions, particularly within the NDC, despite the party's official stance against some appointments. Now, several minority MPs voted in favor, highlighting challenges in the party's cohesion. Now, we know that people like Honorable Howard Kumsin, Kojo Opon Nkrumah and the likes were opposed by the NDC side. Now, the NDC side were saying that you have a lot of ministers, over 150 or so. Now, it is putting pressure on the public purse. So, therefore, take some of them out. But you still want to bring in new MPs. And so, our MPs in Parliament do not vote in support of any new appointment of minister. However, after the secret balloting, we came to realize that the NDC, over 60 of them, gave votes to some NPP MPs while the party had voted against them. Now, this is what Manasseh Azuri has said in the President Ghana Never Got what we call a book. He said that it is an allegation he made that some members of parliament from within confirmed to him that when there were certain things like this, approval appointment, there was some cash brought into parliament, and then the trade is made. And so that is why we saw something like 60, as much as 60 MPs giving their support to ministers whom their parties have asked not to approve. And so that is one of the surprises or the significant event that happened in the 8th Parliament. Now let's move on. Now the passage of some bills.
One of the lessons from the 8th Parliament is it doesn't matter the number you have. You should be able to lobby your people to be on the same page with you. If not, you can assume that you're on the same page, but before you know it, results are out and you realize you are not definitely on the same page.
So, Eto, you realize that in the 8th Parliament, most of the time, the NDC was asking for a public vote, a head count,
so that
unless it is in their interest. And so when it is in their interest and they know they have lobbied so much and they will get a vote from the other side, they say, let's do secret balloting. We don't want anybody to see anybody's vote. But when it is against their interest, they say, let's do a public vote, let's do a head count. And so that was something interesting. And after John Markin attested to some of these things in his closing remarks. He said that sometimes he tried to lobby, sometimes they gave him the assurance that he says, Honorable Banda, an elder of the Church of Pentecost, will say,
when he said that, it was so funny. Yes. I thought you were an elder of the Church of Pentecost.
Yes, and by 5 p.m., the main show has gone away and he is ruined. And so it was interesting development in Parliament. Now, the passage of some key bills, and we saw the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Act 2023, which legalized the cultivation of cannabis for industrial and medicinal purposes, making a significant shift in drugs policy. And we know this thing caused a lot of controversies. Now, there are some people who are happy, mainly because they have heard that there has been the approval of cannabis. Some thought, say a bit much. But that was not the case. It was only for medicinal purposes. And so that is one act. So we saw the tax exemption bills aimed at streamlining Ghana's tax exemption regime to address revenue losses. And so this was basically in connection of the 1D, 1F. The government in power says they were partnering with the private sector, and so they were giving them tax cushions. And so the tax exemption bills 2022 was introduced. Now, Criminal Offences Act Amendment, and this is very significant because in the 8th Parliament they abolished death penalty for people who wanted to commit suicide. And so initially, if you made an attempt to commit suicide and by mistake the devil doesn't allow you to die, you would face what we call that prosecution. Now, President Akufo-Addo and Parliament, through Francis Xavier Sosu, who introduced an act to abolish death penalty, approved it, and now Ghana became one of the countries in the world that have abolished death penalty. And so now death penalty is not on our list. Maybe you serve a life imprisonment or a very huge, sometimes maybe I think a judge can sentence you to 10,000 years in prison. And so I thought there is an interesting story that the judge sentenced I don't know what crime the gentleman committed. The judge sentenced the man to about 5,000 years. Now he sentenced him also after death. So when he died and resurrected, and in the afterlife, he would have still been sentenced, and he will be serving a term even after death. Yes, and it was interesting. Now, let's remind our viewers that some of the shots they are seeing on their screens are live shots from Parliament. As we speak now, our team are on the ground. This is Election Watch. We have promised them comprehensive coverage. Today we are in Parliament. Tomorrow we'll be at the Black Star Square or the Independence Square and bring them all the details, every single bit of them. We'll still be doing our analysis as the coverage goes on.
Joshua, I think on the criminal offences amendment bits, the abolition of the death penalty, I mean, for persons who attempt suicide and all of that. I think now the consideration is more on correcting mental health conditions.
Yes.
So persons that are suicidal ordinarily, the assumption is that they may be suffering some form of mental health condition. So now the courts are more inclined to have certain such persons go through some form of therapy or some review or some form of medical treatment to have them restored. Because I mean, for someone to just get up and want to take away his own life, I don't think it's something that is too normal. So the courts are more inclined to those other options than just throwing the person in jail or just asking the person. So I think it's a better option for me. I feel it's a win.
Sure. For I think it was one of the bills that both parties agreed on. And I mean, it was a seamless, and I mean, you could get the correction from this side and that side. They say, oh, let's amend it to this, let's amend it to this, and it was something that was very seamless, a bill that was seamless in person. But I think it's in the right direction. I mean, mental health is something that we should take serious. Several times we've seen people break down, people do certain things, and we are like, what are these people doing?
Social structure does not even support. You know, like you're a man, they tell you, yes. So whatever it is, you need to bottle things up and all. And I think sometimes things eat people up. You know, so when people get to that stage, we should be looking at corrective measures. Other than things that throw them under the bus.
That's why for me, I'm not so cool with the fact that we call those places prisons and all that. Should be correctional centers. So of course, the Church of Pentecost, I'll hail ourselves once again for having this correctional center. Hopefully, you're taking the if you ever try suicide, so that we help you with that.
I mean, we record a story of Fanny Face, who has put smiles on our faces for years. I mean, the children's friend, and all of a sudden he breaks down, goes to a series of accidents. And so I believe that is a step in the right direction, and one of the wins of the 8th Parliament, apart from the chaos that went on. And so this particular bill. Now, one bill that stressed the 8th Parliament, one bill, it started with consensus of some sort. And at a point, Parliament was in chaos or was in misunderstanding. Now that is the I do not like to call it the anti-LGBT, so let's call it the right name, the promotion of proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values bill. And this bill sparked intense debate both domestically and internationally. The bill, which was eventually passed, was not assented to by President Akufo-Addo, citing pending cases at the Supreme Court. Now,
at this point, I want to say some Ghanaians were right. They predicted that the president was not going to sign till he was out of office. I think that's what we are seeing right now.
Yes, Eto, you see, if our viewers will recollect now, this is a private members bill. Now, we should know that the 7th Parliament, before its expiration in December, passed the private members bill into an act. And so now a member of parliament could introduce a bill. Initially it was only the executive arm of government that could introduce a bill, but now the member of parliament, or you can, through your member of parliament, introduce a bill in parliament. And so it happened that Sam George and some other, what do we call it, members of parliament, both from the NDC and the MPP side, came into agreement and brought forward the, what do we call it, promotion of proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values bill to Parliament.
Church leaders here and there.
Yes, and church leaders, there was input. I mean, there was that consultative, what do you call, processes. And then it went through all the processes with some hindrances here and there. Finally, it was passed by consensus. And it was sent to the presidency. Unfortunately, President Akufo-Addo, through his secretary, wrote back to Parliament saying that I am aware of some cases pending in court, and so I cannot assent to this bill. Some people have argued that that is not the right thing to do because the law stipulates what should be done if the president disagrees with what do we call it, whatever bill is brought to him. He must send it to the Council of State or return it back to Parliament with writing, showing what he disapproves of the bill, whether they can fix it and all that. But that didn't happen. President Akufo-Addo said, no, I am not going to sign it, return the bill back to Parliament because I know there are cases in court and I am waiting for the final determination.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, there has been a final determination of that case just after the elections.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court dismissed both cases, and so it was left with President Akufo-Addo signing for the dying part of his what we call it, his government. But unfortunately, he didn't do so, to the surprise of some Ghanaians and to the obvious truth of some government, some Ghanaians. Now, what we know is that this bill is supposed to go and start all over again in the ninth Parliament, and so that is what is going to happen. Now let's move on with another thing that got a side which entered Parliament as a majority, later became a minority, and then a minority became a majority, and they went back to the status quo. Now, Speaker Bagman declared 4 parliamentary seats vacant due to absenteeism, leading to legal battles. The Supreme Court later ruled that the Speaker's actions were constitutional, emphasizing the importance of due process. Now, we must distinguish there are 2, what do we call it, issues that happen in Parliament with regards to vacant seats. Now, first of all, some MPs moved that some MPs have been absent for long, like Sarah Adwoa-Safo, Kennedy Akumprekwe Japon, and the likes. And so there was that move for Speaker Bagman to declare their seats vacant. But Speaker Bagman went back and forth, set up a committee, and that didn't happen. Now, just in the dying days of Parliament, we had, what do we call it, minority leader then, Dr. Kesela Tuforce, Honorable, come up, tell Mr. Speaker that some people who belong to these sides of 1 person from the minority side, 3 from the majority side, have filed to contest in the upcoming election as independent candidates. And then per the Constitution, we believe that they have crossed carpet, and so their seats must be declared vacant. But and the Speaker of Parliament went to sit. He says he did his investigations, and he found out that indeed these people, in his estimation, have crossed carpet, and so he declared their seats vacant, meaning that the MPP had lost 3 MPs, and the NDC had lost only 1, and so they had become the majority, and the NPP had become the minority, and this really disturbed Parliament. It got Parliament to shut down indefinitely because there was a case in the Supreme Court, and the back and forth. Parliament resumed and also shut down indefinitely until there was a final determination of the case, and then the status quo returned.
Even before Speaker had made the decision, they were already at the court.
Yes.
The court had already decided.
Yes, and it was one interesting aspect. I mean, they filed the process by afternoon.
Yes.
They were being heard.
Exactly.
And it was quite interesting. It was quite interesting.
Absolutely.
And so it was one thing, and Afanyama can say that the media should not refer to him as minority leader. He is the majority leader of Parliament.
He said it's not good for him spiritually.
He is spiritually now. People are asking, spiritually, is it okay for him to sit on the minority seat?
I mean,
those are theatric. But I think that the issues that bordered on Article 97(1)(g) were things that we ought to have a country consider them properly.
Sure.
You know, the framers of the Constitution, one of the key things that they looked at was the idea of cross-carpeting.
Yes.
They didn't want situations where a parliamentarian who has been elected on the vehicle of a political party would hold the party to ransom by crossing carpet. But what happened in Parliament, just like the Supreme Court ruled, was decisions of people who had been elected in Parliament on a certain vehicle saying that the next time I want to come to Parliament, so for example, let's say we are in La, going to Circle, and then we have the option of using this straight route through Osu, getting to the Independence Square, take our right and go to Circle. We can equally say that next time we are not going to Circle that way. We want to go through Teshi, go through Spintex, get to Spanner, come all the way to 37, take our right towards Kanda, get to Kanda, use the meander and get to the Nima side, get to the main ring road and go to Circle. That was the kind of situation that we had. And you know, when our Constitution is not expressed on some of these things, or when there are multiple interpretation given to a particular thing, the only avenue or the proper avenue is to go to the Supreme Court to go and invoke the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction. Per Article 2, anybody can do that. Go to the Supreme Court to challenge it, and you get the court to tell us what the supposed provision actually says. And you know, when it comes to law, even punctuation can change the meaning of a law. So in all these matters, you have to necessarily go get it done. Then, and I think that is where we need to come to as a people. In all matters of dispute, we need to build some confidence in the judicial system such that whenever we have these controversies, we will be free and go to the Supreme Court, the High Court, the Court of Appeal to have our matters done. Then I think that it's important that we use our platform to also speak against the unnecessary bastardization of the judiciary.
Institutions,
Most often, I mean, parties that don't have certain decisions going into their favor, whether the ruling party or the opposition party, they tend to bastardize the judiciary. And when we do that, what happens eventually is that the public tend to lose confidence in the judicial system, and it doesn't help all of us. So I think that in the future, as we begin to progress, we might consider all these things and see how best we can.
I mean, if you look at the Afrobarometer report, I mean, the judiciary is one of the institutions that people have lost interest in.
But that is risky for us as a democracy because, I mean, how can you not have confidence in your final arbiter? You understand? It's problematic. But I think that it's also important to recognize the people who are also following as this show religiously. One of my mothers in Kumasi, she's called Esther Mensa. She's in the Santasi district in the Kwadaso area. She says that she's been glued to her seat for the last 3 hours watching everything. She says we are doing a good job.
Thank you.
So whenever I happen to be in Kumasi, your fufu is assured.
So when are we going to
Kumasi? We'll go definitely 2025.
That's fine.
So this confirms what you said earlier on, that because of the kind of democracy we have, we cannot really have that separation of powers working. Most of the time, we'll have the judiciary coming in to help us understand.
You cannot do the pristine, the kind of separation of powers that Baron Montesquieu imagined cannot happen in Ghana. So, for example, the Supreme Court, as it is set up, its highest officer is the Chief Justice. Who appoints the Chief Justice? It's the President that appoints the Chief Justice. Who approves funding for the Supreme Court or even the entire court system, the judiciary? It is Parliament that decides what the courts are getting and all of that. So if we are not practicing the kind of sync that we need, even when the President appoints people to the superior courts, the High Courts, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, constitutionally, they need to go to Parliament for Parliament to vet them, and on behalf of the people. The process is that Parliament is vetting them on behalf of the people. It's just like they coming to sit before all Ghanaians and we scrutinize them and you say, okay, these persons are fit to be at the highest level where adjudication is made. So I think that fair balance has to be there, but at the same time, it should not be counterproductive. The intent is that we should be able to have governance functioning properly such that the executive is working well. And you know, where we have come from as a people, from our coup days and all, it was important that we created a certain link between the executive and the legislature. And that was what informed the Freemans to create that situation where a president necessarily needs to take majority of his MPs from Parliament. There's another aspect of the Constitution that talks about regional balance. These people who are in Parliament are representing constituencies across the 16 regions of Ghana. So if you are picking majority of them to form your government, there's a likelihood that your government will reflect the culture of the people, the tribal diversity of the country. And so I think that it is proper. We only need to look at the downsides and have a way of resolving them.
All right. Okay. Are we done with the interesting things that happen in the 8th Parliament?
Those are some of the interesting things. I mean, there are more, but I mean, those are the highlights of Parliament. And
I was expecting to bring where Esther was sitting on one tent.
Well, that was interesting.
That was very interesting for me
so when she went in,
a replay of that was Honorable Afenja Makni saying that he would not accept to be referred to as minority leader. Because at the time you know, the minority sits in a designated area, majority sits in a designated area. The minority group was the first to go to Parliament, and they sat where the majority is supposed to sit.
So, like Honorable Afenyomarkin said, this minority has been a very stubborn minority. Yes, I mean they've given the majority a very tough time in Parliament.
But I think that's the whole point of the minority. I think they are supposed to carry Parliament in itself is supposed to play the role of checks and balances for the executive. You understand? Now, if you have the majority belonging to the government side, it is unlikely that there will be a proper check on the government that majority of them are part of.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So the people who will play the proper checks and balances role in the practical sense
will be the minority.
Will be the minority.
Yes.
All right, Joe, we have about just 9 minutes to 12 a.m. I can see on our screen, so we are still bringing live pictures from the Parliament. Very soon, the 8th Parliament will be dissolved, and I see, is that Afenyomarkin I'm saying? He's always in suits. I can see a lot of people in white.
He's a lawyer, so it's understandable.
He's a lawyer, so it's understandable.
So I think there's one last bit you want to give to us.
Yes, so I thought you were saying something, you were interested in something.
Yes, I was.
I would want to help you out here now. We know that the MPs are going to be sworn in. Now, there are 275 constituencies, 276 constituencies. So now, we know that after the elections, collation has been a difficult term. There were some outstanding 9 constituencies that the Electoral Commission even didn't add to the presidential and even the parliamentary. They had not been collated. Now, what happened? After the elections, the AC says that during collation, some political parties sent their members or their supporters to the collation centers to disrupt the collation activities. And so the collation for these constituencies didn't take place. After that, it halted. The Electoral Commission then took a decision to do the collation, the continuous collation of these constituencies at the Greater Accra Electoral Commission office, which was formerly the headquarters of the EC until they moved into their new headquarters. As the process was going on, it was halted. Now, the NPP, what we should note was that for some of these constituencies, or all of these constituencies, the NDC was declared winners of these constituencies. Now, the NPP goes to court and says that the Electoral Commission, we believe, did not do a complete job or did not do their job, because their job is to collate results from all polling stations in the constituencies and declare the one who had the highest votes as NP elect. And so they go to court to file a process called the mandamus. The mandamus is simple. An elected or a public official is supposed to do his job. Then the person doesn't perform the job. I go to the Supreme Court or I go to the High Court and tell the court that this person who is a public official is supposed to perform this duty but hasn't performed this duty, and so force the person to perform this duty. And that is what the mandamus is all about. And so the MPP goes, files a process. Then the NDC, having heard of it, immediately filed a process and told the High Court, we are interested parties because your ruling will affect us in Parliament or after your decision has been made. The High Court judge refuses to listen to the NDC, goes ahead to order the Electoral Commission to go ahead and do a collation or recollation, as some have put it, continuous collation or recollation. And then it happens that after that process, all these seats which were declared for the NDC now is declared for the MPP. The NDC says we are not agreeing with the High Court judge's decision, goes to the Supreme Court and asks the Supreme Court to quash the decisions of the High Court that granted the EC the opportunity to recollate these results and then declared these people as MPs. It happened, and then the Supreme Court granted the request of the NDC. Now it asked that the case be transferred to another judge who sat on the case and then declared that the Electoral Commission, after the judge had listened to both the NDC and the MPP, or all interested parties, says that Electoral Commission, you didn't do your work. The Electoral Commission also accepted that we didn't complete our work or we didn't do our work. So it says Ghana Police Service provide the Electoral Commission or Election Task Force provide the Electoral Commission security and let them complete the processes. After the completion of the processes in these 4 outstanding constituencies, NSC Kumi was declared MP elect for Akwitia constituency. Kwame Apia Kudria Fantiakwa constituency was declared as MP. Now let me distinct that Fantiakwa North, sorry. Now let me distinct that these 2 MPs, Akwitia and Kwame Apia Kudria, were not completed. And so they were completed. Now they were not affected by the mandamus application. And so these people had their election. Now Ablikuma North and
so they are still MP elects.
They are MP elects.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
For that, it wasn't declared for the NDC. It was originally declared for the NPP.
Okay.
Then Ablikuma North and other constituencies like Tema Central, Techiman South, Okaikwe Central were also declared for the NPP. Initially, they were declared for the NDC. Now, look at what happens. The NDC NDC candidate in Akwitia constituency goes to court on 2nd January, files an injunction application and says that NSC Akumi should not be sworn in as Member of Parliament for Akwitia constituency this evening. Then the Fantiakwa North constituency, they also go to court, says Kwame Apia Kudria, who has been duly declared as MP elect by the Electoral Commission, should not be sworn in this evening. The court grants the injunction. Interestingly, the NPP was in the appellate court to appeal. They were appeal court to appeal the decision. For the Akwitia constituency, the trial judge said, no, I will not set aside the decision by the High Court to injunct because all the process. Now, the argument of the NPP over here was that these MPs had not been gazetted, and so the process could only be challenged after a gazette has been made. The NDC, the lawyers for the NDC side said, no, you do not need any gazette. So far as you have been declared as MP elect, we are challenging the process. The High Court upheld it, and they didn't grant the application to quash the High Court's decision. Now, for Fantiakwa, the judge says that I am from Fantiakwa North. I am friends with both the NP elect for the MPP side and the NDC side. So, any decision I will take might be a biased decision or might be construed as a biased decision. And so, I recuse myself. Yes. And then I have, yes, conflict of interest. So that you later do not say that I give a ruling because I know this person or because I am here and I have interest. I mean, if you are in a constituency and you voted for someone and the person's case has been brought to your court, there's that likelihood that you would rule in favor of the person.
The issue of conflict of interest is not simplistic like that. I think it's defined in law. So it's not just the presumption that there will be bias.
Sure.
There has to be the probable likelihood of bias. You understand? So in this instance, he has said that he is more. So these are things that he himself has said.
Yes.
No, there was this particular case, Republic versus High Court, ex-party at BCUC, where 2 people were challenging the legitimacy to a stool.
Sure.
Now, the guy that went to court was able to get the trial judge taking off the case because the judge had made commentary to suggest that the Agbesi person was not likely to get any favorable ruling from his court because, according to the judge in the commentary, he had passed outside the court session. The facts did not favor the person.
Sure.
So in such an instance, you've already ruled on the matter even before the matter comes to you. You understand? But if it's just a matter of, George and Netonam sat in the studio, and Netonam is a judge at the Court of Appeal, and George is appearing before her, so she will rule. That's what they watch. So it's not just the presumption of bias, but there has to be the likelihood of actual bias. And it should be proven in a certain way. You know?
And I mean, it's good that the judge himself came out because you know that with the earlier High Court case with the mandamus application, later it came out that the NDC was accusing the judge of being a friend of Gary Numako was cancelled. And I believe that it was one of those things.
Those ones are, it's more like tinkling and along the margin.
Well, so it could be.
There was a case in the Supreme Court, and then Chachujikata of the NDC, the revered Chachujikata, was asking the court to, as it were, get one of the judges to recuse himself.
Yes.
Do you know the argument that the Chief Justice made? Chief Justice Tokono made. She mentioned that she knows Mr. Chikata personally.
Yes, yes, I recall.
She and Mr. Chikata's wife are good friends. She eats in Mr. Chikata's house. And there were even times that Mr. Chikata had contributed financially to her education. Does that mean that she would be biased towards Mr. Chikata and she's not fit to sit on any case that Mr. Chikata is coming to speak for someone whatsoever? You understand? Even though all these facts are there, like, because judges are human beings, just like us. They go to church. So if, let's say, you have a judge in PIWC Atomic, and then there are also lawyers in PIWC Atomic, they all worship the same God in the same church. If that lawyer appears before that judge, should the person on the opposite side say, that cannot constitute conflict of interest. So there has to be that probable likelihood of bias, not just the presumption that based on a certain societal ties, there's likely to be bias.
So that is what happened in the Fatiaka North. Judge says, I have an interest, and so I have recused myself, and I am handing over to the Chief Justice to take the next decision, maybe appoint a different judge to sit on the case. Now, the Almighty Ablik, and so these two have been injuncted, and so supposedly are not supposed to be in Parliament. Because when an injunction is placed on you, it means that you are not supposed to take the action until the decision or until the injunction expires. Yes.
I'm sure the injunction will expire in 10 days. So
in 10 days,
you hear the substantive matter.
But something interesting has happened in Parliament today. What I can confirm is that NSC Alkumi of the Akotia constituency is in the chamber as we speak.
Okay.
Before I came on air, I could confirm that NSC Alkumi had been led in by Honorable Frank Anodompre, who is the majority chief. Yes.
So the injunction being issued by the court is one thing.
Yes.
The injunction being served by the bailiff
is another thing.
Yes. Now, if sometimes people can be technical.
Sure.
Even though the injunction comes into fruition the moment that it is issued, someone can also say that I have not seen it. It has not been served. You recall that when Honorable Afenyomake went to the Supreme Court, even though the Speaker was aware that there was a court process, and Honorable Afenyomake actually said it on the floor of Parliament, they had to wait for the whole process to be served by the bailiff on Parliament before it took effect.
Sure.
You understand? Up until that point, Parliament could have decided not to do anything, and actually they did nothing until
so
it was properly served.
The 8th Parliament has been dissolved, and so very soon we'll be breaking, and then we'll get to the Parliament House for that. So just hang on, like we told you, we'll be here with you throughout. So let's quickly switch over to Parliament.
Sure.
have 3 writs of election. Some are supplementary writs of elections. The first writ of election was issued dated 23rd December 2024, addressed to the clerk to Parliament. And it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. I write to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 17 December 2024 with reference number PS/CS/027/34 on the above subject matter. Kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for 274 constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. Please note that there are 2 constituencies which have issues with their coalitions. The Commission will notify you when the issues regarding the 2 constituencies have been resolved. So that is the first one. The second writ of elections was received on the 2nd of January 2025. It reads, the clerk to Parliament has accredited, yes sir, submission of writ of elections for the Domi Kwabenya parliamentary election held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for the Domi Kwabenya constituency, kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for the Domi Kwabenya constituency. Also attached is a schedule containing the name of the candidate elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulations 2024 CI 127. Signed, Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations. The third writ of elections was received on the 5th of January. 5th January. Also addressed to the clerk to Parliament, and it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of elections for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South constituencies. Kindly find attached writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024 for the above mentioned constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing of the above mentioned constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation. Regulations 2020 CI. Again, Deputy Chair, Operations, to bring to the Honorable members, a matter of concern. I say so because I know this is a matter to come up on this floor. And so it is my noble duty to participate in the election of the Speaker. In the case of Akutia, the clerk to Parliament members. All right. Honorable members, so I have brought this matter to the attention of the House. That is my pleasant duty to do. The member may decide, may elect to participate, but in doing so, I'm drawing attention to Article 105 of the Constitution, and I will read, a person who sits or votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so commits an offense and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an enactment of Parliament. Having done this, I have discharged my noble duty. I'll end there. At this time, honourable members, I proceed. No. I am not sitting there. No.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, please, let's make a headway. Mr. Chairman, we have heard you. This is a house of rules and procedure that is not in doubt. This is a house that relies on precedents. I just have a simple answer to the point you made, and I have the instructions of my respected colleague-elect, Honorable Enes, and fortified by the precedents of this House, which precedent is dated 7th of January 2021. I simply, Mr. Chairman, the member so desires to proceed to be sworn in and to also participate in the election of the Speaker and bear the consequences himself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our members. At this time, we shall proceed with a roll call, and I will invite the head of table to proceed with the.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, we do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. I am therefore, for the records, inviting you to respond to the position the honorable member concerned has taken, just for the records, because we don't want surprises as we proceed. So we want to know so that we take.
Educhum Yao Osei Afenyo Sedem Kweku Afenyo Markin Alexander Afol Eric Afol Kofi Bente Efriye Nanayu Efriye Frank Agalga James Agbana Eric Edem Agbenyo Fred Kwesi Agbeve Charles Akwesi Agbenyo Fred Kwesi Agbeve Charles Akwesi Agboja Kwame Govins Ejari Alexander Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo Ajimai Prempe Eric Nana Ajimai Kingsley Ajimai Rollins Zaneto Ajin Sam Lawrence Ahinkan Frederick Yao Ahi Samson Ahiafo Bernard Ahmed Ibrahim Eidu Michael Kwesi Akando Kwabna Minta Akrugu Faustina Eliklim Akwete Okli Felix Alajo Seidu Al-Hassan Al-Hassan Abdul Fatawu Al-Hassan Suini Sayibu Al-Hassan Umar Amankwa Millicent Yabua Amankwa Nicholas Amankwa Menu Kofi Amwa Stephen Amwaku Andrew Esiama Amwaku Jampo Rudolph Ampa Bin Simon Chreme Ampofu Kwame Chumesi Amprechum Saponkwe Enim Ernestiao Ankoma Emilia Anodompre Frank Anyimedu Enchi Kwame Anyimedu Enchi Kwame Apak Clement Abaz Apieje Patricia Ahin Ebenezer Prince Amable Nyameke Arthur Emilia Asamoah Fred Chey Asamoah Vincent Opon Asante Lorette Koko Asante Boatin Kweku Asare Kwame Obain Esiedu Aida Ajoa Asensu Boachi Francis Ashi Alfred Nikote Esiedu Charles Asafwa Vincent Eko Aworigo Simon Akibangi Ewa Nane Bafo Ewuku Samuel Awuni Theresa Ladi Ayamba Ladi Ayi Ayariga Mahama Aye Nana Asafweje Ayen Sudan Kwa Grace Ayene Dominica Kritinga Azuma Bandim Abednego Azuma Joseph Befi Michael Batagli Mohammed Isa Baudra Charles Bawadua Charles Bezra Emmanuel Kwesi Bequin Frank Estiedu Bequin Besi Daniel Keshi Beyo Titles Kofi Bisu Mavis Kukwa Boaku Gideon Boachi Yadom Patrick, Boa Emmanuel Kweku, Boama Patrick Yao, Boatin Joseph Apia, Boatin Kwabna, Brahima Mohammed Bawa, Brefo Bright Asamoah, Boa Emmanuel Amakofi, Backman Philip Fifi, Bukari Joseph Nipe, Chiwete Andrew Dari, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joanna Jan, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafia Mako Roxon Nelson Eche Kwame, Damwa Kwejo, Dan Abdul Latif, Dangbe Ernestina Ofori, Dapa Elvis Osei Mensa, Dapila Kletu Seidu, Dako John, Dako Mensa Kwabnotre, Dauda Collins, De Sebastian Fred, Jabab Nelson Kofi, Jogbadi Dorani Godwin Enimli, Dra Emmanuel, Dumelo John Seto, Jiwonu Laurentia, Enu James, Fatahia Abdul Aziz, Foko Chinebua Kodia, Fodro John Intim, Fomadi Jean-Marie, Forsen Castle Atoba, Forsen Charles, Frimpon Nanampao Kwamiado, Frimpon Joseph, Frimpon Ohene Kwame, Frimpon Owen Kwame, good. Gakwe Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nate, Ganza Al Hassan Kobna, Gomadoyao, Gomashi Jifa Abla, Jan Mensa Richard, Jechi Nasira Fra, Osei Asari Abena. Oti John Kwabena Bless. Oredu Charles Esuaku. Owusu Gloria. Owusua Rachel Amma. Owusua Charles Pelpo Abdul Rashid Hassan. Pokwedu Say Ralph. Kwesi James. Jechi. Ramandamata Ama Epianima. Sandari Sebastian Meneso. Soya Queen Stapokwa. Sefer Richard Kwame. Seidu Haruna. Shaib Jerry Ahmed. Soso Francis Xavier Kojo. Sulemana Adama.
Yeah, absent. I'm here.
Sulemana Al Hassan. Sulemana Al Hassan Tampuli. Absent. Sulemana Yusuf. Tanko Mustafa Amaju. Taylor Isa Salifu. Taylor Abi Ebenezer Oklite. Tete Joseph Akwete. Tobin Emmanuel. Tobu Peter Lanshini. Mahama Nasir. Chekpo Thomas. Sorry? Yusuf Mustafa. Vanderpoy Alfred Oko. Bondi David. Winsum Annaba Thomas. Yabua Frank. Yabua Kofi Obri. Yibo Isaac Awuku. Zidin Bid and Watazumo.
Thank you very much. Our members, in accordance with Standing Order 8.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I am satisfied that so would like to draw your attention to Article 95(1) of the 1992 Constitution as Member of Parliament. I also want to refer you to Order 7.2, which states, a person shall not be proposed for election as Speaker unless the person has draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, and I beg to quote, where only one person is proposed, the person shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair without any question being put. A member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Honourable members elect, I now invite nominations for the election of the Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I come under Order 8.4. Mr. Chairman, I beg to read. A member elect Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Mr. Chairman, I move that Honorable Alban Sumana take the chair of this House as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. A lawyer, a politician, a statesman, a result-oriented and transformational leader. He was elected as Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana to be elected to the high office of the Speaker of Parliament from a political party that is neither in government, was called to the bar as barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana in 1982 and engaged in private legal practice between 1983 and 1993. He later established a law firm in 1994 called the Law Trust. Right Honorable Speaker entered the University of Ghana in 1977 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and English. He proceeded to the Ghana School of Law in Accra, where he was called to the bar and became a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Honorable Babin later earned a postgraduate certificate on privatization of public utilities at the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, Tanzania, in the year 1999. He also has an executive master's in governance and leadership from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, JIMPA. Right Honorable Bagbin entered Parliament on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress in 1993. He won 7 consecutive parliamentary elections. He was Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker decided not to contest as a member of Parliament at the end of his term of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic in the year 2021. He was elected Speaker of Parliament of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Within these years, spanning some 28 good years, Honorable Alban Kingsford Babin served on various parliamentary committees and chaired several of them. He served as the minority leader from January 2001, a position he held for 8 good years, until he transitioned to the majority leader and leader of government business in the year 2009. Honorable Bagbin again served as the Minister of Water Resources, Works and Housing, and later the Minister of Health between 2010 and 2013. In 2014, he returned to the House as the majority leader and leader of government business for the second time. He was elected the second Deputy Speaker in January 2017 for the duration of the 7th Parliament. He was a member of the task force responsible for the President of Ghana's priority project in health, education and transport from 2013 to 2017, famously referred to by Ghanaians as the 3 wise men. Right Honorable Speaker also served and continues to serve on several boards and international organizations. This includes, currently is the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Board of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana that dissolved today. He was a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th Parliament, and he was also in attendance as a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He was a member of the African, Caribbean, Pacific and European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the ACPEU, at Belgium between 2013 and 2015. He was again a member of the International Council for Parliamentarians for Global Action. He is again the founding member, Global Organization for Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, between 2004 and 2014. He was a member of Parliamentarians for Global Action, again between 1994 to 2017. He was the Vice President of CPA between 2021 to 2022. Currently the President, Conference of Speakers, and President of African Legislatures. He's a member, International Advisory Council for Global Governance in Washington, and a member of the International Council for Political Renewal, again in the United States, Washington. For his outstanding leadership and lifetime of dedication to public service, both in Ghana and abroad, Speaker Babin was awarded Doctor of Law Honoris Causa, LLD, by the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, in the year 2017. Right Honorable Speaker has won a significant number of international and domestic awards. He's a strong advocate for gender and social inclusion, women's rights and empowerment, and equitable representation in Parliament in all decision-making across the country and globally. He's also noted for his principled, courageous, firm, decisive, and resolute personality. Right Honorable Bagbin is a man of high integrity and a Democrat par excellence. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Bagbin has championed several institutional reforms and the welfare of members and the parliamentary service during his first term as Speaker. In addition to this, he is the first Speaker of this House to demystify Parliament by taking the institution to the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. He is married with 2 kids. I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder? Round Minority Leader.
Chairman, it is my distinct honor to rise to second this motion ably moved by my respected colleague, Dr. Kesil Atoba Fosu. But before I second this motion, before I second this motion, under the rules of this House, which secondment requires that there should be no need for remarks or debate, I shall address some preliminary matters. Before, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this House is an independent constitutional body. The mandate given to us to elect a speaker is engraved in the provisions of the Constitution, in particular, Article 95 of the Constitution. The Speaker he hasn't called me.
Mr. Chairman, your guidance will be needed in this matter. This is my 4th term in this House, and this is the first time in the history of this Parliament. Our standing orders are very clear. When you rise to second a motion, there must be no remark, no debate. What the minority leader, who has not told us if it is now spiritually okay for him to sit in the minority leader's chair, I don't know what his spiritual advisors are telling him now. He cannot be violently violating our standing orders with such impunity. We cannot accept it. So, Mr. Chairman, please, we invite you to ensure that this solemn occasion proceeds with respect for our Constitution and the standing orders of the House. If you have some, you call it preliminary remarks, you can do that out of the confines of the motion and secondment. You are minority leader. You are well within your right to make your preliminary remarks after. You cannot be violating our standing orders. Please, let's be careful the precedent we set. This is so bizarre. It's never been seen in this House. So, respected minority leader, please. And, Chair, I'm getting the impression that the clerk is allowing the minority leader to dictate the pace. Please, let's see your authority.
Honorable members, thank you very much. The Honorable Minority Leader indicated that he is aware of the rules of engagement regarding seconding the motion nominating the Speaker. That should be without debate or remarks. And I believe the Honorable Minority Leader will do exactly so. Honorable Minority Leader, you may proceed without debate or remarks. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to take issues with my respected colleague, Honorable Ablakwa. I will always want to respect his views. But I love debates, and I would want us to go into the issues. I kept quiet. You are impatient. I kept quiet for you. Let's have some decorum. Mr. Chairman, my practice at the bar is always a guide for me. I said I have a preliminary matter to raise. In law, Mr. Blakwa, you pay attention. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. Law, pay attention. When Mr. Chairman, I said I have a preliminary matter I meant to say that I had to deal with the preliminary matter before I get to the stage of seconding the motion, and that is allowed. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, this house is a house of rules and procedures. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, let me put on record that the minority leader is a distinguished lawyer of repute. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, I will refer the House to the rules of this House, and specifically to Order 8, Rule 4. And Mr. Chairman did refer to it, which reads, with your permission, and I quote, that a member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament, and shall move that the person, quote, do take the chair of this House as Speaker, end quote, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks, end quote. Mr. Chairman, my colleague, brother and friend, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, made the point rightly that in seconding the motion for somebody to take the chair, one is not entitled to make remarks or debate. But Mr. Chairman, we all heard the venerable, distinguished, astute lawyer, minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Makin, loud and clear. Mr. Chairman, he said, and I quote him, before I second the motion, and end quote, before I second the motion. Mr. Chairman, he had not seconded the motion, and he did go a step further. Mr. Chairman, he did go a step further to say, before I second the motion, I would like to make some preliminary points. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will pardon my friend and brother, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. He is not a lawyer, and therefore, by a basic rule, Mr. Chairman, by a basic rule or canon of interpretation, even a lay person will appreciate that the distinguished minority leader is yet to second the motion, and therefore he's entitled to make the preliminary points he sought to make. So let the minority leader make those points.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we shall proceed with seconding of the motion, and honorable minority leader, please proceed. Brevity is the rules of the game.
Mr. Chairman,
Roxy, sit down.
Mr. Chairman, to rise to second a motion is a voluntary act. If he's not interested in seconding the motion, he should sit down. I rise to second the motion. The motion is therefore seconded. Thank you very much.
No. Which one? You are not sure. You are not sure. What has been done? You don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, Minority Leader, just a minute. Would you kindly resume your seat, Minority Leader? Minority Leader, I'll give you the floor. All right. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. The Honorable Minority Leader was on the floor before the other Honorable member interjected. The rules of the House. Honorable members. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader, please continue with the seconding of the motion.
Mr.
Please
Chairman.
second the motion. Please second the motion.
Mr. Chairman, our Constitution, Article 95, provides that there shall be a Speaker who shall be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or who are qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I have in my hand a statement issued by the office of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, titled President-elect mandate NDC parliamentary leadership to nominate Right Honorable ASK Bagbin as Speaker of 9th Parliament. It reads, the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has in consultation with the National Executive and Parliamentary leadership of National Democratic Congress, mandated the nomination
Mr. Chairman
of the Right Honorable Abansuman Kingsford Babi as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this letter is signed by Mr. Felix Ofosu, Kwachi Ofosu, as Special Aide. Chairman, the preliminary issue I'm raising is to the effect that the nomination
Mr. Chairman,
only requires the consent
where from
of
that
the
letter?
person to be nominated.
Where from that letter? That letter, where is it from?
Situation where
it must not be tolerated.
That the executive now directs that a member should nominate would make this arm of
government is the House of Records.
An appendage of the executive. Mr. Chairman,
where from that letter?
Is the objection that I have. Having made that point,
where from that letter?
I need, Mr. Chairman, to also draw your attention.
You see, Sammy,
to the fact that
been vindicated.
In 2001, 7 January, when Right Honorable himself, as minority leader, was seconding the motion ably moved by J.H. Mensah for consideration of Alajete as a speaker. These were his observations, and I read from column 4 of the Hansard of 7 January 2001. I quote, ASK Bagwin, NDC, Nadole Kali North, as he then was. He says, Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion urging this House to accept the nomination of Mr. Peter Alajete as Speaker of the 3rd Parliament of the 4th Republic. He goes on to say, Mr. Chairman, in doing so, however, I would want to register the displeasure of the minority side on how this issue has been handled. Mr. Chairman, it is part of the rules of democracy for us to be heard. I am not opposed to the motion, but my concerns must register for Hansa. And the man that we are proposing for the high office of Speaker himself has set a precedent where in seconding Alajete, the chair allowed him to raise his concerns. Let us tolerate each other. I am here with his own records. Mr. Chair, my contention basically is that in view of the improper consultation, from the majority side in this matter, and in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, the executive in a public statement is directing the honorable majority leader to nominate a person. I hold the view that
honorable minority leader.
No, I have to come in.
There is no any executive. Honorable minority leader. There is no any executive. Minority leader. Honorable minority leader. There is no any executive. Honorable minority leader. Honorable minority leader. There is no executive. Recognize honorable members' intents. But let me make a point. Honorable minority, I am the chair of these proceedings. Let me make my point. Honorable minority leader, there are extraneous matters which I believe should not be part of this process. You were to second the motion. The other information you were tendering, the other information you were providing is not an information which is before this house. It is not part of the process for consideration for nomination of the speaker. So, in seconding the motion, these matters ought not to have been brought to the floor of the house. Let me make that point. In doing so, I recognize Honorable Muntaka. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair, ordinarily I would not have reason to speak, but because we have rules and you have a leader grossly abusing it, I need to draw his attention. Aside Order 7, I want to refer the minority leader to our standing orders 11510. And in 11510, it says, and I read, under rules of debate, and I read, a member seconding the motion or an amendment shall state, Mr. or Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion or amendment, except that this may be without limiting the right of the member to speak later at a later stage within the debate. Most importantly, Mr. Chair, 11, it says, a mover of a motion or amendment may speak in support of the motion, but subject to these orders, no further, and that's where the emphasis is, no further debate is allowed until the motion or amendment has been seconded. So while you are saying, yes, it's within your right as a member, and even when you go to Order 8, after seconding and the motion is taken, before the Speaker is called to take the chair, the standing order allows a member to get up and make other comments before that chair. So all we are saying is that in what you are doing, you are abusing the rules. You can second the motion.
Honorable Minority Leader, you will second the motion. You will not proceed on any other matter apart from seconding the motion. So long as I remain the chair of these proceedings, you will not do any other thing apart from seconding the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have heard Honorable Muntaka I disagree with him, but I'll reserve that for another day. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, a preliminary matter is a preliminary matter. Having raised them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, having raised them, I shall proceed, therefore, to second the motion moved by my legislator colleague.
The motion for the nomination for consideration for election to the office of the Speaker has been moved and ably seconded. Earlier, I drew attention to the relevant provisions of the standing orders, which requires a consent letter from the person nominated. Let me indicate, I have in my hand a consent letter addressed to the Clerk to Parliament, Parliament House Accra. Attention, Mr. Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro. Written consent to be nominated as the Speaker. Pursuant to Order 7.2 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I hereby consent to be nominated to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Your cooperation is highly solicited. Signed, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby. So we have the consent letter. Having secured the consent letter, yes, it is appropriately tabled. It is appropriately tabled. Yes, together. Yes, together with all. Yes. Thank you very much, honorable members. At this time, I want to find out, is there any other nomination? No. All right.
Mr. Chairman, in response to your question, our side has no other nomination. Just for the record, we do not have any other nomination. Why are you scared? You think we want to pull a fast one on you? Why are you scared? Mr. Speaker, why are they scared? We are not pulling a fast one on you. We will not. Are you sure you don't have any other nomination yourself? Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from our side. Mr. Chairman, have patience for the process. Our side, the MPP minority, has no other nomination. But we want to find out from the backbench whether they have any other nomination. They should tell us. Whether they are only relying on the president-elect's nomination or they have another one. They should let us know.
There be no other nomination. I hereby duly declare Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby as having been elected honorable members, we will continue with proceedings. Very humbly resume your seat. Now we will invite the sponsors to conduct Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby to the chamber. As Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby is being conducted into the house, I shall
invite the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, to proceed to the days for the administration of oath.
waiting for you to come. All members may resume their seats. You may resume your seats. I shall now invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, to administer the oaths of allegiance and the oaths of office of the Speaker to the Speaker-elect. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, may proceed to the dais for the administration of the oaths. One microphone.
We will start with the oath. Honorable Speaker, we will start with the oath of allegiance. Do kindly say after me.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold the sovereignty.
That I will uphold the sovereignty.
And integrity of Ghana.
And integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
And defend
the Constitution
of
the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
Now we will have the Speaker's oath.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold the integrity.
That I will uphold the integrity
of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
That I will faithfully.
That I will faithfully.
And conscientiously.
And conscientiously.
Discharge my duties.
Discharge my duties.
As Speaker of Parliament.
As Speaker of Parliament.
And that I will uphold.
And that I will uphold.
Preserve. protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with the Constitution of Ghana and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God. Ayiko. Yes.
Most good.
I need to come formally.
And after that?
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. God bless you.
Father. Now you continue with the other side. Yeah. members, order.
Muslim. Oh, okay.
Honorable members, it's now time for us to move to item 5 on the order paper. Right Honorable Speaker delivers acceptance speech. Honorable members, I proceed to deliver my acceptance speech. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Justice Mrs. Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokunu, Honorable Members of Parliament elect, Your Excellencies, Speakers and Presidents of legislatures present. I'm aware we have a number of them with us today. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps present, our most revered spiritual and traditional leaders of the country, chairmen and executives of political parties present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great humility that I accept the high and privileged office of the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, having had the same honor to be Speaker of the 8th Parliament. I am grateful to the Almighty God for His grace and mercies for me to achieve this rare feat. To Him be all the praise and honor. Honorable members of Parliament elect, I am very grateful for the privilege and confidence you have reposed in me to be Speaker and to head this honorable House once more. I also express my gratitude to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the trust and confidence in me and my leadership of the House, and for recommending my candidature in consultation with the leadership of the great National Democratic Congress to be elected Speaker of this Parliament. I came to the Speaker of the 8th Parliament with my experience as the longest legislator of the House. I now come to the 9th Parliament with just not that background, but now with the experience of 4 years of speakership of a very difficult hung parliament. I promise to bring all these experiences to bear in guiding this House to perform its mandate with efficiency, diligence, and above all, with a sense of being the bulwark of democracy in Ghana. To the good people of Ghana who continue to hope for a better Ghana, I urge you to support your parliament and be interested and engaged with the work of parliament. As the standard orders of parliament direct, after we have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standing orders of the House. That is, to swear in the members elect and proceed to supervise the election of 2 deputy speakers of the House. Once again, I am very grateful for this great honor. I thank you so much. Honorable members, we now proceed to item 6 on the order paper, taking of oaths. Honorable members, all members must be present to be sworn in. I notice a number of members have moved out of the chamber. And if you are not sworn in, you remain member-elect. Honorable members, before I swear you in, it's proper I draw your attention to the presence of some important dignitaries in the House. We have the spouse of the Chief Justice of us, Mr. Francis Tokonu, apart from my spouse, Madam Alice Ajua Yunus. We also have His Excellency Adama Bitogu, President Assemblée Nationale de Côte d'Ivoire. As you know, he's a very dear friend and brother of mine. You are most welcome. We also have the Right Honorable Nabekun, Speaker of the Liberian House of Representatives. We have His Excellency Fortune Zifamia Cherubira, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament. We have Honorable Ajaratu Traore Coulibaly, Second Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. We have the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. He is ably supported by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress in the person of Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kweti. We have the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Information, Broadcasting, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism Committee, and also the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Committee in the person of Senate Abraham Darius Dillon. I'm sure you can see the galaxy of our kings, our queens, our queen mothers in the public gallery. And I see your lovely, the term I use here is spouses of members of parliament. And those who actually lead us spiritually. We have a lot of religious leaders with us. So those of you who go quoting the holy books, whether the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible, please kindly take note and don't mislead when you are quoting. We have a number of the members of the diplomatic corps with us. On your behalf, I warmly welcome all of you. Now I can see that all members are present. Honorable members, members-elect actually, in accordance with Article 100 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 13.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I shall proceed to administer the oaths to you, members-elect, and you may swear on the Bible, the crucifix, or the Holy Quran. Alternatively, a member-elect may make and subscribe to a solemn affirmation. May I now kindly request members-elect to rise in their seats. I intend to commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members-elect, you shall repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We shall now proceed to the oath of a member of Parliament. And once again, you repeat after me. I, having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that through faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana, as by law established, that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Please resume your seats. Honorable members, resume your seats. Honorable members, before I congratulate all of you on the assumption of office as members of Parliament, it is important I remind you of the crucial role of political leadership in development. Honorable members, it is very important for you to keep uppermost in your mind the crucial role of political leadership in the process of national development. Society develops or fails to develop depending on the extent to which its political leadership is intelligent, creative, skillful, committed, and has the capacity to enlist support, induce loyalty, and to inspire confidence. Today, we are now the political leaders of Ghana. And this onerous responsibility rests over us. I know together we can do it. We have no alternative than to coalesce together to develop Ghana. With this, I thank you for your patience and attention. I will, on behalf of your constituents, the good people of Ghana, and our beloved Mother Ghana, congratulate you all for this achievement. I'm aware of what you went through before you got elected to this house. And I trust that you will not abuse the trust and confidence of the people. With this, honorable members, you are all to sign the oaths and submit the signed copies to the Marshal. Please, you can do that now or later. Honorable members, happily, your new standing orders is in print, and you'll be giving copies soon. May I now have the guidance of the leadership of the House, whether there's any more item for us to take, or we should call it a ninth. Majority Leader and Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may we please proceed to item 7. The House elect deputy speakers. Item 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is that the sense of the House? We shall now proceed to item 6 to elect the 2 deputy speakers of the House. Any nominations?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Article 96 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Standing Order 12 of this House, I hereby nominate Honorable Bernard Ahiafor for consideration by this August House as the first Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafor is a distinguished lawyer with 23 years of experience at the bar. He is currently an NDC Member of Parliament for Akachi South Constituency. In the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he was a respected member, ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafor comes from Atijive in the Akachi South municipality in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafor was born on the 6th day of February 1973, so he is over 52 years today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member of Adaku, Honorable Kwame Abuja. I so move.
I hope, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I hope this time around there will be no theatrics, and so I'll proceed. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, can you hear me? Honorable members, there being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, Member of Parliament for Akachi South Constituency, duly elected as the first Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Honorable members, may we now proceed to the election of the second Deputy Speaker. Any nomination? Yes.
Speaker, I rise with respect to nominate Speaker, I rise to nominate the Honorable Andrew Esiama Amuako for the position of the second Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the Honorable Amuako Esiama is a respected surveyor, a lawyer, an educationist, and to top it up, a politician. In environmental law, degree in conflict, peace and security. He also holds a bachelor's degree in land economy and law. Speaker, the Honorable Esiama is proudly married with 5 children. All of us, most of us in this chamber can testify that in the 8th Parliament, the Honorable Esiama has played the role of deputizing you on many occasions, especially occasions where the House has come to some form of tension. He has dispensed his job and himself creditably. Speaker, let me also say that I have in my hands a letter of consent of the nominee. And so I shall rely on this, and without adding more, I so move. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, having regard to Article 96(1)(b) of the 1992 Constitution, noting the election of the first Deputy Speaker from the NDC party, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Yes. There being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Asiema Andrew Amuako, Member of Parliament for Formina Constituency, duly elected as the second Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana.
Where's Kofi Akunuku? Fulani West Menu. I'm good. We never know. Akuwa.
Honorable members, honorable members.
They wanted to bring a image. They wanted to bring the other person. They wanted to bring an image. Yes.
Honorable members, this is the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So I understand, but let it be known that it's unparliamentary to clap in plenary sessions of this House. You don't clap, you say, yeah, yeah. You have to control your emotions. It's a learning process, and so it's important I draw your attention. Let me now happily bring to your attention that the people who made me possible to get to these heights have come in their numbers from the beautiful constituency, the Nadolu-Kaleo constituency in the Upper West region. And so I have a number of my hard-working constituents at the public gallery. I think it's important you thank them on my behalf for what they've done for all these years. I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Now, with your kind indulgence, I will proceed to suspend the sitting of the House to 10 in the forenoon, when we shall all reconvene at the Independence Square for another important activity. Honorable members are expected to be seated by 9 in the forenoon. Proceedings will commence at 10 promptu. With this, the sitting honorable members, I've been given further information that in view of the numbers expected at the Independence Square, you are all urged to convene in the presence of Parliament, where there will be some buses to convey you to the venue, that is the Independence Square. And so you are expected to be here before the 9 in the forenoon. Please, let's be time conscious in this matter. With this, I proceed to suspend the sitting, and that is the first sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. The House and sitting is accordingly suspended.
Are we to take the Quran, the Bible?
That's what you're saying. Take everything. It's for you. The Bible, give it. They will collect it. No, we are going to do this. We want to go and
While we're still standing, I want us to welcome our Father and Lord, my Father and the Lord, Apostle Arome Osai, the lead apostle of the Remnant Nation.
yete ni boy yeding pa bo asumje oban mane sumwo popa asumje yena mentutu na sekra bo asumje oban mane sumwo popa asumje yena mentutu na sekra asetna pani enije ashemfiri jojo bambo ninkoswo e asumje jadi bo asumje oban mane sumwo popa asumje yena mentutu na sekra bo asumje oban mane sumwo popa asumje yena mentutu na sekra.
You're welcome back. This is still Pen TV, and of course, it's your election watch right here. And we are just coming back from Parliament, and we've seen the swearing in of the Speaker of Parliament, and of course, the first and second Deputy Speaker of Parliament. I'm here with my colleagues, so quickly, we're just going to talk about what happened in Parliament, and of course, give you some one or two consequences that has to do with some MP elects who insisted to be sworn in as well. It's still your election watch right here on Pens TV. So I have Ben Z here, and then also Joshua is all here. Yeah. So you know the last people we're talking about before we left here, of course, they were the people who actually showed up to Parliament. But before we even get to them, let's just go all the way back to all that happened, right from the clerk taking them through the registration and all of that. And what do you make of the whole swearing in, even before the speaker came in?
It was a beautiful event. I think that we should be proud as Ghanaians. I myself, I see myself as one of the proudest people that the world has ever seen, because I am Ghanaian. And today, looking at what happened in Parliament today, I think that every single Ghanaian should be very proud. If it was to any other African country, certain things would have been happening that we wouldn't be proud of. But I think that we should be proud as a people, looking at how a minority side and a majority side can collaborate and take decisions based on whatsoever that should be happening in Parliament. I am proud, and I think that every single person should also be proud. It was a beautiful event.
Yeah. Joe, we didn't really see no drama this time around, apart from Afenyo trying to drag us here and there.
Interesting. Well, I only saw Afenyo Markin trying to be mischievous, or I should add to his name. He was trying to be a bit mischievous, 2 legs here and there. He has given the indication that there will not be an easy majority, an easy minority. They will pull the feet of the majority to the feet of accountability. And so, I mean, those are some of the things he wanted to give the indication that, yes, of course, we are a minority. You say we are a micro minority or a mini minority, but we'll give you a showdown. Yes, and so that is basically what Afenyo was trying to do. Yes.
Well, that's Afenyo Markin being Afenyo Markin.
Sure.
All the time, some controversies here and there, but I think overall it was smooth. Aside that, I think it was smooth, and you know, for me, sometimes I go on social media to just check the comment sections, what Ghanaians have to say and all of that, and the joy in the comment section alone tells me, okay, just like Benzi, a lot of people are happy to be Ghanaians at the end of the day. Now let's talk about those two. They were not supposed to be in Parliament this dawn, but before we were going, you had actually confirmed to us that they were in Parliament. Let's talk about them.
So, like I said earlier, these two persons, even though they had been declared as winners of their respective constituencies, that's NSC Alkomi for Akwetia constituency and Kwame Apia Kodua of the Fantiaka North constituency, they had been injuncted. And the clerk of Parliament indeed mentioned that he had received, or Parliament had been served with the injunction of NSC Alkomi, who is the MP elect for Akwetia constituency. The clerk indicated that it was his duty to inform the general public or the members of Parliament of that or injunction, and so he did so. Now he drew the attention of the member that he may proceed to take the oath or to be sworn in or participate in the election of the speaker, and that if he does so, he will bear the consequences on his own. Okay, now there were two options. He could have said, I am not swearing you in, but he also gave the what do we call the opportunity. Now we know that there was a precedence of this in 2021 where James Jashikwesi of Ascent North had been injuncted. He was sneaked into Parliament by the NDC side, and he said, I have not been served. Now, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, minority leader at that time, said that let the man be sworn in, and let him bear the consequences of his actions. And so that is what was referred to. I mean, you hear Afenyo Markin, refer to that precedence. And the clerk says, okay, you have heard it, but per Article 105 of the Constitution, if you sit, now let me read that to you so that it becomes clear. It says, a person will sit or vote in Parliament, knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so, commits an offence and shall be liable on conviction to such a penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an act of Parliament. And so when you go to Parliament and you are in the plenary or you are a media person in the gallery, capturing proceedings for your TV station or just a visitor to Parliament, and Parliament is voting, and they say all in favour say aye, and you say aye, or there is a head count, and you get up to be counted, you are liable to a conviction that is set by an act of Parliament. But interestingly, there is no act of Parliament that prescribes a punishment. And so that is what I believe these members have been exploiting over the years.
So you see, there's no consequences
yes.
of the action. You see, it has been established that there is a provision that if you should go contrary to the provision, then this is what you are due to have. Then there should be an act that states it unambiguously that this is what you are going to receive if in due course you go contrary to whatsoever that this act is saying. Now there is nothing enshrined either in the in Parliament or in the Constitution that states clearly that if you go contrary to this, this is what you are going to receive. And so when the parliamentarians see this, members of Parliament see this, that there is this loophole, huge loophole in either our Constitution or our parliamentary standing order, then definitely they are going to exploit it. So in 2021, the same thing happened. Honorable Haruna used to got up and said, hey, swear the member of Parliament elect, swear him in. Now, after swearing him in, whatsoever consequences that comes after that, I am going to bear the consequences. And so, Honorable Afenyomakin made reference to that and said that it was a precedent that was set in Parliament. And so, if that was allowed to go through, then certainly allow these two to also swear in. And whatsoever the consequences that comes, I'll bear the consequences. And so, the clerk of Parliament had no other duty to perform. He had to just swear them in and allow them to go. Whatsoever and there's no consequences in the shrine.
That's just what. Why should it be so? If you know very well there will be no consequences, so why do you put that?
There's none. And so if there is any consequence, then there should be an act of Parliament that prescribes that. There is no act. And so they will just swear in, and then whatsoever that comes from that, let's see what happens. The next few days is really pregnant with some very interesting situations. I think they are returning on the 10th, and so we'll get to see what happens after this.
All right, so we're going to be bringing you Speaker of Parliament, the first and second deputy, was also elected. And so we are here to give you actually a rundown of all the speakers we've had since 1992 and a little bit about all of them up to, of course, the current Speaker of Parliament. Joe, are we ready for that?
Well, that will come up shortly later now. But we must note that Speaker Alban Sumana Bagbin is the only speaker who has been able to serve 2 terms under the Fourth Republic. True. And it is quite interesting now. Talk about the Banford Addos, the, what do we call it? Give it their names. Dua Jaus and Co. They have only been able to serve only 1 term. But Speaker Alban Sumana Bagbin has been fortunate enough and has served 2 terms as Member of Parliament. And it is interesting. Now, one thing you also must note is that initially, under the 8th Parliament, Honorable Alban Sumana Bagbin, Honorable H.A. Mensah Bonsu were the longest serving members of Parliament. They had done 7 terms. But there is a man who has done 8 terms. That is Honorable Collins Dauda. I always want to get this. Esunafu. Yes, he's done so. He said that when he entered the 7th, he saw that Alban was exiting, and then was exiting, but he wanted to set the record. And so if Guinness Book of Records was awarding the longest serving Ghanaian Member of Parliament, then
should have won it.
Would have gotten it.
I think it is also interesting to note that Honorable Alban Sumana Bagbin is the only Speaker of Parliament who has served as Speaker of Parliament with his party being in the opposition.
Yes. Very historic. Very historic. And so we look at the Speakers of Ghana's Parliament since 1992. We know the Fourth Republic, as we have come to terms. Some people have a problem. They say Ghana has only been under 1 republic, and we have not changed the republic. But as we know it to be the Fourth Republic, has seen a number of speakers. Now let's start with when His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings became the President of the Republic of Ghana, ushered us into the democratic dispensation after a long period of military rule. Now he chose Justice Daniel Francis Annan, and so usually he's called Justice D.F. Annan. If you have heard Justice D.F. Annan, that is Justice Daniel Francis Annan, and he served from 1993 to 2001, and he served as the first Speaker of Parliament in the Fourth Republic, known for his legal background and impartiality. And so this is what you would know about Justice D.F. Annan, that he had a legal background and impartiality. Now, Eto, you see something, and when you see something run through these speakers, you realize that one thing run through, they have a legal background in one way or the other, whether they're a lawyer, they've served in some form of a law capacity, they've had the law training, and you see that it runs across all these speakers of Parliament. Now, we move to the next person, who is Justice Peter Alajete. Yes, very well known. I mean, when you mention the name, Parliament comes to mind. And he's a seasoned lawyer and a former chairman of the New Patriotic Party. And he was elected by His Excellency John Ejekun when he became president after the 2000 election. And he was elected. Now, let me tell you something about this Parliament, Eto. This Parliament is similar to what we have now, the very first one, because the NPP boycotted, and so they had the least representation in Parliament, and so that is something interesting.
Overwhelming majority.
Yes, and so you have to note that about that, the first Parliament. Now, after Justice Peter Alajete came Justice Ebenezer Sechi Hughes, and he is a legal practitioner, and with significant contributions to Ghana's legal landscape. He was also appointed under President Kufuor. Now, in the second term of President Kufuor, Justice Alajete wasn't the speaker. There were some disputes, so he had to be replaced by Ebenezer Sechi Hughes, Right Honorable Speaker. Then came the very first female Speaker of Parliament Ghana has ever had, under His Excellency President John Evans Atta-Mills, and then John Dramani Mahama after the demise of His Excellency Mills. And she goes by the name Justice Joyce Adeline Bamfo Addo. Now she, like we said, is the first woman to hold the position and was a retired Chief Justice. Now, earlier yesterday, before the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, the Ghana's Parliamentary Museum, or Parliament Museum was commissioned. And interestingly, she was present. And a few others of the former speakers. And you can see the old lady recounting some of the memories as she was asking for a particular monument in Parliament. And then I could see Speaker Bagman telling her, it's over there. And he said, oh, wow, we were considering this and that. And it was a very interesting moment. And so that's her, beautiful as always, and the first ever female Speaker of Parliament. Then came Right Honourable Edward Kobli Do Ajaho. Did I get that name?
Yes.
Is it Kobli? Kobli. The first speaker to have risen through the ranks of Parliament. He was a former MP, former Deputy Speaker, and then he became Speaker of Parliament. And he was appointed under President John Dramani Mahama in his official term. You know that after the exit of His Excellency John Evans Atamos, John Mahama took over and so was working
for 6 months.
Yes, for 6 months, and so was working with Bamford Adu. And then when he became the president after the 2012 elections, then he appointed Right Honourable Edward.
So I think he was also the first to actually write through the ranks.
So he was an MP, became deputy, and then to Parliament. So he had occupied all three levels. Then came the man, Professor Aaron Mike Okoye. Now he came with His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and he was a former MP, minister, and an academic known for his advocacy for parliamentary democracy. Now, beyond everything, he is an authority in democracy. I mean, in terms of the academia, he's a learned man, and he has done a lot of consultative works for Parliament of Ghana, for other parliament, and in the field of what do we call it, democracy, parliamentary democracy. And so he was there as a speaker from 2017 to 2021. Unfortunately, his second bid didn't work. Now, he was brought into the Chamber of Parliament in 2021 on the eve of January 7. He was brought there, ushered in. He was a bit, we could see the growth in there, so he was ushered in, hoping that later, when his people who purportedly had a majority voted, they would have voted for him. But unfortunately, there was magic. The first time there was a hung parliament, and the hung parliament decided to pull a very fast one and elected a speaker from the opposition. And so Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kilsford Magbin was elected, a long-serving MP and a former minister, the first speaker elected from the opposition party. Now, we should know that he was also a member of parliament, rose to deputy speaker. He was a majority leader, minority leader, and then speaker of parliament. And interestingly,
very experienced man.
Yes, very experienced.
He's an institution.
Yes, I mean, listen to Honourable Speaker Bagbin, and you realize that he has held the 8th parliament down so well. I mean, the other time when he engaged the press, when there was this parliamentary and Supreme Court brouhaha, he had indicated some of the things he had done with the Parliamentary Service Board, including providing standing orders for a case where you have like his situation where there's a hung parliament and then the speaker is from the opposition. Also a situation where you have a majority parliament this way and then the speaker is from the opposition. They've made legislation for all those things. Where the independent candidates have more, what do we call it, members. They provided legislation for all that, and that is through his doing. I mean, today he was reading some of the achievements under the 8th parliament, and you could see that. I mean, Speaker Bagbin had done so much, and so that is it. Speaker Bagbin elected Speaker of Parliament for Ghana's 8th and 9th Parliament consecutively, and it's interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, beautiful. He's an institutional member. You could just tell of how much he has in him when he speaks, and through it all, even yesterday listening to him, you could tell that this man has a lot to give. He's someone that we could call the Parliament of Ghana, because he has it all. He became one of the youngest minority leaders in Parliament when he was nominated in 2001 to serve for the NDC as minority leader. Then he was very young. He had the likes of Nana Akufo-Addo, the likes of John Dramani Mahama has been in Parliament, but he really carried himself very well. He embodied himself very well, and throughout his time in Parliament, I think he has really conducted himself very well. And I think that he's one of the men that will remember as being very, very integral to our democracy when it comes to parliamentary business. And so congratulations to him. I think that this evening both parts of Parliament really came together to give him a resounding election and endorsement. And it is something that is beautiful in our democracy.
One thing that intrigued me was his CV. I mean, we could see Honorable Kessler to Fortin flip, Reid flip, and I mean this man is very rich. Speaker back
he was called to the bar in 1983. 1983, yes. And it tells you.
Wow.
Oh, come on. I mean, even when I heard when he was out of the unit, 1980, because he had gotten into the unit 1873, and then 1973, and then by 1980, then he was out. I was like, whoa, you really lived a life. No wonder your TV is that.
So
yeah, he's not anybody's mate. He's not anybody's mate. But then again, let's talk about the deputy speakers. And of course, the first deputy speaker is Bernard Ahiafo. He has been elected as the first deputy speaker. And we also have the second deputy speaker. He has been re-elected for the second deputy speaker. That's Andrew Isiama Amwako. And so, this has settled on. I remember someone was saying it was going to take a lot of time to get the first and second deputy ministers, speakers of parliament. But here we are. I think it was faster than I thought.
Yes, very fast.
It was rather what we were sure of that was dragging. All thanks to Afenyo marking.
I think what was dragging the speaker's nomination, I think the secondment of he being nominated was
had a point
probably he wanted to make a point, preliminary remarks on the president issuing a statement telling members of parliament belonging to the NDC to go ahead and nominate Speaker Bagwin as the Speaker of Parliament, and he wanted to make preliminary remarks, but the clerk of parliament said, hey, there is no standing order in our parliament that states that when you get up to really confirm a certain nomination that has been made, that you can make either an argument or a plenary remarks. And so that was quashed. And there was a bit of a back and forth in there that took a bit of time. But when it comes to the deputy speakers...
Before you go to the deputy speakers, I think one person on a lighter note that we must... I think they should look at again as the clerk of parliament. I mean, today he has really suffered. Honorable members, he's yelling here and there. I mean,
right from the start, I was like,
vitamin C and check his blood pressure, because the man has really gone through just a few hours, and then he was yelling all over.
His job is done.
Yes, I mean, it was interesting.
As for the honorable members, sometimes they just decide that, okay, this is the way we want to go. That's why I like how calm honorable is. That's Bagbin is whenever he's addressing them. He's just relaxed in his seat. Honorable members, and he'll be talking. Because when you follow the pressure with which they are talking, the arguments are going up, you might follow that trend, and if you don't take it, you are hurting yourself. But Chairman, you did well. You did well. But maybe next time, just relax. If it
was back when they would just tell you, honorable member, please resume your seat. And that is it.
You are out of order.
And that would be it. Yes. So, like you said,
the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, I think he's an experienced parliamentarian. He's been in parliament for, I think this is his third term. His fourth term. Yes, he's an experienced parliamentarian, and I think that he will conduct himself very well. You could see a sense of joy even within the opposition party, and that tells you that possibly he will be a stature that would really be admired when he assumes the speaker role in case Speaker Bagwin isn't available. And so I think that it was beautiful. I really enjoyed it. When you look at how overwhelming it was when his name was mentioned, the joy was coming from both sides, and it is something that it makes me proud as a Ghanaian.
I mean, yes.
Certain things when it happens, you see, it is very important for us not to take some of these things for granted.
Sure.
For us to go to Parliament, two parties opposing each other, coming back from a very intense election, and so it gets to another election in Parliament, and you see both parts of the House really coming together to make sure that consensus is being built in Parliament. It is something that we shouldn't take for granted, and so I really enjoyed he being elected. Proud to that, we heard some rumors coming up saying that he was going to be someone who was going to be considered as first Vice Speaker of Parliament, and it was confirmed when he was being nominated and then confirmed by the MPP, and so he has been elected and sworn in as the first Vice Speaker of Parliament. It's an amazing feat to look at as a Ghanaian. The second Vice also coming from the side of the MPP. You see, most of us were thinking it was going to drag. Because when you look at how overwhelming the NDC had this Parliament, you would think that probably looking at how the previous Parliament was handled, and the NPP had a lot of things to do in order to keep the opposition at bay. It was presumed that possibly going into this parliamentary swearing-in, the NDC were going to propose someone in addition to whosoever that the MPP were going to propose. Then it goes into a vote, then back and forth, and it was going to drag it later. But I love how consensus has been built. I really enjoyed it. You could see that immediately the Honorable Andrew Sesiama was mentioned. You could see that there was not going to be any sense of opposition. And I think that it is also largely remit on how the Honorable Andrew Sesiama conducted himself in the previous Parliament. He was the second Deputy Speaker. We could see, even though he didn't have the opportunity to be the Speaker, the substantive Speaker, when Honorable Babin wasn't available, because he was the second Deputy Speaker, and so the Honorable Joe Wise, Joe was the one taking over. But you could see that he really conducted himself very well in the previous Parliament.
I mean, he got a few chances to sit. And then he conducted himself very well. Most of the times he gave the counsel. I mean, we say Honorable Bagbin is calm, but I saw Honorable Esiama as more calmer. I mean, anytime he took the seat as, what do we call it, the speaker, you could see that there was not so much heckling. But sometimes, because he is not the substantive speaker, they try to play around him, and then you see him a bit frustrated, but he exerts his authority as a speaker calmly, and then you see that proceedings go on well. So he's been an interesting person, conducted himself. When Honorable Bernard, who is the first Deputy Speaker, he comes in with a lot of legal, what do we call it, prowess. He was a member of the constitutional and legal team of Parliament. I mean, so most of all these amendments and whatnot, that everything concerning the Constitution and legal matters in Parliament, he was part of. He was a ranking member.
I think I heard that from the Honorable Osechi Mensah when he came to Newsfile last Saturday. He made mention of Honorable Bernard being an integral part of how the constitutional reformation team had worked, and he has really contributed a lot to how far they've come as a team. And so I think that, just as you said, he comes on board with so much experience, and Parliament is going to be extremely, good having him as part of the Speaker of Parliament. And I think that he's going to contribute a lot to how the ninth Parliament is going to operate going forward. And we are looking forward to see some very interesting arguments that will be made on the floor, and how their contributions are going to add up to that.
Of course. All right, we are wrapping up here for this dawn, but like we promised you right from the first broadcast, so when we swear in the new president of the Republic of Ghana, we will be right there to bring you those updates. So we are done with, let's say, part 1. So we are left with the last part, which will be tomorrow. No, this morning actually. Today is already the 7th of January. So this morning, what are your expectations as we wrap up? What are you expecting to see tomorrow?
I see a beautiful
this morning.
I see a beautiful day. I see a day that Ghana would essentially win. I mean, Ghanaians won at the polls on the 7th of December, and I see a day that Ghana is going to win. You see, what really makes me happy and baffles me so much was, yesterday the president-elect met up with the President Nana Akufo-Addo, the outgoing president, or let me say outgone president, and then he had to take him around the Jubilee House, and it was very, very beautiful. You see the tete-a-tete that the president was having with the president-elect, and also even the Julius Debra, who has been appointed as chief of staff, and Frema Opare, who is also the chief of staff, outgone chief of staff. If you see the kind of rapport that was between them, it gives you a certain sense of joy as a Ghanaian, that the sense of inclusiveness, the sense of having each other's back, and taking each other's contributions on and trying to build a sense of rapport is really something that Ghana has that we shouldn't take for granted. And so I really enjoyed it. So coming to the swearing in and of the president elect John Dramani Mahama, and also the first female vice president of Ghana. It is something that is historic. It's something that we should feel proud of. I think it's going to be a beautiful day, and essentially the president is going to deliver his speech, bring the nation together, and then we forge forward afterwards. But it's going to be a beautiful day, looking up to what is happening at the Independence where I passed through. It is a beautiful branding that has been done. But beyond the branding, Ghanaians want to see the president hit the grounds running immediately after the swearing in, and so he's going to. We know President John Dramani Mahama to be someone who has his words at heart. He really speaks to it, and it's going to be a beautiful speech that we'll hear from him. But beyond the speeches, we want him to hit the
real actions. I mean, Eto, we've seen beautiful scenes from the Independence Square or the Black Star Square, where tomorrow His Excellency John Dramani Mahama this morning, yes, he would officially be sworn in by the Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono, her leadership, as President of the Republic of Ghana. The biggest comeback. I mean, the scenes from the Independence Square, people say this is really the reset that is happening. I mean, so it's very interesting. But I mean, like Ben said, beyond the beautiful ceremonies that we hold, we want to see real actions. And so I just want to hear a president who is going to assure us that he will develop Ghana no matter the circumstances, and he will bring all hands on deck, and then the winner takes all would be out of his government, and the focus will be Ghana, and then he wouldn't be a vindictive president, not going after people who were in the previous government for personal reasons, but I mean, prosecute really people who have done harm to the nation. And so that is what I want to see. That is what I want to hear from the president. But before I leave, I mean, we should note that there's one constituency outstanding. For them, their MP has not been injuncted, or there's no legal process. There's no collation. Collation has not ended, and that is Ablekuma North. Where myself and Nana Akusia are constituents. And so for now, myself and Nana don't have an MP. We are an orphan constituency.
Sal did not have representation for the whole 4 years. Interesting. It is no problem.
Interesting. Yes. So congratulations to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We wish him well. We are here, Pen TV, Pen Media Center, under the Church of Pentecost, the Church of Pentecost members, even as we are fasting and praying, we pray for him so that he succeed. Yes, he must succeed.
If he succeeds, Ghana succeeds.
Yes.
And so I think, interesting enough, one thing that we need to really take note of, I as at 11:30 when I was leaving the Independence Square, buses were trooping in. So many buses were trooping in, people coming from far and near, huge buses, and I could see some of the military men and the police directing them behind the Independence Square. So many people, and the place is already getting packed. And so I would like to advise, if anyone will want to attend the presidential swearing, please go early.
Or just enjoy it. I mean, the production team have promised a world-class production.
Pen TV, we are going to bring you an awesome production. It's going to start at 10 a.m., but we will be sitting at 7 a.m., God willing. And so you can join us here on Pen TV. We'll bring you an exclusive production of the swearing-in of the President of Ghana and the historic swearing-in of the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. And so stay tuned with us, and we'll bring you that exclusive production. And Chuka and Fakamba Independence. So over to me, there is no problem. You can come. But if you can't, just stay at home. Stay tuned to Pen TV, and we'll do our best to serve you well.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's about it here on Pen TV. Of course, Election Watch, we always promise and we deliver. So this morning, be expecting us on your screen ahead of the swearing in. We'll have some discussions here in the studio first before we move to the grounds. We'll bring you everything live here on Pen TV. We'll be live on all our social media platforms. And of course, you can share the link to friends and family as well, because here, you would not be seeing all the exaggerations and all of that. We just bring you the news just as it is. Of course, we'll have the address or the acceptance speech. We'll be bringing that to you. And any other story that will be breaking tomorrow, we'll make sure that we bring that to you as well. This has been Election Watch right here on Pen TV. Thanks to Pen Media Center. And so stay tuned. Maybe you can go have a break, sleep a while, but quickly come back here in the morning and you see us on your screen updating you with the swearing in of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. My name is Etonam Agbemo. I did this with
Benjamin Z.
And of course, he's a Kwabnapa Joshua.
All right, so we'll see you later this morning.
Afei, mama yen hyase mfiri adebo mfiti ase. Amra, obo ade ebo ni wiase no. Oduma kuma to ni hye cheche ni nsase no. Nia me ni unya ya ni oman Ghana. Ani ya sase ase agudie ni enkwaye mu fudie. Na mudi padodo ne nepa hudo nyina ejana dom no de che yen sansu siesie